100 years ago, a dark purple meteor tore through the sky and crashed into the depths of the Antarctic glaciers. A terrifying virus rapidly broke out, turning 2/3 of all living creatures into bloodthirsty beasts, plunging the world into a crimson apocalypse. On the brink of life and death, a mysterious energy source chi quietly awakened. A select few gained supernatural powers and became humanity's last hope. Mankind fought back with resilience, driving out the monsters and building an impregnable line of defense. Technology also leaped forward, and though the flames of war had not yet extinguished, the light of hope was not far away. Year 100 of the new Xia calendar, Blue Ocean City in the eastern region of the Great Xia Nation. Blue Ocean First High School, Class 1 of Senior Year, June 1st. There's only 1 month left until Awakening Day, the teacher on the podium said, his gaze sharp and piercing. I hope you'll all become pillars of Great Xia. The students were brimming with energy, their hearts ablaze with dreams of heroism. At 18 years old, these young men and women were full of vigor, their aspirations shining as brightly as the stars. As the school bell rang, Mo Chang, seated by the window, began packing his bag. He stood tall at 1.83 meters, with long, jet-black hair tied into a bundle that draped down his back. His deep, obsidian-like eyes were captivating at first glance. A high-nose bridge and chiseled features made him naturally handsome, a striking young man. Hanging around his neck was a mysterious round pendant, emanating a faint glow. Qingji, want to come over to my place after school? His deskmate and best friend, Lu Qi, called out with a grin. Lu Qi had a clean and handsome face, with neatly cropped hair. At 2 centimeters taller than Mo Chang, his sunny smile and pure gaze exuded warmth. Can't do. I have to go home and train my physical fitness, Mo Chang replied, spreading his hands with a tone of firm resolution. You training fanatic, your brain's just full of workouts. Don't slack off either. Let's both aim to get into Mingzhu Academy. The 3 great academies of Great Xia stood as titans: Imperial Capital Academy, Mingzhu Academy, and Xiaolong Academy. The Imperial and Mingzhu Academies were magnets for elites, and graduates could either form hunting squads or join the military. Xiaolong Academy, on the other hand, provided a direct path to the military front lines. With slightly lower entry requirements, those with a D-rank aptitude could still enroll. The top graduates of Xiaolong Academy could even join the Xiaolong Guards, fearless warriors of the battlefield who obliterated monsters wherever they pointed their blades. No one can predict awakening. The teacher says physical training boosts the odds, but I've always felt it's not that simple. Stop complaining. Train with everything you've got, and we'll conquer the academies together. Before Lu Qi could finish his sentence, he widened his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest with a dramatic and playful seriousness. Qingji, I'll make it clear, I'm not becoming your girlfriend, just your brother. Your imagination's running wild. Don't blame me for that. Mo Chang slung his bag over his shoulder and strode off quickly, leaving behind his friend's chatter. The setting sun bathed their determined faces in golden light, radiant and brilliant. The hearts of young men, full of aspirations as vast as the stars and seas, had only just begun their journey. Mo Chang came from a privileged background. His father was a former member of a hunter squad and was now an awakening instructor, responsible for guiding newly awakened individuals. His mother held a stable clerical job and exuded warmth and kindness like the spring breeze. Pushing open the door to his home, the living room was tidy and cozy, wrapped in a soft glow. Changer, you're home. Dinner will be ready soon, his mother, Jia Yunron, called out gently, her voice brimming with care. Got it, Mom. I'm heading to the gravity room for training first. You're more determined than your father ever was, you know. Training more doesn't hurt. Even if I don't awaken an ability, I can still build a strong body. His father, Mo Zhonghua, stepped in, a warm smile on his face. He was a C-rank 4th stage ice element ability user, while his mother was a D-rank water element user. How was your day, Dad? Just another day teaching these kids to control their powers, nothing exciting. Awakening Day is near. Are you confident? Mo Chang nodded and entered the gravity room. The moment 5 times the normal gravity descended, it was as if a mountain had crashed down, instantly knocking him to the ground. His face pressed against the floor, his breath heavy, sweat blurring his vision. The cracking sounds of his bones reverberated, and waves of pain washed over him like a tide. Gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembled as he pushed himself to the limit. Sweat dripped to the floor as if time had frozen. After 10 minutes, he could no longer hold on and collapsed heavily, gasping for air. Yet he refused to give up, his gaze as resolute as steel. Still a long way to go, but I won't fall. His father watched his sweat-drenched son, both proud and heartbroken. To live long and well, you have to steel yourself. In the shower, the warm water washed away his fatigue. Mo Chang let out a soft hum, as if reborn. The boy in the mirror smiled with confidence at the corners of his mouth. Dinner's ready, Xiao Chang, his mother's voice came through the door. Coming. Starlight dotted the night sky as darkness descended. Mo Chang's thoughts wandered. What kind of ability would he awaken? How would he protect his family in the future? In this dangerous era, he vowed to become the strongest shield. The next morning, golden sunlight flooded Blue Ocean City. Mo Chang opened his eyes, rubbed his face, and prepared to face a new day. On the school's track field, the atmosphere was tense. A man in camouflage stood before the students, exuding a murderous aura. I heard he's a fifth-stage powerhouse. The days ahead won't be easy, Lucci whispered, and Mo Chang nodded. I am Zhao Mahui, deputy leader of the 8th Combat Unit of the Xiao Long Guards. For the next month, I'll be training you. Just call me Instructor Zhao. His cold voice sliced through the morning calm like an icy blade. There was no trace of emotion, but everyone understood. The upcoming month would be a living hell. Starting today, physical training on the track in the morning. 1 hour's rest at noon. Gravity room training in the afternoon. Now, listen up. Run 40 laps around the track. As his words fell, the students' faces turned pale, their expressions filled with pain. Yet no one dared to complain. That murderous gaze, like a venomous snake locking onto its prey, sent chills down their spines. At the class leader's command, Mo Chang followed the group and began running. At first, his pace was steady, but by the 20th lap, his stamina began to falter. Heavy breaths filled the air. Some with strong willpower gritted their teeth and pushed on, others, unable to continue, simply walked. Who said you could walk? Start running. If I catch anyone walking again, it's 10 extra laps. You there? Didn't you eat breakfast? You're slower than a tortoise. Are you all useless? Instructor Zhao's voice thundered, echoing across the track. With this level of performance, forget awakening, you'd just be monster fodder on the battlefield. His mocking words cut deep into everyone's hearts like a blade. The students gritted their teeth and resumed running. At the front, those who fell got back up despite their injuries. At the back, even the slowest runners gave it their all. The fire of youth burned fiercely in their chests. To be crushed by mere words? That wasn't the spirit of youth. Mo Chang held steady in the middle ranks, conserving his energy for the battles to come. After 40 laps, many were in a wretched state, vomiting from exhaustion, a truly harrowing sight. Rest, Instructor Zhao commanded. The students collapsed onto the ground like lifeless dogs, grabbing bottles of mineral water and gulping them down. Each bottle was infused with energy elixirs to aid their recovery and prepare them for the next round of torment. Struggling to his feet, Mo Chang's legs trembled with soreness, making every step unsteady. Seeing this, Lucci, barely able to stand himself, stumbled over and threw himself onto Mo Chang, sending them both tumbling to the ground. Thank you so much, you little rascal. Mo Chang rubbed his forehead, giving Lucci a light pat on the backside, a mix of helplessness and affection in his actions. Lucci grinned mischievously, not bothering to refute. Draping his arm over Mo Chang's shoulder, the two walked together towards the restroom. The entire morning had been filled with agony like a shadow following their every step. At that moment, all they wanted was to collapse onto their desks. Even moving a single finger felt like it would drain the last ounce of their strength. During lunch, the cafeteria prepared a sumptuous feast for the students undergoing training: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried kidney. Every dish was infused with energy-enhancing medicine. The motto of Blue Ocean City's first high school was, if you can't be trained to death, then train until you're close to it. With advanced technology, as long as one wasn't torn into pieces, even a stopped heartbeat could be revived. The students devoured their food like they'd been reborn, but the mere thought of the afternoon's gravity training extinguished their brief joy in an instant. 3 times gravity. Everyone, give it all you've got. Anyone who dares to beg for mercy will get extra training back at the base. Pain is only the beginning. The real trial of life and death is on the battlefield. My job as your instructor is to force you to stay alive. Slacking off? Not an option. Instructor Zhao's roar was deafening. The enhancement of elemental energy had strengthened human physiques. Those with special abilities were even more formidable, able to absorb elemental energy from the heavens and earth to boost their powers. They were humanity's elite warriors, forming an indomitable steel wall against the monsters. Even ordinary humans, through rigorous training, could withstand up to 8 times the force of gravity. Boom! The 3 times gravity field activated, the oppressive force as heavy as a mountain. The majority of the students immediately fell to their knees, but no one cried out in pain. They gritted their teeth and persevered. Making a sound would only invite ridicule. Staying silent was the last shred of dignity they could hold on to. A few managed to remain standing, though barely. The veins on their necks bulged, sweat dripped profusely, and their pain was written all over their faces. Mo Chang stood effortlessly. His training under 5 times gravity had made this feel like a walk in the park. 3 times gravity was nothing more than a warm-up for him. Lucci clenched his teeth tightly, barely managing to keep himself upright. He gave Mo Chang a thumbs up, as if to say, I'm fine, I can handle it. But the expression on his face, twisted like a blooming chrysanthemum, betrayed the torment he was enduring inside. Time dragged on painfully. By the end of the session, Lucci was as limp as a koala, clinging to Mo Chang for support. Brother Chang, my whole body doesn't feel like mine anymore. My muscles are so sore they feel like they've been smashed with a hammer. It hurts like hell. His voice was so weak it sounded like he was half dead from a wild night out at a club. I told you before, train more. You didn't listen, so what's the point of crying now? Mo Chang sighed, helping Lucci onto a bench to sit. Lucci was one of Mo Chang's rare friends, straightforward in nature and loyal to Mo Chang to the core. Their friendship was unbreakable. The two rested on the bench for a while. After about 10 minutes, they each headed home. Upon returning home, Mo Chang dove into his gravity training room, continuing his daily grind. Under 5 times gravity, he could last 20 minutes, which left him quite satisfied. He silently vowed to himself that before his awakening day, he would definitely break through to 6 times gravity. After washing off the exhaustion of the day, Mo Chang returned to the dinner table, sharing a harmonious meal with his parents. "Chang, are you sure you've decided to choose Mingzhu Academy?" his father asked, setting down his chopsticks, concern evident in his tone. "Yeah, the Imperial Capital Academy is too far. Mingzhu is in a nearby city, much more convenient." "Good boy, as long as you're confident, that's all that matters. You really are the pride of the Mo family." His father's eyes glowed with satisfaction. "Your father has ice element abilities, and I have water element. You're most likely to awaken one of those two." Elemental abilities often had hereditary tendencies, though there were exceptions. "Chang, when you get into the academy, make sure you find a girlfriend for your parents soon." Mo Chang nearly spat out his food but managed to hold it in, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Mom, I'm only 18. My ambition is to become an outstanding hunter, not to fall in love." His mother furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp as a knife. "This isn't a discussion, it's an order." Feeling the pressure, Mo Chang quickly changed his tone. "Love is mutual, not something you can force. If I like someone but they don't like me back, there's nothing I can do about it. Don't worry. If I find someone I like, I'll definitely cling to them and bring them home. Now that's the spirit." His mother's expression softened, while his father simply smiled without saying a word. In truth, his father was more eager for a grandchild but chose not to pressure him, seeing how carefree his son looked. After all, Mo Chang was hardworking, resilient, and handsome, yet he was completely clueless about relationships and had never been close to any girls. Taking advantage of the moment, Mo Chang wolfed down his food, gulped some soup, and forced down the rest of his meal. Bidding farewell to his parents, he quickly escaped this minefield of a dinner table. Zhao Yunrong and Mo Zhonghua could only hope their son would soon come to his senses and bring home a girl he liked. As Mo Chang's awakening day approached, his father, Mo Zhonghua, had already made full preparations. "Xiao Chang, take this money and buy some battle armor, weapons, and source energy crystals. You can't skimp on resources for training," he said, his eyes full of gentle expectation. "You've been diligent and hardworking since you were young. Your future is bound to be extraordinary. As your father, how could I not support you to the fullest?" Beside him, Zhao Yunrong nodded in agreement, her voice brimming with maternal love. "The road ahead is long. If you need more money, just let us know." Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Mo Chang opened it to find his father standing outside, his brows slightly furrowed. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be watching TV in the living room?" Mo Zhonghua handed him a bank card with a smile. "The expenses after awakening are steep. Here's 1,000,000 yuan, buy whatever you need." Mo Chang's eyes reddened, and his nose tingled. Although the family was well off, the money symbolized his parents' endless hopes and silent support for him. "A man doesn't cry. The monsters in the country are waiting for you to protect them," his father said sternly, though there was a hint of doting in his tone. Mo Chang wiped away his tears, taking the card with a resolute gaze shining like the stars. "I'll make you proud." Mo Zhonghua laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "If you need more money, just say so. Your old man can afford it." That night, flames of determination burned in Mo Chang's heart. "This weekend, I'll buy my gear. First, I'll get the money from Dad, and we'll go together." When his friend Lu Qi heard the news, he eagerly called home. "Dad, I'm going shopping for gear with Brother Chang this weekend. Can you transfer me some money?" On the other end of the line, his father sighed and agreed. "When you're home, I'll give it to you." With cash in hand, Lu Qi walked with a spring in his step, grinning as though spring had arrived. Mo Chang could only stick close by, wary of him causing any sudden mishaps. After a day of training, everyone was utterly exhausted. In the following days, Mo Chang pushed himself to the limit in the gravity training room. By Friday night, he finally managed to endure a full 30 minutes under 5 times gravity. Lying on his bed, he fantasized about donning battle armor and wielding weapons. His blood boiled with excitement, making it hard to sleep. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Mo Chang met Lu Qi at the school gate as planned. He dashed out of his house, heading straight for the War Prep shopping center. Outside the entrance, Lu Qi was pacing impatiently. "Brother Chang, you're finally here. I've been waiting for half an hour." Mo Chang chuckled. "You showed up early, you can't blame me for that." The two hurried into the mall, dazzled by the array of battle armor and weapons on display. Mo Chang inquired, "Do you have any lightweight combat suits?" The sales assistant responded sweetly, "The Shadow Spirit series, lightweight yet durable, crafted with third-tier serpent demon scales, making it resistant to blades and bullets." Mo Chang touched the material. It was cool and tough, exactly to his liking. 500,000 per set, with a 10% discount on paired weapons. He chose the short blade weapon from the Shadow Spirit series, which suited his ice and water elemental abilities, perfect for stealthy and deadly strikes. The sales assistant elaborated, "Made from the teeth of third-tier demonic beasts, it's incredibly sharp and excellent at breaking defenses." Mo Chang weighed the dagger in his hand, its silver blade gleaming with a cold light. 2 pieces, 72,000 in total. Swipe the card. Turning around to search for Lu Chi, he saw him clad in a pale yellow combat suit, holding a gilded spear, looking like a little yellow man. Done shopping? Mo Chang asked with a smile. Paid up. Radiating dominance now, right? Lu Chi's eyes sparkled with pride. Your aura is so strong I felt it from a mile away, Mo Chang joked, barely holding back his laughter. The two laughed as they headed to the Source Energy Crystal Mall, where they learned the prices: 30,000 for E-grade, 100,000 for D-grade, and 300,000 for C-grade crystals. Mo Chang bought 2 D-grade and 2 E-grade crystals, while Lu Chi bought 3 D-grade and 10 E-grade ones. On the way, Lu Chi boldly stuffed 5 E-grade crystals into Mo Chang's hands. Take them. No need to refuse. We're in this together. Mo Chang nodded, feeling a warm glow inside. Good brothers, for life. Yeah, for life. The two strode quickly along the school path, the entire trip taking less than 2 hours. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Mo Chang's eyes. He turned to Lu Chi and said in a low voice, "Now's the perfect time for a practice round. How about a spar on the training field?" The suggestion hit the mark for Lu Chi. Holding his new weapon, his eagerness was hard to contain. Remembering their last sparring session was some time ago, he clenched his fists, his blood boiling with anticipation. Let's go. The school gates are still open. At Blue Ocean First High, the gate stayed open on weekends to allow students access to the zero-gravity training rooms, a secret to its consistent top ranking in the city. The school boasted exceptional faculty, with the principal being a 6th-tier powerhouse of extraordinary strength. The two easily gained entry after a quick word with the security guard. On the training field, Mo Chang set his equipment down and stood steadily 20 meters across from Lu Chi, a distance that, in their eyes, could be crossed in a single breath. Are you ready? Bring it on. Mo Chang's gaze instantly turned sharp, like a dormant dragon awakening, his blazing eyes locking onto Lu Chi. His aura surged. Veins bulged as he pushed off the ground with powerful legs, letting out a shout as his fist roared through the air. Lu Chi sidestepped swiftly, using his elbow to block the incoming blow, trying to neutralize the attack. Bang! Mo Chang crossed his palms to shield his chest, firmly blocking the strike, then retreated while gripping Lu Chi's arm tightly. Lu Chi struggled hard to break free but found himself locked in a grip of steel. Seizing the moment of distraction, Mo Chang's other fist shot forward, aiming straight for Lu Chi's face. Lu Chi's heart sank. This is it, I'm done for. As the fist roared closer, Mo Chang suddenly withdrew his strength. The wind from the punch swept past Lu Chi's hair, leaving him breathless and his heart racing. Catching his breath, Lu Chi stammered, "Shengji, thank goodness you stopped in time. Otherwise, I'd really be done for. Your speed is something else. Just now, I didn't even see how your fist got in front of me." Mo Chang replied calmly, "Clear progress. Before, you could last only 3 seconds. Now you can hold out for over 5. Grateful, Lu Chi said, "Shengji, you're incredible. Every time I counterattack, you respond instantly. Your battle instincts are off the charts." Mo Chang shook his head with a wry smile. During fights, his mind worked lightning fast, his vision exceptionally sharp, a gift he considered innate. "I was born for combat. That's why I want to become a hunter, to eliminate those beasts that harm humanity." "Shengji, what are you thinking? You've been standing still, and I've called you several times." "Nothing much," Mo Chang deflected. "Remember, when facing attacks, don't panic. Losing focus is half the battle lost. Earlier, you were too tense, focused only on breaking free without noticing the punch, which is why I landed a hit. Want to try with weapons this time?" Mo Chang picked up his dagger and pointed at the spear on the ground. Lu Chi nodded, gripping the spear tightly as he crouched slightly and lunged forward. "Here I come, Shengji." The spear whistled through the air like lightning. Mo Chang stepped back repeatedly to dodge, taking the chance to step on the spear's blade and thrust his dagger forward. Lu Chi unleashed his strength, lifting the spear upward and countering with a side kick, channeling power through his leg. Mo Chang flipped backward with agility, landing safely to evade the lethal kick. "Not bad, you're getting smarter." Before his words fully landed, Mo Chang's legs burst with energy, his speed suddenly increasing. Lu Chi swiftly thrust his spear forward, missing his target, then seamlessly swept it horizontally. Mo Chang bent down, supporting himself with one hand, and kicked the spear with all his might. The spear trembled violently, numbing Lu Chi's arms. The weapon flew from his grasp. The dagger was now pressed against his neck. Lu Chi admitted defeat willingly. Losing to Qingji wasn't embarrassing, he had been thoroughly outmatched, so he might as well accept it. With this realization, he felt relieved and admired Mo Chang even more. That gaze made Mo Chang shudder, goosebumps rising all over as he stepped back repeatedly. His voice trembled slightly. "What's with that look? Staring at me like that is making me nervous." Sensing something off, Lu Chi glanced around. The training field was empty, and he finally sighed in relief. He thought to himself, "I absolutely can't graduate with a reputation for liking men. I'm perfectly normal." What he liked were girls with, well, no, strong and powerful girls. Mo Chang couldn't hold back his laughter, patting Lu Chi's shoulder before preparing to leave. "It's still early. Let's practice more after we get back." Just as they exited the school gates, Mo Chang heard a voice and turned to look. It was Lin Zifeng, a student from class 2 of their grade. Broad-shouldered and burly, Lin often bullied classmates, sometimes even crossing the line. Lin Zifeng, flanked by 2 lackeys, looked at them with disdain, his tone laced with mockery. Well, if it isn't the 2 stars from class 1. Practicing your martial arts here? Just finished training? Seeing their combat suits and weapons, jealousy flared in Lin Zifeng's heart. His face darkened as he sneered, buying weapons? Don't hurt your delicate bodies, or the girls might cry. Zifeng's right. You should stay home more. Yeah, holding those weapons is just a waste. Better give them to Zifeng. The 2 lackeys chimed in, their flattery seamless. Though Lin Zifeng wasn't particularly smart, he knew when to strike and when to hold back. Mo Chang couldn't be bothered with them. He cast a cold glance their way and said, "Are you just looking for attention? No one's paying you any mind, yet you're buzzing around like annoying flies. In my eyes, you're nothing but clowns unworthy of being on stage. Got it?" Lucci felt a surge of pride, giving Mo Chang a thumbs up, fully understanding his meaning. Lin Zifeng's face turned as red as an apple, his fury boiling over. His gaze turned murderous, and if he could, he'd have beaten Mo Chang into a pulp right then. "Do you believe I won't beat you up right now?" Lin Zifeng growled through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with rage. "Brother Phone, the security guards are right next to us. If we get caught, it'll be a big mess. Yeah, don't act impulsively. This could escalate into serious trouble." Although the 2 lackeys enjoyed bullying others, they understood the importance of knowing their limits. They knew when to act and when to hold back. Lin Zifeng took several deep breaths, forcefully suppressing the anger boiling in his chest. If he acted recklessly now and got caught by the security guards, the consequences would be dire. His gaze turned cold as he silently vowed, "When the opportunity comes, I'll make sure to teach those 2 bastards a harsh lesson." With a cold, sharp smile like the edge of a blade, Lin Zifeng taunted Mo Chang and Lu Qi, "Consider yourselves lucky today. Don't count on this luck lasting forever. If you end up in my hands." He let his words hang in the air, turning away with a sneer. Behind him, his 2 lackeys stood helplessly watching him leave. Mo Chang watched his retreating figure and muttered to himself, "Does this guy have a screw loose? Whatever, he's just an annoying little ant." Lu Qi, unable to hold back, asked, "Brother Chang, you're just going to let him off like that?" His eyes burned with fury. "A man can only tolerate so much. If you hadn't held me back, I'd have already gone after him." Mo Chang smiled faintly. "Do you know why they didn't make a move? Fighting here doesn't bring any real benefits, just momentary satisfaction. If the security guards caught us, you know what the consequences would be. Always pay attention to your surroundings. These small details often determine the outcome of a fight." Lu Qi nodded, scratching his head in gratitude. "Brother Chang, you're like my sky, my earth, my..." Before he could finish, Mo Chang cut him off sharply. "Don't say that, it's disgusting to hear." Mo Chang took a step back, sighing to himself, "This guy's thought process is really something else. So are we just going to let this go?" Lu Qi asked, clearly unwilling to drop the matter. "The awakening day is getting closer. Don't waste your energy on such trivial things." When they left, it was obvious they were planning to settle this later, Mo Chang said, his gaze firm. "Don't overthink it. If they dare come, I'll make sure they regret it." After saying this, he and Lu Qi parted ways at the school and headed home. Back at home, Mo Chang began his gravity training, his body drenched in sweat. After a cold shower, he lay on his bed, gripping a short blade in his hand. The blade was pitch black, its edge gleaming with a chilling light under the lamp. The handle was cold to the touch and engraved with a pair of serpent fangs, both eerie and commanding. Fatigue crept over him, his eyelids growing heavy, his breathing steady. The sunlight streaming through the window bathed his face like a sacred blessing. The weekend flew by, and the grueling training regimen was about to resume. Over the next half-month, the intensity of the training steadily increased, and cries of pain echoed incessantly. While the process was torturous, everyone felt a strange joy in it, and their physical fitness improved significantly. Mo Chang made tremendous progress, now able to endure 6 times the normal gravity. His strength had surged by 50%, and his body seemed to contain a storm of boundless energy. Awakening Day is just a week away. Today is your last day of training. Seeing how much stronger you've all become, I can rest easy. The future battlefield belongs to you. We can only use our limited strength to protect you, said Zhao Mahui, his gaze calm but brimming with pride. The future of the Great Xia rests in your hands. Train seriously. Do you understand? Move out. His words boomed like thunder, igniting a fire in everyone's hearts. After training concluded, Instructor Zhao disappeared without a trace. The classroom fell silent, leaving the students with an empty feeling. The memories of the past half-month lingered vividly in their minds. The homeroom teacher entered, knocking on the desk to get their attention. Zhao Mahui has returned to the Summer Dragon Guard ahead of schedule. The awakening day in a few days will determine your future. Without awakening abilities, your future will be bleak. Awakening an ability is like a vortex being born within your body. It allows you to absorb source energy and strengthen yourself. Those who fail to awaken cannot absorb this energy. The student's eyes sparkled with yearning. I, myself, am a D-level Earth-type ability user. My strength is mediocre, and I'm far from the grand powers you might imagine. From today onward, you are officially graduates. May your future be as bright as the sun, and may you return one day with the same youthful spirit. The homeroom teacher clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, smiled, and disappeared into the shadows of the hallway. That day, the hearts of the 18-year-olds trembled. They knew that although the road ahead was perilous, it was also filled with poetry and boundless possibilities. At home, Mo Chang exchanged a few simple words with his parents before retreating to his room and burying his face in his pillow. His mother, Jia Yunron, wanted to check on him, but his father, Mo Zhonghua, stopped her in time. He had already noticed the determination in his son's eyes and understood that this was a crucial moment for his future. He believed his son wouldn't stray from the right path and knew to give him the space he needed. As a father, he silently stood guard, waiting for the day his son would break free from his cocoon and emerge transformed. The next morning, Mo Chang walked out of his room, his eyes no longer clouded with doubt. If he awakened in ability, he would become a fearless hunter, cutting down every bloodthirsty beast to protect the lights of countless homes. If he didn't awaken, he wouldn't give up either. Whether it was joining the military, pursuing a dream, or even becoming a chef, he was determined to live a life of brilliance. At this moment, he radiated confidence and anticipation for the awakening day just a few days away. He stepped out the door with firm strides. There was no need to go to school, the meeting place was set at Lu Qi's house. Brother Chang, do you think I'll awaken in ability? If I do, will I be able to smash mountains and shatter stones with a single punch? Will a bunch of girls start chasing after me? Mo Chang rolled his eyes helplessly. Don't ask me. I'm just a fool. Come on, Brother Chang, tell me. Mo Chang pushed Lu Qi away and glared at him, pointing a finger at him. Stop with these mental attacks. Keep it up, and I'll throw you out of the window. From 2 stories up, a fall wouldn't hurt them at all. Just kidding, Brother Chang, don't get mad. Then, Brother Chang, can you answer my questions? Lu Qi leaned in slyly, his eyes twinkling. All right, you win. The probability of awakening is about 1 in 20, maybe even lower. Blue Sea City has over 20,000 people waiting to awaken, but at most, only 1,500 will succeed. The strength of abilities depends on luck. Most are C-level or D-level. B-level and above are extremely rare, and as for A-level, well, each city gets no more than 5 a year. Mo Chang answered one question after another. As for whether girls would like him, that was a joke, he didn't even have the basics of dating down. Then, Brother Chang, if we both awaken, let's form an ability hunting team and conquer the world together. Mo Chang shrugged, smiling as he slipped away, looking for a quiet spot. While Lu Qi was still dreaming of grand plans, Mo Chang had already gone downstairs, sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest. The door clicked open, and a middle-aged man hurried in. It was Lu Qi's father, Lu Yingtian. Dressed in a sharp suit and exuding an imposing aura, he had just returned from a meeting. Seeing Mo Chang sitting there, he smiled warmly. Xiao Chang, you're here. Comfortable at Uncle's house? If you're hungry, ask Xiao Qi to grab you something. If you're thirsty, there's drinks in the fridge. Make yourself at home. Uncle's got some matters to attend to, so I'll be off. Lu Yingtian rarely showed such a friendly demeanor. Few people earned his favor like this. It wasn't just because Mo Chang was his son's friend, but because he had personally witnessed a sparring match between Mo Chang and Lu Qi. Mo Chang's combat talent was terrifying, with every punch deadly, his reflexes astonishing, and his ability to handle crises with composure. He was a born warrior, Lu Yingtian described him as such. To be friends with Mo Chang, Lu Qi could learn life-saving skills. Although he was often defeated, Lu Qi was growing. The workplace was treacherous, full of schemes and deception. Lu Yingtian didn't want his son to be swallowed by it. Sincerity, whether good or bad, seemed to matter less in this era, where bad people lived longer. He noticed Mo Chang's genuine care for Lu Qi, which reassured him. Brother Chang, treat this place as your own home. If you need anything, just say the word. What's mine is yours, Lu Qi said as he walked downstairs. Thanks, I'll let you know if I need anything. Don't be so polite, we're brothers. Time flew, and the awakening day finally arrived. July 1st, 8 a.m. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Mo Chang's face, casting a golden glow. Ring, 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 the alarm clock buzzed. This was the day he had long awaited. Turning off the alarm, he got out of bed, stretched, feeling refreshed and unable to hide his excitement. Today, he specifically chose a white t-shirt with a black hoodie and white pants, exuding youthful energy. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he felt like a new person. Brother Chang, breakfast is on the table, it's all your favorites. Got it, Mom. Mo Chang replied with a smile. On the table were glossy meat buns, soy milk, and eggs. He quickly finished his breakfast, bid his mother farewell, and dashed out the door. The awakening location was the Blue Ocean Academy Square. After a short ride, the square was already teeming with people, and Mo Chang estimated there were over 10,000 present. After searching for 5 minutes without finding his school's meeting point, he had to call Lu Qi. Lu Qi told him to wait where he was. As Mo Chang stood still, a group of girls immediately surrounded him, with some bold ones directly asking for his contact information. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, Lu Qi appeared just in time, pulling him away from the predicament. The two dashed toward the meeting point, escaping the sea of girls, panting as if they had just finished a battle. "Brother Chang, your charm is too lethal to girls. I saw you surrounded from afar. Luckily, I came to rescue you, otherwise, you'd be doomed." "How would I know? You told me to stand still, so I did, and then they just swarmed over." "My mom's right, a man has to protect himself when he's outside." Emo Chang still felt a lingering fear, thankful for Lu Qi's help. "Let's go, Brother Chang. The awakening is about to start." Not long after, familiar classmates came into view. Emo Chang felt relieved, but time was tight. There were less than 5 minutes until the awakening. Around them, the emotions were complex: joy, excitement, and nervousness. In the center of the square stood a massive platform with 50 waist-high stone pillars, each topped with a transparent orb radiating light. The unified awakening test begins now. "Candidates, please approach the stage in order of arrival." A crisp yet authoritative voice rang out from the stage, instantly capturing everyone's attention. On the stage stood 4 figures, exuding an overwhelming presence. These 3 are the admissions officers from the 3 major academies of Blue Ocean City. "They will be reviewing your awakening qualifications today," the person in the center announced before swiftly stepping back. "Registered students, please take the stage one by one to begin the awakening trial," the middle-aged officer announced coldly. One batch after another, students ascended the platform, gripping their awakening orbs tightly, their faces filled with anticipation and nervousness. However, reality was merciless. In the first batch, not a single one awakened an ability. The probability was even lower than what Mo Chang had heard before. Despair quickly spread, faces turned pale, fists trembled, and some even broke into tears. From a young age, they had known the importance of awakening, but they never imagined failure could be so cruel. Mo Chang took a deep breath, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The gap between those with abilities and ordinary people was as vast as heaven and earth. The students below cast sympathetic glances, but no one mocked them. They all understood that the shadow of failure loomed over everyone. "The odds are too low. Could this happen to us too?" someone murmured in fear. "Who knows? I used to look forward to this day, but now I'm so scared I just want to avoid it," another replied with a bitter smile. The second batch of students stepped onto the stage. This time, 2 ability users emerged. One was a C-rank fire ability user, and the other was a D-rank earth ability user. "I actually awakened a fire ability, and it's C-rank." "Awesome," the fire ability user exclaimed in joy. "Not bad, I'm a D-rank earth ability user. Let's work hard together," the earth ability user replied with a smile. They stepped off the stage, their faces beaming with victory, while envious gazes followed them. "Look at them, acting so arrogant just because they awakened abilities," someone muttered in dissatisfaction. "So what? They've awakened abilities, while we haven't even touched the threshold," another remarked coldly. "Awakening abilities isn't something you can just wish for. Stop dreaming. Are you picking a fight? Getting all worked up, huh? Ha ha ha." The banter between the two lightened the mood, and laughter began to ripple through the crowd. The third, fourth, and fifth batches of students went up one after another, and time moved from morning to evening. The number of awakened ability users gradually increased, about 800 D rank, over 300 C rank, fewer than 100 B rank, and still no A rank. Finally, it was Blue Ocean High School's turn, Mo Chang School. As he watched his classmates take the stage one by one, succeeding or failing, Lu Qi's hands began to tremble, his cheeks red as boiled pig trotters. Mo Chang patted his shoulder lightly and whispered to comfort him, "Don't be nervous, stay relaxed." On the surface, he was calm and collected, but inside, waves of anxiety churned. He knew that if he panicked, it would only make Lu Qi more afraid. Taking deep breaths, Lu Qi gradually steadied himself, his muscles relaxing and his trembling subsiding. "Blue Ocean High School, Lin Zifeng, please take the stage." A familiar name was called, and Lin Zifeng was already standing at the center of the stage. With his palm gripping the awakening orb tightly, a fiery aura suddenly erupted. The heat was scorching, and waves of intense fire filled the air, causing those nearby to break into a sweat. Several robust officers stepped forward, their gazes fixed on Lin Zifeng. At this moment, he was no longer arrogant, appearing as meek as a little white rabbit. "An A-rank fire ability user, finally, an A-rank has appeared. This trip was worth it. I'm Zhang Hu, the admissions officer from Shelong Academy. Lin Zifeng, we welcome you to consider our academy. We will meet all your conditions. Mingzhu Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy likewise extend our invitations." The 3 academy representatives publicly extended olive branches, leaving Lin Zifeng's mind in a whirl. "This is the top 3 academies of the Great Xia dynasty, and they all want me. I truly am a genius." He looked down at the crowd with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt as he basked in the envious and jealous gazes directed at him. The crowd below glared back in anger, wishing they could drag him off the stage and teach him a lesson. "It's just an A-rank ability. I'm not jealous at all. Why can he awaken an A-rank ability when I can't even get an E-rank?" Comparisons are infuriating, but what's worse is that smug face of his. It's disgusting. "Enough, stop talking. If he hears you, he might come after you." "Lin Zifeng?" He's notorious in our school for bullying the weak and holding grudges. Better keep quiet, then. Sighs of frustration spread across the square. Lin Zifeng, noticing the atmosphere below, seemed to grow even more arrogant, as if his tail was wagging up to the heavens. His gaze shifted to Mo Chang and Lu Qi, a mocking glint flashing in his eyes as he resolved to settle the score with them. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Lu Qi, showing no weakness, even raised his middle finger at him. Lin Zifeng let out a cold snort, turning away with disdain. After all, they no longer belonged to the same world. As the number of participants dwindled, Lu Qi finally stepped onto the stage. With trembling hands, he touched the awakening orb, silently wishing for breakthrough abilities. A green wind element began to gather in his palm, radiating a dazzling light. An A-grade wind element ability user. Another A-grade talent. Mingzhu Academy is going to snatch him for sure. Rubbish. Who says he's bound for Mingzhu? Stop inflating your ego. I think he should go to Xiaolong Academy. Shut up. The A-grade fire element user from before is still the most impressive. Who even are you? The three-sided argument quickly escalated, while the others closed their eyes, unwilling to get involved. Lu Qi grinned and gave Mo Chang a thumbs up, then turned to Lin Zifeng with a scornful gesture. See? I've got an A-grade ability too. Feeling frustrated yet? Lin Zifeng nearly fainted with anger. He hadn't expected Lu Qi, his sworn rival, to emerge as such a wildcard. No matter. There's still Mo Chang. There's no way they both can be A-grade. He comforted himself inwardly. Class 1, Blue Sea High School, Mo Chang. When the host called his name, Mo Chang strode confidently to the center of the stage. The platform was now empty, he was the final challenger. Luck truly is a strange thing, Mo Chang thought to himself, his steps heavy and his palms already soaked with sweat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he stood firmly on the stage. The girls in the audience lit up, as though they had discovered a hidden treasure, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Just because he's a man doesn't mean I can't like him. Meanwhile, the boys nearby wore sour expressions, staring jealously at Mo Chang. I'm good looking too. Why doesn't anyone notice me? Bro, I don't care for that pretty boy on stage, but your style is, honestly, unbearable. Suddenly, a piercing voice rang out, "Get lost, you male lovers." The scene instantly erupted into chaos. But Mo Chang remained unfazed, his only wish being to succeed in his awakening. Place your hand on it, the official instructed calmly. Mo Chang gave a small nod, pressing his palm to the mysterious orb. His heartbeat thundered in his chest as he awaited a miracle. Seconds passed, yet the orb showed no reaction. Mo Chang's heart grew heavier. Oh no, the handsome guy failed to awaken. If you're feeling down, come to me, sweetie. I'll comfort you. I told you this pretty boy was just for show. Look how useless he is. Exactly. He didn't even say a word, and here you are spouting garbage. Shows just how narrow-minded you are. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the official let out a furious roar. Silence. A powerful aura instantly suppressed the noise, forcing everyone to quiet down. Lin Zifeng smirked coldly in his heart. Mo Chang, you're so full of yourself. Don't get too cocky. From now on, we're not even in the same world. Lu Qi watched Mo Chang nervously, knowing how much effort he had poured into this awakening attempt. Seeing him fail, Lu Qi's heart ached as if it would burst. Awakening failed. You may step down. Just as Mo Chang was about to give up and turn away, his pupils suddenly contracted. A surge of bone-chilling ice energy erupted in his hand, sweeping violently across the area. Frost spread outward from where he stood, instantly turning the ground into a smooth, glassy mirror of ice. The temperature in the square plummeted, as though it had transformed into a freezing abyss. Those farther away shivered uncontrollably, while those closer found their feet encased in solid ice. Lin Zifeng felt the fire element within him instinctively activate, shielding him from being frozen into an ice sculpture. Lu Qi quickly retreated, shocked to his core. He understood Mo Chang had awakened, and it was no ordinary ability. The officials were equally stunned, immediately enveloping Mo Chang in a powerful aura to prevent the ice element from spiraling out of control. Mo Chang stared at his palm in astonishment, the icy blue light dancing at his fingertips. This is my ability? This aura, it's terrifying. He felt a bit lost. Though Lin Zifeng and Lu Qi had experienced something similar, it felt entirely unfamiliar now that it was happening to him. This is an S-grade ability. That kind of overwhelming aura? I can't be mistaken. Zhang Hu blurted out. This kid actually awakened an S-grade ice element ability? This trip was worth it. To think we'd discover an S-grade awakener in Blue Sea City. The three officials' eyes gleamed with greed, as though they had found an unparalleled treasure. S-grade ability users were exceedingly rare each year. Tasked with recruiting talent for their academies, securing someone of this caliber would elevate their school's prestige significantly, and the rewards for bringing him back would be immense. Brother Chang awakened an S-grade ice ability. I always knew you weren't ordinary. 1 S-grade, 1 A-grade Mingzhu Academy is set. We'll form a team and be invincible. Lu Qi was over the moon, while Lin Zifeng felt as though he'd swallowed a bitter pill. Jealousy and resentment churned within him. A moment ago, he had mocked Mo Chang, only to be slapped in the face the very next second. An S-grade ability? Impossible. How could it be him and not me? He glared at Mo Chang with burning hatred, wishing he could pound him into the ground. Though A-grade talents were not uncommon across the land, S-grade abilities relied entirely on luck and chance. An S-grade user could comprehend their domain upon reaching the 5th tier, while A-grade users would need to reach the 6th tier at minimum. The difference in progression speed was astronomical. The disparity between the two was evident at a glance. Still, hard work and perseverance could help bridge some of the gap. Mo Chang's aura gradually stabilized, and the three officials gathered around him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Could you not stand so close? You're suffocating me, Mo Chang croaked, his voice hoarse and his face slightly flushed. The three finally realized their overzealousness and took a few steps back, trying to mask their excitement. Apologies, Mo Chang. We didn't mean to. It must have been Zhang who crowding you. Look at his build. It had to be him. Exactly. The two of us are as skinny as bamboo poles. He's the one built like an ox. The other two officials chimed in, bantering with Zhang Hu, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Can you all quit ganging up and being annoying? Zhang Hu retorted indignantly. Am I wrong? Look at yourself, built like a barrel. The two of us together barely add up to you. Wang Ping jabbed, his tone dripping with mockery. True, true. I support that, Su Luan added with a calculating smile. Zhang Hu's face turned ashen, his voice trembling with grievance. You're all so cruel. Is it my fault I'm built like this? I didn't ask for it. The three ignored Zhang Hu's protests. Mingzhu Academy and the Imperial Academy had always been rivals to Xiaolong Academy. Why hold back? Wang Ping grinned smugly. Mo Chang, Mingzhu Academy sincerely invites you to join. Whatever you want, we'll make it happen. Su Luan quickly added, the Imperial Academy is well funded. We'll even gift you a top-tier D-level battlesuit. Zhang Hu refused to be outdone. The Xiaolong Academy also welcomes you. Our benefits are absolutely top-notch. The three of them went back and forth, their efforts to recruit him growing increasingly intense, all sense of decorum abandoned. Decorum? Could it grant you an S-level ability? Could it earn you the recognition of the Academy's leadership? Could it elevate your status to new heights? It was utterly insignificant. At their level, interests came first, decorum was nothing more than an illusion. The crowd below sighed quietly, marveling at the immense gap between people. Who was it earlier that claimed this kid would lose? How are they enjoying the taste of being proven wrong now? A spectator who had just mocked Mo Chang felt so embarrassed that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Feeling the burning gazes from the crowd below, Mo Chang knew he had to leave quickly. Teachers, I have something urgent to attend to. Could you give me your communication IDs? I'll reach out to you once I've made my decision, Mo Chang said earnestly, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. No problem. My name is Wang Ping. I look forward to meeting you again, the representative from Mingzhu Academy agreed readily. Wang Ping had reached his position not just through strength but also through meticulous observation and knowing when to advance or retreat. Allowing Mo Chang to leave willingly was far more effective in earning his trust than forcing him to stay, greatly increasing the chances of successfully recruiting him. My name is Su Luan. The resources of the Imperial Capital Academy will not be spared, Su Luan added. Me too. Zhang Hu hurried to chime in, afraid that Mo Chang might be snatched away by his competitors. After exchanging contact information, Mo Chang and Lu Qi quickly left the square. From a high-rise in the distance, a figure cloaked in black robes watched them coldly, sparing a glance at Lin Zifeng as well. An excellent candidate. With some careful guidance, this trip won't be for nothing. A low chuckle echoed as the black-robed figure disappeared in an instant. Brother Chang, why didn't you just choose Mingzhu Academy right away? With Wang Ping's attitude, we're pretty much guaranteed a spot. Lu Qi asked eagerly. Mo Chang looked at him, fully understanding his question. Mingzhu Academy requires a minimum C-level ability to enroll. If we were both C-level, we'd have agreed right away, Mo Chang explained. But now that we're S-level and A-level, we're essentially the most sought-after recruits among the three top academies. Rather than agreeing now, it's better to maximize our benefits and wait for them to come to us directly. Do you understand? Lu Qi's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Oh, I get it now. Brother Chang, you're so far-sighted. Following you is the way to go. 3 days without food and... Hey. I misspoke. I meant, with Brother Chang, there's no need to worry about getting rich. He quickly corrected himself. Mo Chang was already used to Lu Qi's quirky reactions. If Lu Qi didn't say something odd once or twice, it would almost feel out of place. By the way, Brother Chang, did you see Lin Zifeng's expression? It killed me. He looked like he'd just swallowed something disgusting. Should we go and settle things with him? Lu Qi asked, raring to go. No need to bother with him. As long as he doesn't come looking for trouble, I won't waste my time on him. The past is the past. I've already let it go, Mo Chang replied firmly, his expression serious. In the future, we'll encounter more people like him. Focusing on ourselves is the right path. Got it, Brother Chang, Lu Qi nodded earnestly. Brother Chang, there's still a month before the academy starts. What should we do until then? Staying home would be way too boring. Mo Chang thought for a moment. For now, let's work on mastering our abilities. My dad is an expert in this area. You should come to my house and let him guide you first. As for what comes next, I haven't decided yet. The two agreed to meet at Mo Chang's house in 3 days before parting ways. When Mo Chang returned home, he found that his parents weren't there. He headed straight to the gravity training room and began his rigorous daily practice. At 7 p.m., Zhao Yunrong and Mo Zhonghua returned home from working overtime. Not seeing Mo Chang around, they assumed he had gone to Lu Qi's house. After all, Mo Chang didn't have many friends. Lu Qi was the only one who could truly be called a friend. They hoped their son would make more friends, but he was always silent and reserved around strangers, almost like a mute, leaving them feeling helpless. Click, the door to the gravity training room suddenly opened, and Mo Chang stepped out, spotting his parents sitting on the couch. Dad, Mom, you're back. Have you been training in the gravity room this whole time? Zhao Yunrong and Mo Zhonghua asked with concern. Yeah, I've been at it for a while. I'm starving. Mom, how long until dinner? After such intense training, Mo Chang felt like he could devour an entire cow. Thankfully, his parents were home, otherwise, he would have had to rely on instant meals to get by. He silently resolved to learn how to cook before starting at the academy. He didn't want to starve someday because of his lack of culinary skills. He actually enjoyed cooking but had never had the chance to try it. His parents were unaware of this peculiar interest of his. Son, weren't you exhausted after training all afternoon? I'll start cooking right away, Zhao Yunrong said as she stood up. You don't get to slack off either. Come help me. Alright, I just lay down for a second, Mo Chang replied helplessly, his role in the family hierarchy becoming crystal clear. Mo Zhonghua sat at the dining table, his gaze fixed on his son. Testing the waters, he asked, Xiao Chang, how is your ability awakening coming along? Did you succeed? At that moment, Mo Chang was busy wolfing down his food while pondering how to break the news about his S-level ice ability to his parents. He worried they'd be shocked. After all, an S-level ability was almost unheard of. Hey, Xiao Chang? Xiao Chang? Mo Zhonghua called out, his tone growing tense when his son didn't respond. If you didn't succeed, it's okay. There are plenty of other paths to excellence in life. He assumed Mo Chang was feeling discouraged and fell silent. Yeah, Xiao Chang, don't worry. Even if you don't do anything and stay home all day, your dad and I will always have your back, Zhao Yunrong added gently, her motherly concern evident. Mo Chang took a deep breath and broke the silence. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Don't overthink it. He knew this wasn't the time to reveal too much. I succeeded in awakening my ability. Getting into Mingzhu Academy is practically guaranteed. Hearing this, Zhao Yunrong and Mo Zhonghua's tense expressions immediately relaxed, their earlier worries dissipating. I knew it. How could a son of mine, Mo Zhonghua, possibly fail? Not only did you succeed in awakening, but you also secured admission to one of the top 3 academies in the nation, Mingzhu Academy. That's my boy. Mo Zhonghua exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. So, Xiao Chang, what element did you awaken? And what rank is it? Zhao Yunrong asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Well, it's an ice ability. As for the rank, Mo Chang hesitated. It's okay. Since you got into Mingzhu Academy, it's at least sea level. There's nothing to hide, Zhao Yunrong said reassuringly, smiling. Exactly. A sea-level ability is already a rarity in Blue Sea City. Mo Chang finally gathered the courage to speak. Dad, Mom, it's not sea level. It's S-level ice ability. What? S-level? Mo Zhonghua blurted out in shock. You're saying you awakened an S-level ice ability? He had assumed his son's ability would be sea level like his own. The revelation that it was S-level left his mind reeling, unable to process the enormity of it. The words S-level echoed repeatedly in his brain, leaving him utterly stunned. Zhao Yunrong, equally shocked, found it hard to believe. Xiao Chang, are you sure you're not joking? It's true, Dad, Mom. I didn't tell you earlier because I didn't want to scare you. Mo Zhonghua and Zhao Yunrong were so thrilled that they nearly jumped out of their seats. An S-class ability. This was a glory to the family, something that even their ancestors would rejoice over. They had already begun imagining how they would boast to their neighbors. After calming down slightly, Mo Zhonghua smiled and said, since you have an S-class ability, getting into Mingzhu Academy is a sure thing. What about that Lu Qi kid? How did his awakening go? They were very satisfied with Lu Qi and his wife, finding him sincere and reliable. If Lu Qi hadn't succeeded in awakening, they would have worried about their son being alone in a strange environment. Blue Sea City occasionally experienced monster attacks. Though there was a defensive line, there were always a few that slipped through the cracks. Mingzhu Academy, on the other hand, was tightly secured, far surpassing any other place in Blue Sea City. With Lu Qi around, at least someone will look out for you, and we can rest assured. Mo Chang replied calmly. Lu Qi awakened an A-class wind ability. Dad, Mom, don't worry, we'll definitely both get into Mingzhu Academy. That's good, that's good. The kids are all grown up now, the couple smiled at each other. By the way, Dad, when Lu Qi and I use our abilities, we have trouble controlling them, they go haywire. You're an expert in this area. I've scheduled Lu Chi to come over 3 days from now. Could you guide us a bit? No problem, I'll take a day off work. If one day's not enough, I can take more, Mo Zhenghua agreed readily. No matter how busy work was, it couldn't compare to his son's future. An S-class ability, his son was destined for greatness. As a father, his job was to help his son avoid unnecessary detours. Thanks, Dad. Warmth filled Mo Chang's heart. His father was a 4th-tier ability user and could definitely help. Since his father was knowledgeable, Mo Chang planned to milk all the guidance he could. Fortunately, Mo Zhenghua didn't know his son's ulterior motives, or he would have delivered a stern head flick on the spot. After resolving the immediate issues, Mo Chang ate his fill and continued his gravity training. After his ability awakening, he could barely withstand 6 times gravity. But after an afternoon of adaptation, he was already testing 7 times gravity. This was a good sign. Lu Chi, come to my house in 3 days. My dad's free, Mo Chang sent a message, then lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. In a room at Blue Sea Hotel. This S-class ice ability user must be secured by Mingzhu Academy. Whatever conditions he sets, so long as they aren't too excessive, meet them all. Mingzhu City already has an S-class enhancement ability user. Adding this S-class ice ability user will greatly boost the strength of our new students. This will significantly increase our chances of winning the upcoming Inter-Academy Exchange Conference. Understood? A voice, old yet powerful, came from the other end of the call. Yes, Headmaster. I will complete the task. Wang Ping responded solemnly. After hanging up, he let out a deep breath. The pressure from the headmaster of Mingzhu Academy was immense. After a moment of reflection, Wang Ping's plan was set. If it's all about money, Mingzhu Academy has never feared anyone in terms of funding. A mature plan began to take shape in his mind. The second day after Awakening Day, Mo Chang woke up early. Just as he was about to eat breakfast and repeat the previous day's training, his personal communication device suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it turned out to be teacher Wang Ping from Mingzhu Academy. Just when I was wondering how to contact you, you reached out first, truly a gift in time of need. The initiative was now in Wang Ping's hands, but Mo Chang felt secretly pleased. This call might change everything. Mo Chang sharply deduced the purpose of the call and picked up the communicator, answering swiftly. Hello, teacher Wang Ping. Calling so early, what urgent matter do you have? Mo Chang spoke first, his tone calm yet tinged with vigilance. On the other end, Wang Ping let out a long breath, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He had been worried that Mo Chang might have already accepted offers from other academies. If that were the case, returning to Mingzhu Academy would bring criticism and possibly severe punishment, jeopardizing the interests he had accumulated over the years. Fortunately, Mo Chang hadn't fallen into another's hands yet, giving him a final opportunity. Student Mo Chang, there's something important I'd like to discuss with you. Are you available now? Wang Ping's tone carried a hint of urgency. Teacher Wang Ping, just say it directly. I have other matters to handle later, Mo Chang replied decisively, seizing the initiative and leaving no room for delays or manipulation. Wang Ping cursed inwardly at this difficult kid but remained confident. Backed by Mingzhu Academy, he had ample resources. As a 5th-tier ability user, Wang Ping's arsenal of materials was extensive enough to tempt Mo Chang. It's hard to explain over the phone. Let's meet somewhere to discuss this in detail. How about that? Wang Ping suggested. Blue Sea First High School. I'm familiar with it, so let's meet there, Mo Chang responded crisply. See you in an hour, they agreed on the time and place. After hanging up, Mo Chang immediately called Lu Chi on his communicator. Lu Chi, get up. Meet me at Blue Sea First High School. Teacher Wang Ping will be there too. Huh? So early? Alright, I'll be there soon. Lu Chi, still yawning, quickly snapped to attention. Mo Chang hung up, finished his breakfast swiftly, and headed to the agreed location. An hour later, Mo Chang saw Wang Ping and Lu Chi conversing from afar. Lu Chi seemed clearly overpowered by Wang Ping's presence, his expression somewhat uneasy. Mo Chang stepped forward to break the tension. Teacher Wang Ping, you're quite early. It's just been an hour. Have you been waiting long? Wang Ping smiled faintly. Not too long. I was just chatting with Lu Chi in the meantime. Lu Chi quickly changed the subject. I'm only here because Chang called me. Whatever you have to say, he's the one to talk to. Mo Chang's sharp gaze cut straight to the heart of the matter. Teacher Wang Ping, let's get to business. Seeing this, Wang Ping had no choice but to adopt a more serious demeanor. Student Mo Chang, Student Lu Chi, Mingzhu Academy sincerely invites both of you to join us. As for benefits, we've prepared generous ones. I hope you won't refuse. Let's hear the specifics, Mo Chang smiled faintly, his tone probing. Wang Ping began listing the terms. If you join Mingzhu Academy, each of you will receive 1 A-class energy crystal and 2 B-class energy crystals. Additionally, we will provide 2 ability-compatible techniques, one of profound grade, the other of yellow grade. Especially for you, student Mo Chang, we've also prepared a set of C-class battle armor. Hearing this, Mo Chang's eyes glimmered with a trace of surprise. A few days ago, the Imperial Capital Academy had only offered D-class battle armor, which had already shocked him. Battle armor was worlds apart from ordinary combat uniforms. Even a regular person wearing battle armor could contend with ability users. The power of D-class armor was already astonishing, and C-class armor was even more top-tier, enough to make lower-tier ability users tremble. But Mo Chang feigned composure and said lightly, "Teacher Wang Ping, Lucci and I are like brothers. If I have battle armor but he doesn't, I'd feel uneasy." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with a hint of tears, signaling Lucci to play alone. Lucci immediately caught on, tears seemingly welling up in his eyes. "That's right, Teacher Wang Ping. Chang and I grew up together. Don't leave me out." Wang Ping's mouth twitched, inwardly cursing these two kids for being even more cunning than him. But the principal's orders were strict, and he could only swallow his frustration. "There's only one set of C-class battle armor at the moment, but I also have a set of D-class armor. The Beast's Mountain range outside Blue Sea City has the lowest level of D-class. As long as you don't go looking for trouble, with the armor's protection, you'll be basically safe." Mo Chang instantly stopped his crying, patted Lucci on the shoulder, and flashed a smug smile. "Thank you, Teacher Wang Ping. We'll head to Pearl Academy together in a month." Wang Ping handed over an admission letter. "This is the enrollment letter for Pearl Academy. Report with this in a month. Tomorrow, someone will deliver your benefits, just give me the address. I still have admissions tasks to handle, so I'll take my leave for now. See you next time." After speaking, Wang Ping turned and left. Mo Chang and Lucci exchanged a look, secretly pleased. Their mission was complete, their goal achieved, no need to linger. On the way home, Lucci couldn't stop praising Mo Chang. If not for Brother Chang, how would he ever have the chance to own his own battle armor? In his heart, Mo Chang's image had already far surpassed that of his own father. If Lu Yingtian knew, he'd probably be so furious he'd retire early. "Come to my house tomorrow and get familiar with your abilities. We need to push our strength to the limit before entering the academy. Brother Chang, don't worry, I'll be there on time." As soon as the words were spoken, the two parted ways. The next day, Lucci arrived at Mo Chang's home on time. The three gathered in the gravity chamber. "The reason you feel like you can't control your abilities is that you haven't truly mastered them. Let me put it this way, your wild abilities are like a crying baby, you need to soothe it first. Close your eyes, feel the source energy around you, and guide it to calm the turbulent vortex of your abilities. When the energy stops running wild, success is within reach. Only by truly mastering your abilities can you be considered a first-rank ability user. Right now, you only have power but don't know how to use it." Mo Zhongwei explained clearly and simply, and Mo Chang and Lucci suddenly saw the light as all their confusion dissipated like smoke. Mo Chang slowly closed his eyes, sensing the flow of source energy in the world. Seeing him start, Lucci mimicked him and closed his eyes as well. "Clear your mind, calm as still water." Mo Chang focused entirely. As time ticked by, just when he started doubting himself, a transparent energy quietly flowed into his body. It was formless and colorless, yet it brought an incredibly comfortable sense of power, filling him with boundless energy. "I did it. Next, use the source energy to soothe the restless vortex of your abilities." Seeing the source energy gather around his son, Mo Zhongwei's mouth nearly formed an O, and his eyes widened as if they could hold an egg. "Good grief. It took me a whole week to sense source energy back in the day, and he managed it in under half an hour? Comparing myself to him is just asking for humiliation." Mo Zhongwei was stunned by his son's talent, a speed that was shockingly extraordinary. He remembered that even the founder of the Summer Dragon Guard took half an hour to sense source energy. Now, his son was on par with that mighty figure in terms of speed. This glory filled his face with pride. He couldn't help but think that if he'd worked harder back then, perhaps he could have gone further too. Just as he was lost in thought, a surge of source energy gathered not far away. Following his gaze, he saw it was Lucci. What the heck? This kid also sensed source energy this quickly? Is this even fair? Mo Zhongwei's emotions were complicated. He was both happy and a bit defeated. After all, the rookies in his studio usually took a week to sense source energy, the fastest ones needed at least a day or two. He had thought Mo Chang and Lucci were naturally gifted, but he hadn't expected their speed to break all limits. His expression alternated between joy and despair. If anyone saw him now, they'd think he'd gone mad. Meanwhile, Mo Chang focused entirely on guiding the source energy, oblivious to the storm outside. The source energy followed his lead, slowly gathering around the vortex of his abilities. Feeling the immense power, even though he had experienced it once before, Mo Chang couldn't help but be awed. The source energy gently brushed past the vortex, like a mother caressing her child, continuing for a full half hour. The restless vortex gradually calmed, its terrifying aura no longer spreading. The icy blue vortex of abilities now resembled a crystal-clear blue gem, elegant and mysterious. Mo Chang opened his eyes, and for a moment, an icy blue light flashed through them. His aura exuded in noble, imperial majesty, as though he could freeze the entire world. Even Mo Zhongwei was stunned speechless. Was this still his son? Why did he feel an inexplicable urge to bow before him? Mo Zhongwei's inner monologue was a chaotic mess, but fortunately, Mo Chang was unaware. Otherwise, his father's image might have taken a nosedive. Snapping back to reality, Mo Zhongwei spoke seriously to Mo Chang. Sensing source energy in under half an hour, not bad. Back in the day, with my C-class ability talent, it took me an hour. Your talent is better than mine by half an hour, but I still think you're a bit slow. Hearing his father's words, Mo Chang reined in his pride and reminded himself to stay humble. His father's words were like a bucket of cold water, pulling him back from his self-satisfaction. Seeing his son sitting upright and serious, Mo Zhonghua secretly felt pleased. No matter how talented, he still had to listen to me. Though his face remained stern, inside he was already soaring on cloud 9. Master actor, nailed it. Soon after, Lu Qi's aura also stabilized. Opening his eyes, he saw the two of them staring at him intensely, scratching his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Brother Chang, I took a bit longer. Actually, I only beat you by a little. It's no big deal. Their conversation nearly made Mo Zhonghua spit blood. This was considered slow? If he had been that fast back then, he might have just retired from frustration. Now that you've both calmed your abilities, I've got nothing left to do. I'll take my leave. Before he finished speaking, he was already striding away, afraid that if he stayed any longer, he really might cough up blood. Imperial Capital. Two young women sat on a bench in the Imperial Capital Airport lounge, waiting for their flight. One had snow-white hair, resembling the pristine snow of winter. Her eyes glowed like crimson rubies, sharp and piercing like blades that could cut into one's soul. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her eyes like stars, and her skin was as flawless as jade. Her beauty was unparalleled, save for perhaps a slight lack of fullness in her chest. The other wore black twin ponytails, her eyes deep as water, her face adorned with a sweet, cheerful smile. Sister Baijiu, are we really going to Pearl Academy? Su Ling asked hesitantly. For someone like me, no one else gets to meddle in my future, Baijiu replied righteously, her eyes gleaming with determination. When I become strong enough to change my fate, I'll personally confront those who tried to shackle me. Alright then, Sister Baijiu. I'm giving up my chance to attend Imperial Academy for this. You'd better treat me to a feast, an enormous one. Su Ling said playfully, hands on her hips. Alright, you can choose whatever you want to eat when the time comes. The plane's almost here. Let's go, Baijiu said, patting Su Ling's head before turning to lead her toward the boarding gate. Are you really okay with letting Xiaozhou go to Mingzhu alone? The Blood Fiend Society has been quite active lately, and Mingzhu isn't as safe as the Imperial capital. Aren't you worried? Su Ling asked with concern. Don't worry. I've arranged for a 7th-tier powerhouse to stay by her side. As long as the higher-ups of the Blood Fiend Society don't show up, she'll be perfectly safe, Baijiu replied calmly. Outside the window, in one of the tall buildings, a man and a woman watched intently as the plane took off. After Mo Zhonghua walked out, Lu Qi quickly moved to Mo Chang's side, his palm open as wind elements gathered in his hand. Wow, that's so cool. Chang, how about you? Let me see. Lu Qi asked curiously. Mo Chang sighed inwardly and spread his hands. A cold, icy element condensed in his palms, and frost began to form at his fingertips. Chang, why is your ice-based ability so cold? Someone else awakened an ice ability a few days ago, but it wasn't nearly as terrifying as yours, Lu Qi asked. Are you dumb? How could an S-grade ability be the same as other grades? The purity and strength of the elements are completely different, Mo Chang replied disdainfully, feeling exasperated by Lu Qi's question. Just then, the doorbell rang. Mo Chang thought for a moment and then walked toward the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a black suit holding a package, his eyes fixed intently on Mo Chang. Hello, I'm Mo Chang. You must be the one Wang Ping sent to deliver the gift, Mo Chang said with a smile, feeling a surge of excitement. At last, the resources Wang Ping had promised were here. The man placed the package down and turned to leave. Xiao Chang, who was that? Mo Zhonghua asked from the sofa as he saw his son return. It was someone sent by the Mingzhu Academy. This is a small gift from their representative here in Lanhai City, Mo Chang explained. Mo Zhonghua nodded, asking no further questions. His child had grown up, and he needed to face challenges independently. Chang, who was knocking at the door? Lu Qi leaned over to ask. Someone sent by Wang Ping, Mo Chang said, shaking the package slightly, trying to get Lu Qi to guess its contents. If it's from Wang Ping, then this package must contain what he promised to give us, Lu Qi speculated. Mo Chang opened the package, revealing 2 A-grade source energy crystals, 4 B-grade source energy crystals, 4 electronic information cards, and 2 metallic spherical objects. Chang, what are these? Lu Qi asked, puzzled as he touched one of the metallic spheres. Go ask my dad, he should know, Mo Chang replied, handing the metallic sphere to his father, Mo Zhonghua. This is a battle armor sent by the Mingzhu Academy. How do we use it? Mo Zhonghua looked at the metallic sphere, visibly shocked. This battle armor was no ordinary gift. This is C-grade battle armor. The central scanner must perform an iris scan to activate it, Mo Zhonghua explained patiently. The armor can only be used by one person, and switching users requires resetting the biological data. He then detailed the method for using the battle armor to his son. As Mo Zhonghua explained, Mo Chang's eyes remained fixed on the metallic sphere. Iris scanning in progress. Iris scan complete, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded from the sphere. Would you like to activate the C-grade battle armor, Silver Radiance? Activate. Mo Chang replied without hesitation. The metallic sphere began to liquefy, slowly crawling up Mo Chang's body and enveloping him entirely in an instant. Holy crap, Chang! Did you just turn into venom? Lu Qi blurted out. Shut up! You're the one who's venom, Mo Chang snapped, tempted to strangle him. That comparison was utterly absurd. This is C-grade liquid metal. It only reveals the armor once it fully covers you, making it easier to carry and repair, Mo Zhonggui explained again, his tone tinged with envy. As long as it isn't reduced to ash, it can recover over time. Accompanied by the sound of metal clinking, the battle armor began to solidify on Mo Chang's body. Before long, a silver-gray battle armor stood before the two of them, emanating an oppressive aura that sent chills down one's spine. Damn, Chang, you look way too cool, Lu Qi exclaimed, almost jumping with excitement. It was his first time seeing a real battle armor in action. What man doesn't love battle armor? If someone doesn't, they probably aren't a real man. Mo Chang was equally thrilled. This was his battle armor, his very own. He began moving his limbs to test it out. Bang, 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 with every step, the sound of machinery echoed, making the house seem to tremble. You need to test it outside. Don't mess around in here. If you break something, your mother will definitely come after me. She might even make me kneel on a broom. Go, we go, hurry outside, Mo Zhonggui urged them, not joking in the slightest. If anything got wrecked, he wouldn't have a moment's peace tonight. Out in the open space of the residential area, two suits of battle armor, one black and one silver, stood side by side, drawing countless stares. Even hover cars in Lanhai City were considered rare, let alone battle armor. Hearing the surrounding admiration, Lu Qi felt as if he was soaring, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Mo Chang picked up a stone from the ground, squeezing it in his hand. The once solid stone instantly turned to powder, slipping through the gaps in his fingers. Next, he grabbed a larger stone and smashed it against his head. With a loud bang, the stone shattered on impact. Mo Chang only felt as though his head had been lightly tapped, no pain at all. As expected of C-grade battle armor. With this level of defense, as long as I don't provoke a fifth-tier beast, I should be fine. With this armor, I can proceed with my plans, Mo Chang thought to himself as he and Lu Qi continued testing other features. Once the tests were complete, they each returned to their homes. Back in his room, Mo Chang took out one of the electronic information cards and inserted it into the slot on his console. A file began loading on the screen. He already knew how to use these cards. The files were stored within and would self-destruct after being studied. Although yellow rank techniques weren't particularly rare, they still cost tens of thousands on the market, common enough to be useful but not so common as to be cheap. As for techniques higher than yellow rank, like profound rank techniques, they were almost impossible to obtain through normal means, only available on the black market. Once the file finished loading, Mo Chang opened a video that explained how to use a yellow rank technique called ice explosion. The person in the video demonstrated how to condense ice elements into a block of frost, which would explode upon contact with an enemy, releasing immense power. The shards of ice would then inflict secondary damage. Impressive, Mo Chang remarked, evaluating the technique. After mastering this attack technique, he could deliver unexpected strikes when facing distant enemies. Mo Chang followed the tutorial from the video and began his practice in the gravity chamber. A large amount of ice element gathered in his hands, forming an ice bead, which he shot toward the distant target. However, halfway through its flight, the ice bead suddenly exploded with a bang. A shard hit Mo Chang squarely in the stomach. Damn it, that hurts. Why did it explode? He clutched his stomach, gasping in pain, and muttered to himself in a quivering voice. No, I have to try a few more times. I'll definitely figure out the reason. Mo Chang kept motivating himself and put on the combat suit he had bought from the combat preparation center. With this suit, the pain from hits shouldn't be as intense. Come on, Mo Chang, you can do this. It's just a little ice explosion, nothing you can't handle. And so, Mo Chang began a self-torturous training regime. Mo Zhonggui sat on the sofa, watching TV while listening to the sounds of agonized screams coming from the gravity chamber. Doubt filled his mind. What's that boy doing in there to make such horrible noises? Finally, when the screams reached their peak, they abruptly ceased, leaving only an endless silence in their wake. Mo Chang lay on the ground, panting heavily. Through repeated challenges, he finally realized why the explosions kept happening. Each time the ice bead flew a certain distance, his mental connection to it would break. The uncontrolled ice bead would naturally explode. As expected of a genius, it didn't take him long to figure out the principle behind it. Mo Chang stood up again, determination rising in his heart. This time, he was resolved to succeed. Taking a deep breath, he threw the ice bead forward, maintaining a constant mental link with it in his mind. Explode, he suddenly shouted as the ice bead neared the target. At the exact moment his voice fell, the ice bead detonated. The target was shattered by the powerful explosion, and remnants of frost still clung to the splintered wood. Ha ha ha, I did it! It's true what they say, failure is the mother of success. I finally succeeded. Tears welled up in Mo Chang's eyes, his heart brimming with joy. He wiped away his tears, stood up straight, and pushed open the door to the gravity chamber. Just as he stepped out, Zhao Yunrong opened the front door. Upon entering, she immediately noticed her son's red eyes and her husband, Imo Zhonghua, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Her mind instantly conjured up scenes of her son being scolded by his father for failing in training. Her mood darkened, and a fiery anger ignited in her eyes as she stared fixedly at Imo Zhonghua. "Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Imo Zhonghua asked, confused. He wondered if some dirt had gotten on his face, causing his wife to look at him so intently. "Imo Zhonghua, did you scold Xiao Chang? Look at how red his eyes are." Zhao Yunrong's tone carried a hint of anger. Clearly, in her heart, her son's status far outweighed her husband's. What? You think I scolded Xiao Chang?" Imo Zhonghua was stunned, disbelief filling his heart. He turned to look at Imo Chang, and at first glance, he indeed saw his son standing there with reddened eyes. Now he understood why his wife had been glaring at him since she entered. She must have thought he had berated Imo Chang. If he didn't explain himself clearly, knowing Zhao Yunrong's temperament, he might actually get kicked out of the house. "I've been wronged." Imo Zhonghua cried in his heart and immediately spoke up. "It's not what you think, honey. Listen to me. And Xiao Chang, come here and clear this up with your mom, or I'm doomed." Hearing this, Imo Chang realized what had happened. His mother had misunderstood his red eyes and thought his father had scolded him. With Imo Zhonghua's explanation and subsequent confirmation, Zhao Yunrong realized her mistake. Her tone softened, and she said sheepishly, "I'm sorry, dear. I misunderstood you. You'll forgive me, won't you?" Imo Zhonghua gave a helpless smile and nodded slightly to show he had forgiven her. After all, he was a good man. The principles of manly virtue were deeply ingrained in him. Back in the day, he had gone to great lengths to win over his wife. Cherishing her was a given, how could he ever blame her? Of course, this tolerance was reserved for his family. He was only this magnanimous with them. If someone outside dared to badmouth him, he'd undoubtedly grab his 40-meter-long blade to have a discussion. "You're the best, as always. I'll go make dinner now." Zhao Yunrong smiled gently. Despite being in her 40s, her smile was as youthful as a woman in her 20s or 30s. Her graceful demeanor and refined beauty seemed untouched by time. It was easy to imagine that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. As an ability user, her lifespan was much longer than that of ordinary people. As her cultivation advanced, her lifespan would only increase further. Watching his parents flirt, Imo Chang couldn't help but feel wistful. He wished classes would start soon so he could head to Mingzhu Academy. Growing up, he had witnessed this scene countless times. How many more times would he see it in the future? "Hey, Dad, Mom, I'm still here." Though Imo Chang said this, his heart was filled with happiness. After all, who wouldn't want to live in a harmonious family? Xiao Chang is still here. "Move your hand," Zhao Yunrong said, lightly slapping her husband's wandering hand and chiding him playfully. Then she leaned close to his ear, whispered a few words, and turned to the kitchen. Imo Zhonghua's face lit up with joy, as if a withered tree had blossomed again. Facing the odd look his son shot him, he felt a little embarrassed and tried to act serious. "Now that everything's cleared up, you must be tired after all this. Get some rest early tonight, okay?" Imo Chang was at a loss for words. With his father having said everything, there was nothing left for him to add. He simply nodded to show that he understood. That night, Imo Chang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After awakening, his physique and senses had significantly improved. Hearing the sounds coming from the next room, his face flushed, and he got up abruptly. Since he couldn't sleep, he decided not to. He might as well take this time to master the profound rank technique, Absolute Ice Palm. In the video, the demonstrator gathered the ice element into their palm. At the moment of contact with the opponent, a large amount of ice element would transfer into the opponent's body. The invading cold would soon cause frost to emanate from the opponent's body. Their movements would slow down until they were ultimately frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Damn, that's insane. With this technique, the longer I fight an enemy, the higher my chances of winning. Secretly injecting someone's body with cold energy, this is so sneaky. But I love it. A sinister grin crept onto Imo Chang's face, a smile that sent chills down the spine. Imagine yourself in the middle of a battle with an enemy, only to find that they no longer even have the strength to lift their weapon. How could the fight possibly go on? Over the next few days, he resolved to master this technique, silently making up his mind. Sitting on his bed, Imo Chang took out 7 E-grade source energy crystals, placed them beside him, and began to slowly absorb the source energy contained within. He stopped only when the vibrant glow of the 7 E-grade source energy crystals dimmed into a lifeless gray. "It seems necessary to go on a trial journey, to consolidate the strength within my body and assess my true capabilities," he muttered to himself. The D-grade Beast Mountain range that teacher Wang Ping mentioned sounds like a good destination. Having made up his mind, Imo Chang lay sideways on the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into a deep sleep. In the following days, Imo Chang had no other activities apart from gravity training and cultivation. The 10th day after Awakening Day. "Should we head to the mountain outside the city tomorrow for some training?" Imo Chang asked Lu Qi, seeking his opinion. "I'm all in, Brother Chang. You have no idea how itchy my hands have been these past few days, Lucci replied eagerly. Ever since awakening my ability, all I've been doing is absorbing source energy and practicing that technique. Staying home all day is driving me insane. Lucci was visibly restless and genuinely wanted to go out for some real training. To him, being stuck at home with nothing to do was worse than death. Now, hearing about the chance to hunt beasts and hone his strength, he couldn't be more thrilled. Danger? Heh, I have a D-grade combat suit. As long as I don't do anything reckless, we should be fine, Lucci added confidently. Alright, then let your father know. I'll meet you at the school gate tomorrow at noon. We'll grab some basic gear before heading out, Mo Chang instructed, emphasizing that Lucci needed to inform his father. Even though the likelihood of encountering danger was slim, it was still necessary to inform his family. After all, no one could guarantee absolute safety, and it was always better to be prepared for the worst. In a world like this, survival required prudence. Got it, Brother Chang. I'll let my dad know and see if he can send us some extra manpower and maybe some funds too, Lucci said enthusiastically. No, I just meant for you to let your father know. Before Mo Chang could finish, Lucci had already hung up the call. He's probably planning to use this as an excuse to squeeze some money out of his dad, Mo Chang muttered to himself, fully aware of Lucci's intentions. Although Lucci's family conditions were decent, Luing Tian only ever provided him with just enough for daily essentials, never a penny more. This time, with the opportunity to venture out for training, Lucci had a legitimate reason to ask his father for funds. Mo Chang didn't bother saying more, it wouldn't make any difference anyway. Besides, it was Lucci's private matter, and he had no reason to intervene. Little did Mo Chang know, someone was secretly watching him, monitoring his every move. In a narrow alley, Lin Zifeng stood before a man in black, his face drenched in cold sweat. The man's low voice sounded like the whisper of a demon, filling Lin Zifeng's heart with unease. On awakening day, this man in black had approached him, asking if he was willing to join the Blood Fiend Society. Lin Zifeng had heard of the Blood Fiend Society before. It was an anti-human organization that even his high school teachers had warned them about. The group was notorious for its heinous crimes, targeting ability users and occasionally even ordinary people. During battles between ability users and beasts, Blood Fiend Society operatives would often launch surprise attacks, putting the fighters in even greater peril. No one knew the true goals of the Blood Fiend Society, but their every action brought chaos and bloodshed. Initially, Lin Zifeng wanted to run, but every time he thought he had shaken off the black-clad man, the figure would appear before him again the very next second. On several occasions, when representatives from the three top academies called to invite him, Lin Zifeng had tried to seek their help, only to find a blade pressed against his throat. The man in black warned him that if he uttered a single word out of line, his head would be severed from his body. With no other choice, Lin Zifeng had to tell the academy representatives that he was still considering their offers and was not ready for any in-person discussions. The man in black had given him 10 days to think it over. Now that the deadline had arrived, the man had returned as promised. I still haven't made up my mind. Could you give me a few more days? Lin Zifeng stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The man in black stared at him coldly, clearly enjoying the act of toying with others. He decided to spare Lin Zifeng's life for now, offering him an opportunity instead. Kid, do you want revenge on Mo Chang and Lucci? Here's your chance. The only question is whether you're willing to take it, the man said in a chilling tone that left Lin Zifeng trembling with fear. Hatred bubbled within Lin Zifeng's heart. On awakening day, he should have been the one standing in the spotlight, but Mo Chang and Lucci had stolen his thunder. The events of that day had left him increasingly bitter and twisted. However, knowing that the man was from the Blood Fiend Society, Lin Zifeng couldn't help but feel wary. His thoughts wavered back and forth. The man in black seemed to see through his hesitation. When Lin Zifeng shook his head to refuse, the man's voice turned icy. You don't have to pay anything. Consider this a losing deal on my part. I'll help you unconditionally this time. Here's a bottle of enhancement serum. It'll allow you to battle at a level beyond your current stage for a short period of time. Afterward, you can let me know whether you're willing to join us. You won't refuse such an offer, will you? Lin Zifeng's guard remained up. How do I know you're not lying? Can the Blood Fiend Society even be trusted? He wasn't stupid. He understood the risks of dealing with such dangerous people. If he agreed, they certainly wouldn't let him go easily. Believe it or don't, it's up to you. But you only have two options now, the man in black said coldly. 1, I kill you right here and now. Or 2, you agree to my terms. Whether I let you go afterward depends entirely on my mood. The man's tone carried an undeniable threat, and Lin Zifeng had no doubt about his ruthlessness. Overcome with fear, he could only relent. Fine, I agree. I'll choose the second option. But you have to let me go afterward, he said, his voice trembling. I always keep my word. In fact, I'm the most trustworthy person in the Blood Fiend Society, the man in black said with a sinister smile. As for whether he would actually keep his promise, anyone naive enough to expect honesty from the Blood Fiend Society was simply deluding themselves. If Lin Zifeng refused to cooperate willingly, the man wouldn't hesitate to turn him into a puppet under his control. My informant in Blue Sea City tells me that they'll be heading to the mountain outside the city for training tomorrow. This is your best chance to take revenge, the man in black continued. I'll take you there quietly tomorrow. No one will notice us. Think about the way they flaunted their arrogance before you, think about the humiliation you endured on Awakening Day. Do you want revenge? I am giving you this opportunity, you only need to follow my instructions. He handed over a vial of potion. Take this potion, and you will gain the power to exact your vengeance. Here, take it. Lin Zifeng felt a storm of emotion swirling in his heart, and almost as if possessed, he reached out and accepted the potion. The smile on the man in black's face grew more sinister, resembling the brewing storm of a dark cloud ready to descend. Hello, teacher Zhang Hu from Xiaolong Academy, I've already decided to join Mingzhu Academy. Lu Qi will be coming with me, Lin Zifeng's voice carried a note of determination. What? You want me to call teacher Wang Ping right now and decline Mingzhu Academy? That's impossible, the other party seemed somewhat displeased. No matter how attractive the terms you offer, I cannot go back on my word. What would that make me if not a petty person? Don't you agree? He tried hard to maintain his stance. All right. Goodbye, teacher Zhang Hu. After hanging up, Mo Chang lay down on the sofa. Having just returned home, the representatives from both Imperial Capital Academy and Xiaolong Academy had already come knocking, inquiring about his decision. Originally, he had intended to refuse outright, but after hearing their offers, his resolve began to waver. If he hadn't already decided to join Mingzhu Academy and accepted their benefits, he might have truly changed his mind at the last moment. In the end, he made it clear to them that he had already joined Mingzhu Academy and had no intention of switching, which finally put the matter to rest. I guess I still prefer battles. Dealing with people is just too exhausting, Mo Chang muttered to himself, rising to head toward the gravity chamber. 10 days ago, he had already been able to endure 6 times the gravity. After this period of training and the physical enhancement that came with becoming a first-tier ability user, he now wanted to try 8 times the gravity. Today, he would push himself to his limits. As soon as he adjusted the settings to 8 times gravity, darkness enveloped Mo Chang's vision, and his body swayed violently, nearly collapsing. Taking a few deep breaths, he steadied himself and crossed his legs to sit. Time passed, and the pressure on his back grew heavier and heavier, like a mountain pressing down, robbing him of his breath. With a cracking sound, Mo Chang's entire body felt as though it was about to fall apart. Eventually, he collapsed onto the ground, motionless. His entire body was racked with excruciating pain, and even his spirit felt on the verge of breaking. Mo Chang cried out in agony, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. After shutting off the 8-fold gravity, he lay motionless on the ground, his breathing so faint it was barely audible. His heart pounded wildly, and he felt utterly drained of energy. It took nearly half an hour of resting on the ground before Mo Chang could barely stand up. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he stood, and if not for the support of the wall, he might have collapsed to his knees. 15 minutes. Currently, I can only endure 15 minutes. Exceeding that duration might cause irreversible damage. It hurts so much I could die. I feel like I'm falling apart, my head's still spinning. As he walked, he rubbed his head with one hand, muttering quietly. First, I'll wash off this sweat, then absorb the energy from a D-rank source crystal. I should recover about 70 to 80%. Mo Chang crossed his legs on the bed and began absorbing the energy from the D-rank source energy crystal in front of him. As the absorption continued, the fatigue in his body gradually dissipated. Currently, the most effective way to recover energy was to absorb source energy to replenish his consumption. If he had injuries, the source energy could also slowly heal them. For faster healing, however, he'd need the help of light or water ability users who had studied healing techniques, those would be much more effective. Exhaling deeply, Mo Chang felt his body recovering almost completely. He was now just one step away from becoming a mid-level first-tier ability user. Tomorrow, I'll head out for a week of training. I should be able to break through smoothly. As he thought about this, his mood lifted instantly. The allure of improving his strength nearly made him forget the pain he had endured in the gravity chamber. The next afternoon, Mo Chang watched as Lu Yingtian stepped down from a levitating car, followed by Lu Qi and a group of bodyguards. Xiao Chang, I heard you're planning to head to the Beast Mountain outside the city with Lu Qi for some training, Lu Yingtian said, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. Yes, Lu Qi and I are planning to train in the mountains for 7 days. I'm not sure if you'll approve of him going with me, Mo Chang said nervously, sensing that Lu Yingtian might be reluctant to let Lu Qi go. If Lu Qi couldn't go, Mo Chang would have to go alone. While traveling with someone else was safer, Mo Chang was not the type to back down because of it. You don't need to worry, Xiao Chang. I never said I wouldn't let the boy go with you. In fact, I'm more than happy. Sharpening one's skills is a good thing. Every true powerhouse has weathered storms, and the bitterness behind their strength is something only they understand. Those who live forever under the protection of others can never become strong, Lu Yingtian said, patting Mo Chang on the shoulder. Brother Chang, let's go buy some basic supplies now. The sooner we prepare, the sooner we can head into the mountains, Lu Qi said excitedly. Mo Chang nodded in agreement before getting into the levitating car to set off with Lu Yingtian and the others. Outside Blue Ocean City. Are you too sure you want to enter the D-rank Beast Mountain number 80? A soldier asked, eyeing the two young men before him. There were many beast mountains in the world, categorized by rank and number. Some mountains were designated for ability users to train in, while others were high-danger zones. There were even rumored life-forbidden zones, from which no explorers had ever returned alive. The high-danger zones were typically S-rank beast mountains, where the lowest-ranked beasts had 7th-tier strength. Currently, there were only 4 high-danger zones in the world, 2 of which were under the surveillance of the Great Xia. Yes, we're newly awakened students. Since there's still over a month until we report to our academy, we wanted to take this opportunity to hone ourselves, Mo Chang explained respectfully, dressed in combat gear. These soldiers were frontline fighters and deserved everyone's respect. There are indeed many students who come here to train, but they're already enrolled in academies. Are you really sure about this? The soldier asked hesitantly, unwilling to see young lives wasted due to impulsive decisions. It's fine. Let them go. Mo Zhonghua and Lu Yingtian stepped forward. Their mutual connections due to their children had created a certain camaraderie. They'll take care of themselves. We've also prepared the necessary measures, so there's no need to worry. Besides, the highest-ranked beast in the D-rank beast mountain number 80 is only at the 3rd tier. There's no significant danger. I'll need to report this first, so please wait a moment, the soldier said, realizing this wasn't a decision he could make alone. Before long, a middle-aged man appeared before the crowd. Hello, I am the guardian commander of the D-level number 80 beast mountain range. I heard that these two young men wish to enter and hone their skills. Please sign this document first, and we will grant access. The middle-aged man took out 2 documents and placed them in front of Mo Chang and Lu Qi. The document stated that if any accidents occurred in the Beast Mountain range, the individuals would bear all responsibility. Mo Chang and Lu Qi found no issue with this. After all, it was a responsibility they had to bear themselves. They quickly signed their names. Here are sensors. If you encounter danger, press the button, and we will support you immediately. Recently, the military has been clearing out beasts to prevent a beast tide. The soldiers here must patrol constantly and cannot spare manpower to protect you, the middle-aged man explained as he handed the small devices to Mo Chang and Lu Qi. Should danger arise, they would rush to assist immediately. Mo Chang and Lu Qi expressed their thanks and headed straight into the mountains. You all stay here. If there's any danger, you must provide immediate support. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay here, Lu Yingtian said, nodding to Mo Zhonghua before leaving. Among the 5 bodyguards left behind, 3 were 3rd-level ability users, and the other 2 were 4th-level ability users. Even if an accident occurred, they could handle almost anything. It had been several dozen minutes since Mo Chang and Lu Qi entered the Beast Mountain range, yet they hadn't even seen a shadow of a beast. Brother Chang, we've been walking for so long without encountering a single beast. Could they all be dead? Lu Qi asked, puzzled. We're still at the outer perimeter of the mountain range, so naturally, there aren't many beasts here. For safety purposes, keep your weapon within easy reach, Mo Chang reminded as he secured his short blade to his right thigh. His combat suit had specially designed storage spaces, making it very convenient to carry items. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the roar of beasts came from the forest ahead. Judging by the sound, there seemed to be quite a few of them. Be careful. There are beasts ahead. Mo Chang warned, staring intently at the eerie woods in front of them. Both men gripped their weapons tightly, keeping their eyes fixed on the source of the sound. A few glossy black-furred demon wolves slowly emerged from the underbrush. Their crimson, vertical pupils locked onto the 2 men, emitting low growls from their throats. Their sharp teeth, as thick as a baby's arm, dripped with fresh, red liquid. The demon wolves didn't attack immediately but instead circled the 2 at a slow pace. 1st-level demon wolves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Mo Chang counted. 5 in total. I'll take 3, you handle 2. Got it? No problem, Lu Qi replied. After confirming the division, the 2 crouched slightly, ready to strike first. Mo Chang felt a surge of excitement. He wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity. Bang! Mo Chang suddenly erupted with power, causing cracks to form in the ground beneath his feet. Such explosive strength was rare among 1st-level ability users. However, Mo Chang had undergone extensive training even before awakening his abilities, making his combined strength extraordinary. He dashed forward like a bullet, leaving Lu Qi stunned. Before Lu Qi could react, Mo Chang was already in front of one of the demon wolves. Shoo! The short blade slid sideways, slicing through the wolf's neck as if it were paper. The gruesome sight of their companion's death made the other wolves take a few steps back. They clearly hadn't expected this human to be capable of swiftly decapitating one of their own. This was Mo Chang's first time personally killing a beast. The bloody smell from his weapon made him frown slightly, feeling a trace of discomfort. In a world overrun by beasts, one had to be ruthless and decisive to survive. This was a lesson Mo Chang had understood since childhood. The government's protection couldn't cover everyone, only strong personal abilities could provide the best safeguard for one's life. In contrast, Lu Qi was more thrilled than scared. His carefree nature shone through at this moment. Don't let them escape. The materials on these beasts are worth a fortune, Mo Chang reminded. Despite his discomfort, he couldn't let these walking treasures get away. To him, wasting such resources was nothing short of an insult to his character. Lucci quickly joined the fray, gathering wind energy in his hand to form a sharp blade of air. He hurled it at one of the demon wolves. This was a yellow rank spell he had learned from his digital information card. The wind blade moved swiftly, cutting through the wolf's body and leaving a wound neither too deep nor too shallow. The wolf's body split apart as a result. Lucci then thrust his spear to the right, pinning another wolf that had attempted a sneak attack. Meanwhile, Mo Chang had already dealt with another wolf. Using the same technique, he severed its head. The last wolf met its end when an ice spike conjured by Mo Chang pierced through its skull. "Brother Chang, these demon wolves are way too weak. I could have handled them easily even without using my abilities," Lucci said, somewhat disappointed. He had hoped for a more thrilling fight, but the battle ended far too quickly, leaving him feeling unchallenged. "Demon wolves are among the weakest of first-level beasts. What did you expect?" Mo Chang replied while cutting out the wolf's teeth and claws. He knew these materials were valuable for crafting equipment and worth quite a bit of money. After collecting their spoils, the two continued deeper into the forest. "Shoo," Mo Chang whispered. "I hear something. Let's climb up the trees and take a look." He leapt gracefully onto a branch, and Lucci followed suit, hiding in a tree across from him. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the distant underbrush. It was a wild boar as tall as an adult human, with bristling fur like sharp needles and two massive tusks protruding menacingly from its mouth. A spiked fong boar. It's fairly well known among first-level beasts, with strong destructive power and defense, Mo Chang observed. This one's a tough opponent. So, what do you say? Shall we take it on? His provocative tone spurred Lucci into action. How could a man back down so easily? "All right, I'll go first," Lucci responded, gathering a massive amount of wind energy in his hands. The wind blade grew larger and more menacing. The spiked fong boar noticed the commotion, lifted its head, and roared before charging at the tree Mo Chang was perched on. With a loud crash, the tree toppled over, but Mo Chang was nowhere to be seen on the ground. He had already leapt to another tree when the boar charged. "Big guy, watch your rear," he shouted mid-air. A slicing sound cut through the air as the boar's rear was slashed deeply enough to expose bone. Blood poured from the wound, filling the air with a metallic scent. The spiked fong boar thrashed about in pain, its sharp tusks swinging like curved blades. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chang leapt down from the tree, driving his short blade straight into the boar's head. He gripped the blade tightly to prevent it from being flung away by the boar's violent movements. With Mo Chang's decisive strike, the spiked fong boar collapsed after a futile struggle. "Finally killed it. That big guy actually withstood my full-force wind blade without being cut in half," Mo Chang remarked with a sigh. "It's really tough-skinned and thick-fleshed." Lucci jumped down from the tree and poked the corpse of the spiked fong boar with his finger. "Let's strip everything useful from its body, then find a cave to spend the night. Once it's dark, it'll be too late." The two quickly dismantled the valuable parts of the spiked fong boar and packed them into their backpacks. As the sun set, they found a cave by a lake. "Today's harvest for the afternoon is pretty decent," Mo Chang said to Lucci after inspecting their spoils. "The claws and fangs of 5 demon wolves, plus the tusks of the spiked fong boar, are worth a total of 20,000 dasha coins. Brother Chang, let's hunt more beasts for the next few days and save up to buy a hover-flying car," Lucci said, his eyes sparkling. Although his father owned one, he had never driven it, and his heart longed for it. The cheapest hover-flying car cost 5 million dasha coins. At this rate, unless they spent all their time here hunting beasts with huge daily gains, it seemed unlikely. "Don't dream too big. Even getting a hover-flying board would be good enough," Mo Chang sighed. The cheapest model of hover-flying board only cost 1 million dasha coins, still hard to achieve but far more realistic than a car. "Tomorrow, we'll stay and wait here for a while. There's a lake here, so beasts are bound to come for water," Mo Chang mused. "Then we can ambush them. Right now, ordinary first-tier beasts are no challenge for us. Even the stronger ones, if we work together, we can handle them with ease." Mo Chang proposed his plan to Lucci. "You take the first half of the night for watch, and I'll take the second. How about that?" "No problem," Lucci nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, resting without anyone on watch was practically inviting death. Keeping watch was a safeguard for their lives. Lucci stayed awake during the first half of the night, and only when Mo Chang took over in the second half did he get some rest. The second half of the night was the most grueling. Mo Chang, drowsy and bleary-eyed, took over from Lucci and began his long watch. The night was quiet except for Lucci's snoring. Mo Chang was tormented by the sound, his head feeling like it was about to explode. The exhaustion of the late night combined with the relentless snoring made proper rest impossible. He couldn't even concentrate enough to absorb source energy, a testament to how unbearable Lucci's snoring was. Unable to hold back, Mo Chang muttered, "Are you awake?" Brother Chang, didn't you get any rest?" Lucci asked, confused, completely unaware of the weakness in Mo Chang's tone. At that moment, Mo Chang's fingers cracked as he clenched them tightly. This fool actually had the nerve to ask if he had rested well. After keeping watch all night and enduring his snoring? How could he have rested well? Don't get angry, Anger is the devil, Emo Chang repeatedly told himself in his mind to stay calm. Whoosh! He took several deep breaths, finally suppressing his urge to beat the person in front of him. It's fine. You just focus on resting. I don't mind. It's time to go keep an eye out for beasts, Emo Chang said as he turned to leave, secretly relieved that he hadn't lost his temper. The two of them headed to the lakeside, each hiding behind a tree, silently observing the scene below. Bang! 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 Cracks appeared on the ground, and the trees shook violently. Emo Chang clung to the tree trunk tightly to avoid falling. A massive one-horned rhinoceros appeared in their line of sight, its thick bow-like horn and pillar-like legs standing firm. It's a top-tier first-level beast, the one-horned rhinoceros. Didn't expect the first beast we'd encounter today to be so formidable. Emo Chang's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been lamenting the lack of challenge from ordinary first-level beasts, but this one-horned rhinoceros was just what he needed. Let me try first and see if I can take it down alone. It'll also be good practice to hone my skills, Emo Chang said, jumping straight onto the back of the one-horned rhinoceros. Despite its massive size, the one-horned rhinoceros was not sluggish. Sensing someone on its back, it reared up on its front legs and shook its body violently. Emo Chang felt like he was on a roller coaster, experiencing a whirlwind of motion. His hands slipped, and he was thrown off. He quickly grabbed a nearby branch, swinging like an agile monkey to avoid hitting the ground. Quite fierce, but I like your defiant spirit, Emo Chang said with a grin. Prepared this time, Emo Chang launched his second attack. This time, he didn't jump onto the back of the rhinoceros. Instead, he landed on the ground and conjured an ice spike in his hand. With all his strength, he hurled the ice spike toward the one-horned rhinoceros. Explode! As the ice spike neared the beast, Emo Chang detonated it. A burst of icy elemental energy erupted, freezing the lake's surface with a thick layer of ice. The scattered shards struck the rhinoceros but failed to leave a mark. What thick skin! Emo Chang thought to himself. The one-horned rhinoceros, enraged by the attack, stomped its legs fiercely, making the ground rumble. With a gust of wind, it charged at Emo Chang, its horn glinting coldly. Just as it was about to collide with him, Emo Chang leaped into the air, landing behind the beast. He drew his short blade and, with a sharp sound, stabbed it into the rhinoceros's rear, slashing downward. Blood gushed out. Emo Chang's eyes gleamed coldly. Before the rhinoceros could turn, he pulled out his blade and directed an ice spike toward its wound with all his might. The rhinoceros roared in fury, the sound shaking the heavens and startling flocks of birds. Dragging its injured rear, it charged at Emo Chang, causing the ground to quake. At the last moment, Emo Chang sidestepped slightly, channeling all his strength into his arm holding the blade, and drove it into the rhinoceros's eye. Simultaneously, he kicked off its body, retreating to a safe distance. Huff, huff, Emo Chang gasped for air. This one-horned rhinoceros truly lived up to its status as a top-tier first-level beast, far more troublesome than the spiked fong boar. Need a hand, Brother Chang? Lu Chi asked. Emo Chang waved him off, signaling that he didn't need help. He charged forward, the ground exploding beneath his feet as his momentum built like an unsheathed sword. This was his final strike. He had to end the one-horned rhinoceros here and now. His body flickered as he moved, both hands conjuring two ice spikes while the sound of air splitting echoed around him. The one-eyed rhinoceros remained in place, roaring in rage, completely oblivious to the death looming over it. Ah! Emo Chang roared, his ice spike driving straight toward the rhinoceros's remaining eye. The unicorner painfully kicked its forelimb toward Emo Chang, who was too close to dodge in time. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground. Tooey! Emo Chang coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggered to his feet, and muttered to himself. The ice spike lodged in the unicorn's pupil exploded. Half its face became a blurred mess of flesh and blood as its body collapsed, powerless. Finally dealt with it. Phew, that nearly killed me. Emo Chang sat on the ground, utterly exhausted, with dense beads of sweat on his forehead attesting to his weariness. Lu Chi saw the battle was over and quickly jumped down from the tree. Looking at Emo Chang, his eyes sparkled with admiration. That's incredible, Brother Chang. You were able to take down a top-tier first-level demonic beast all by yourself. Let's not talk about that now. Quickly collect the valuable materials from the unicorn rhino. The sound of fighting will attract other demonic beasts. We need to leave here quickly, Emo Chang said to Lu Chi. At this point, he really didn't have much energy left and had to rely on Lu Chi to handle the unicorn rhino's remains. Lu Chi didn't say any more unnecessary words. After handling the corpse, the two quickly left the place. Interesting, a first-rank beginner's strength can actually battle against a top-tier first-rank demonic beast and successfully kill it. A figure stood above the cave, looking at the battlefield below, muttering to himself. The two ran for quite a distance and only slowed their pace and stopped to rest after confirming that no beasts were chasing them. Emo Chang took out water and compressed biscuits from his bag and devoured them ravenously. At this moment, he was exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, completely disregarding his image. After a brief rest, the two decided to continue exploring deeper. Dressed in battle armor, their ability to protect themselves in the face of danger was undoubtedly reliable, giving them peace of mind. Roar! 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 Mo Chang and Lu Qigong hadn't walked far before the furious roars of beasts echoed from a distance, causing the ground beneath them to tremble violently. The two exchanged glances, made a hand signal, and began cautiously sneaking toward the source of the sound. As they approached, they realized it wasn't just one beast but a large group gathering together. How many beasts are there, exactly? From all this commotion, it must be at least 10 or more, Lu Qi whispered. Shu, be careful. Don't get caught up in this, Mo Chang said, pressing a finger to his lips to signal him to stay quiet. When they got closer to the source of the noise, the sight before them left them stunned. Over a dozen demon wolves were besieging 7 abilities users, with a demon wolf king commanding the pack from behind. The aura surrounding those 7 individuals revealed them to be beginner-level abilities users, clearly, like them, just awakened in here for their training. But for some reason, they had provoked so many magical wolves, even attracting the Wolf King. 5 men held the outer perimeter, while the 2 women in the inner circle emitted faint golden and light blue auras from their hands, slowly healing the wounds of the 5 around them. They were clearly abilities of the light and water elements. Even with healing methods, once their internal source energy was depleted, there would be no escape from death under the onslaught of so many magical wolves. Each time a magical wolf attacked, the strongest man would use the earth shield in his hand to block the assault. However, judging from the cracks on the earth shield, it was obvious he was at the end of his strength. In less than 5 minutes, this group would undoubtedly be devoured by the magical wolves until not even a corpse remained. Brother Chang, should we help them? It looks like they can't last much longer. Lu Qi hesitated. Deep down, he knew that if he were alone, he would have rushed in without a second thought. But with Mo Chang at his side, he felt it necessary to consult Mo Chang's opinion. Helping is essential. As citizens of Daxia, when faced with difficulties, we should offer assistance within our capabilities, Mo Chang said firmly. However, we can't just charge in directly. Do you see that Wolf King? We need to find an opportunity to deal with it first. To catch a thief, first capture the leader. As long as the Wolf King dies, the remaining demon wolves won't pose much of a threat. After discussing their plan, the two slowly began to approach the Wolf King. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. As a top-tier first-level magical beast, the Demon Wolf King had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. When the two were still 30 meters away from the Wolf King, their scent had already been detected by the Wolf King's sensitive nose. Roar! The Wolf King let out a furious roar, and all the demon wolves immediately locked their gaze on Mo Chang and Lu Qi. Realizing they had been discovered, Mo Chang stepped forward without hesitation, secretly marveling at the Wolf King's incredible sense of smell, which had managed to detect them from such a distance. When Mo Chang and Lu Qi's figures appeared before the 7-person team, their initial joy at the thought of rescue turned instantly into cold disappointment upon realizing that the newcomers were about the same age as themselves. Run quickly, there are too many beasts here, they're far beyond what you can handle. We'll try to hold off these demon wolves, someone couldn't help but say. If possible, please take Su Wan and Wang Shui with you. We'll stay behind to cover for you. Hearing the names Su Wan and Wang Shui, Mo Chang's heart stirred. He realized that, in the face of life and death, their first thought was for the women behind them and strangers who had nothing to do with them. As expected, there are still many good people in the world, Mo Chang thought with a sigh. At the same time, his gaze grew sharp. Holding a dagger in one hand and a blade formed from condensed ice elements in the other, he appeared like an arrow about to be released. No need to panic, everyone. Just wait a moment while we take care of these beasts. Lu Qi, I'll go distract the Wolf King. Leave those small minions to you, alright? Mo Chang asked. No problem, I'll take this chance to test my mystic level spell, Wind Shadow Step. Lu Qi nodded in response. After confirming their respective targets, the two rushed forward directly. Lu Qi moved with the speed of the wind, accelerating to full pace, scattering fallen leaves across the ground as he passed. The spear in his hand resembled a nimble snake, each thrust drawing blood. Watch out! Someone in the team spotted a demon wolf sneaking behind Lu Qi, preparing to attack, and urgently warned. Lu Qi swiftly swung his spear backward, heavily smashing it onto the demon wolf's skull. Snap! The head of the demon wolf shattered with a resonant crack, its blood staining the tip of the spear. At that moment, Lu Qi stood his ground, resembling a battle-hardened general, exuding an imposing aura. With a casual flick of his hand, the wind blade he had conjured sliced through the demon wolf's body effortlessly. This was the might of an A-class wind elemental ability, formless yet lethal. Meanwhile, Mo Chang gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, locked in fierce combat with the demon Wolf King. The Wolf King's intelligence was clearly superior to ordinary demon wolves, cunningly using its surroundings to gain an advantage over Mo Chang. Suddenly, with a swift kick of its foreleg, a giant boulder hurtled toward Mo Chang. He swiftly sidestepped to dodge, but the Wolf King seized the opportunity, lunging forward with its sharp claws descending toward him. With nowhere to evade, Mo Chang could only cross his arms defensively in front of his chest. A ripping sound followed as his Tier 3 combat suit was torn with a few shallow claw marks, blood seeping out from underneath. As expected of a Tier 3 combat suit, the quality is truly Remarkable, he thought to himself while swiftly countering with a clenched fist, landing a solid hit on the Wolf King's forelimb. Taking advantage of the moment, he delivered a side kick at the Wolf King's head, causing it to twist violently and even knocking out a few of its teeth. The rest of the squad watched the scene unfold. Rubbin. I don't understand, compared to them, we're almost insignificant. One of them murmured. Whoa, I just remembered, isn't this guy Mo Chang from Blue Ocean No. 1 High School? The one who successfully awakened an S-level ice ability at the awakening ceremony. Another person exclaimed. But his combat skills are just too incredible. How can the gap between people be so vast? They all couldn't help but sigh in amazement. On Lu Chi's side, only the last demon wolf remained. He raised his spear and swept it forward. Swish! The demon wolf's head flew off in response, landing on the ground and rolling a few times. Brother Chang, how much longer? Lu Chi turned back to look at Mo Chang, who was still battling the demon wolf king. Almost done. After responding, Mo Chang began to fully channel the source energy within him. The breath of ice quickly enveloped his entire body, and his pupils turned ice blue. The bleeding wound immediately stopped, and a crystal-clear long blade formed in his hand, reflecting a dazzling light under the sunlight. Mo Chang pointed the blade at the demon wolf king, pushing off forcefully with his legs. The ground beneath his feet instantly formed a deep pit, and even a clot of dirt splashed onto Lu Chi's face not far away. Whoosh! Adjusting his breath, Mo Chang's figure flickered, rushing toward the demon wolf king accompanied by a fierce gale. As he neared it, he bent his legs and suddenly leaped up. Gripping the long blade tightly with both hands, he slashed downward, exuding an unstoppable momentum that made him appear like a fearless monarch. Death! This was the demon wolf king's first reaction when facing that strike. It wanted to move, but found its body completely unresponsive. Looking down, it saw that its limbs had already been frozen. The demon wolf king twisted its body with all its might, and just as the blade was about to strike, it finally freed one leg from the ice. With a slight shift of its body, swoosh! A thick wolf leg fell to the ground. Although it avoided a fatal strike, it did not completely escape. Roar, roar, roar! The demon wolf king roared in fury, the excruciating pain from its severed leg turning its eyes blood red. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Mo Chang's gaze turned cold. Although the blade's strike did not fully hit its mark, he had aimed for the demon wolf king's head, never expecting it to break free from the restraints on its leg. The one-legged demon wolf king swayed as it struggled to stand, wobbling unsteadily from side to side. Its heart burned with rage. This despicable human had cost it a leg. It swore to avenge this humiliation or die trying. Mo Chang watched as the demon wolf king lunged at him once more. A colder glint flickered in his eyes. Tightening his grip on his long blade with both hands, he slashed upward in a swift motion. In midair, the demon wolf king's head was severed. Splat! Blood sprayed out in a crimson arc. Mo Chang's face was smeared with the fresh blood, dripping from his chin onto the ground. The grass beneath his feet seemed painted with red dye, and the sharp stench of blood permeated the air. With a heavy thud, Mo Chang dropped to his knees, his body entirely drained. He felt weaker than he had after battling the horned rhinoceros. At least after defeating the rhinoceros, he had barely mustered the strength to run. Now, he couldn't even summon the energy to move a finger. The effort of summoning the long blade and freezing the demon wolf king's limbs had utterly exhausted the source energy within him. The final strike consumed the last bit of his strength. Lu Chi saw his elder brother kneeling and immediately ran to his side to help him up, excitedly saying, "Brother Chang, you were so awesome just now. You took that guy down in just a few moves. Amazing. Stop talking. Just help me find a place to rest for a bit." Mo Chang said helplessly, only wanting to find a quiet spot to recover his strength. Lu Chi nodded, supporting Mo Chang as they walked toward the other 7 people, then turned back to clear the battlefield. After Mo Chang sat down, the remaining 7 people stared at him with wide eyes. The 2 women examined Mo Chang's face up close. It wasn't until their eyes met his that they realized such a direct gaze was somewhat impolite. Their faces instantly flushed red, and a rosy hue spread to their ears, resembling the lanterns hung up in every household during the new year. Mo Chang felt thoroughly uncomfortable under their intense gaze. Although the 2 women were both quite attractive, he still felt a wave of unease, as though he had been completely exposed. After much consideration, forget it. It's better to stay silent and keep a cold distance. Anyway, when they see how uninteresting he is, they definitely won't keep staring at him. I'm truly a genius, Mo Chang secretly praised himself in his heart. However, in the eyes of the 2 women, the situation was completely different. Wow, this guy is so aloof, exactly my type. What excuse should I use to talk to this young man? Would I be taken as hitting on him if I spoke up abruptly? Each of them harbored their own little schemes in their hearts, their gazes growing ever more eager. Mo Chang lowered his head in silence, but when he caught sight of the 2 out of the corner of his eye, he was almost startled into yelling. "Come on, could you restrain your gazes a little? There are so many people here, I still care about saving face." Noticing the gazes of the people around him, Mo Chang couldn't stop complaining inwardly. As a good young man of 18, he always acted bravely to uphold justice, so how could he encounter such a thing today? He must have forgotten to check the almanac for these days before going out. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have ventured out for training even if it meant forcing himself to stay home. You don't need to gather around here. I'll be fine on my own, Mo Chang said in a trembling voice. At this moment, he had long lost his previous swagger, resembling a helpless little lab mouse. I think I'm hurt. Kaizi, come help me out. Coming, Brother Chan. I need to pee urgently, let me take care of that first. I'm the same, wait for me, big brother. They naturally understood the meaning of Mo Chang's words and quickly found excuses to slip away. What a joke, try not leaving and see what happens, be careful, Mo Chang might jot them down in his little notebook. Let's go find the backpack we lost during the battle. The sensor and armor are inside, we can't lose them. Xiaowan, come with me. Got it, Sister Wang Shui. The two women quickly found an excuse to leave, leaving only Mo Chang sitting where he was. Mo Chang took a deep breath several times, finally feeling at ease. The oppressive gaze no longer troubled him, and he let out a sigh of relief, genuinely thinking that women were harder to deal with than beasts. He raised the communicator to check the time. There were still a few hours until nightfall. He decided to recover his strength first. Sitting cross-legged, he began absorbing source energy to replenish his body's consumption. It was unclear how much time had passed, but once his body had mostly recovered, Mo Chang was just about to get up and call Lu Qi when he saw him walking over with the two women, chatting and laughing. A surge of ominous foreboding rose in his heart. Chang, didn't you say earlier that going to that cave is no longer an option? Suwan and Wang Shui said we could go to their place to rest. You need to regain your strength right now, so I agreed with them. What do you think? I'm pretty good to you, aren't I, Chang? Lu Qi widened his eyes, seemingly expecting Mo Chang to praise him. Mo Chingjin really wanted to pry his head open to see what exactly was inside. Well, sorry, this would be a bit of a trouble for you all. It's better if we don't go. We'll just find a place to rest ourselves. Mo Chang came up with an excuse to refuse. It's no trouble. Our camp is just nearby. Finding another place to spend the night would be so inconvenient. Just come to us. Exactly, in this beast mountain range, it's safer and more reassuring when everyone gathers together. Don't you agree, Lu Qi brother? Suwan and Wang Shui spoke softly. Lu Qi, hearing someone call him Brother Lu Qi, instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. He stammered, yeah, Chang, everyone's just trying to help. Those 5 brothers agreed too, let's just go. Worst case, we only stay one night. Mo Chang sighed inwardly, truly feeling he had an idiot teammate. Do you even realize that if the 2 of us stay overnight with them, these 2 enchantresses might devour us, leaving no trace of flesh or bone? Decisively refuse? With that fool Lu Qi around, success is absolutely impossible. He could only take one step at a time and see how things unfolded. Seeing the smug expressions on the 2 women's faces, Mo Chang's palms began to sweat, and he swallowed hard. It's over. My chastity is doomed. I'll have to give Lu Qi a good lesson when I get back, Mo Chang thought to himself, pondering what method he could use to make Lu Qi willingly vent his anger for him. Lu Qi saw that Mo Chang remained silent and assumed he had agreed to his suggestion. Thinking about having a girl for company tonight, he couldn't help but feel excited. After taking care of everything, Mo Chang and Lu Qi followed the team members toward their camp. By dusk, they finally arrived at their destination. This is a valley, where a waterfall cascades down from above and converges into a small river below. The campsite is by the river, and the entire valley is silent and tranquil. Surrounded by lush green vegetation, sunlight rarely penetrates. The occasional sound of birdsong makes it even more crisp and melodious. Mo Chang was originally somewhat reluctant, but upon seeing this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful the place was. He really liked it here. He lay down next to a tree, took a deep breath of fresh air, and couldn't resist stretching lazily. So comfortable. Mo Chang said softly, completely unconcerned about any potential danger. On the way, Suwan and the others had told him that they had set up detectors around the area. If any beasts approached, they would be detected immediately and allow for evacuation. Plus, he has C-class battle armor, so even if he encounters a 4th-grade beast, he is confident he can retreat unscathed. Not to mention, the strongest beast in this D-class number 80 beast mountain range is merely 3rd grade. This is the sense of security that money brings. Just as Mo Chang was pondering how to make money at Mingzhu Academy, Lu Qi walked over to him and said somewhat slyly, Brother Chang, I feel like those 2 girls seem to have a thing for you. Want to make them yours? Mo Chang dug his ear and showed a look of surprise on his face, exclaiming incredulously, what the heck, did a donkey kick your head? Take it all? Why don't you just take everything? I don't want to think about these things right now, I just want to get stronger and make big money, understand? Lu Qi felt a bit down after hearing Mo Chang's response. It wasn't because he was in a hurry to find himself a sister-in-law, but because he had other plans. He chatted with Su Wan and Wang Shui for a long time and learned that they had also chosen Mingzhu Academy, hoping to have companions in the future. The 2's supernatural abilities, one had a B-level light ability, and the other a B-level water ability. But that was only part of the reason. The main reason was that they were both wealthy. Su Wan was the daughter of the owner of the largest source energy crystal business in Blue Ocean City, which also collaborated with other cities. Wang Shui's father is responsible for the war preparedness of Lanhai City, and his net worth goes without saying. The appearances of these two are exceptionally charming, fitting perfectly into the stereotype of rich and beautiful women. If Brother Chang could be with one of them, his life for the rest of his days would be smooth and carefree. Lu Qi calculated in his mind, fortunate that Mo Chang knew nothing about this, or he would surely wonder why the flowers were so red. The remaining 5 people, Lu Qi didn't know much about them. After all, he wasn't into men, so why would he concern himself with men's affairs? Mo Chang saw that Lu Qi had been silent and thought his words had discouraged him. In a softened tone, he said, "You don't need to worry about this matter, I'll handle it myself. Let's just stay here tonight. Tomorrow, we'll find a safer place to set up camp." Hearing Mo Chang's words, Lu Qi hesitated before speaking somewhat sheepishly, "Brother Chang, I have bad news and good news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Let's hear the good news first," Mo Chang blurted out. Lu Qi said tremblingly, "The good news is that this batch of materials can be sold at the highest price. Isn't that a good thing? What's the bad news then?" "Well, I gave your personal communication device account to Su Wan and Wang Shui." After Lu Qi finished speaking, he immediately activated the wind shadow step and darted far away, fearing he'd get beaten. "Forget it, I must have done something terrible in my past life to end up meeting a fool like you." After Mo Chang finished speaking, his whole body seemed to be drained of energy as he collapsed against the tree. In the evening, a group of people sat around the bonfire. Mo Chang held a skewer of grilled fish in his hand, roasting it over the fire. When the fish was cooked, he took a bite and was almost moved to tears. "The taste of this fish is really good, especially after eating compressed biscuits for so many days. The deliciousness of the fish is simply irresistible." At this moment, Su Wan took the initiative to sit next to Mo Chang and said, "Let me introduce them to you. This strong one is called Chen Long, a sea-level earth element superhuman. Without his protection, we would have been eaten by the wolf pack, leaving not even a bone behind. The person next to Chen Long is Zhou Kai, a sea-level thunder element awakened superhuman. The other two are brothers, one named Tang Tian and the other Tang Di, both sea-level fire-type awakened abilities. The last person is named Su Ping, a sea-level dark-type ability user. As for this best friend of mine, I suppose I don't need to introduce her, you already know." Listening to Su Wan's introduction, Mo Chang also gained an understanding of the background of these other 5 people. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Then why did you come to the demonic beast mountain range? Is it for training?" "That's right, we're friends, and our purpose in coming here is to hone our skills before entering the academy." Wang Shui picked up the conversation and was the first to respond. She saw Su Wan and Mo Chang chatting so enthusiastically and felt a vague concern in her heart that her best friend might steal Mo Chang away. Su Wan helplessly glanced at Wang Shui. How could she not know her best friend's thoughts? Others might worry about their close friends, but she wasn't concerned. Since they both desired Mo Chang, then it would be up to their own abilities. If someone else had saved them, they might have given that person a significant amount of money to express their gratitude after returning home, but they would never have taken the initiative to get closer like this. They weren't the type to lose their composure just because they saw a handsome guy. The main reason was that Mo Chang wasn't just good-looking, he was also the only S-class awakened ability user in the entire Blue Sea City. His personal value was immensely high, and establishing a good relationship with a man like him was undoubtedly beneficial without any drawbacks. "Brother Mo Chang, I heard that you're also planning to attend Mingzhu Academy like us, so we'll be schoolmates in the future." As Su Wan spoke, her body slowly leaned toward Mo Chang. Feeling her presence getting closer and closer, how could Mo Chang, after 18 years of single life, withstand such a temptation? He had no choice but to activate the vortex of energy within him, radiating traces of ice elements around him. Even his combat uniform began to show signs of freezing. Su Wan had barely approached when she immediately felt a biting chill. The cold penetrated her skin, as if freezing even her blood, noticeably slowing its flow. Her body began to shiver, and her lips quivered involuntarily. Realizing this was Mo Chang releasing his ice elemental ability, she understood she had been too close and made him uncomfortable. She quickly took a few steps back, maintaining an appropriate distance from Mo Chang. She bore no resentment toward Mo Chang for this, as she had her own principles. Her father had taught her from a young age never to turn someone who could be a friend into an enemy. On the contrary, she admired Mo Chang even more. A beautiful woman with a prestigious background took the initiative to approach him, yet not only did he not show delight, he even displayed disdain. This demonstrated that he wasn't swayed by beauty or wealth, making him even more worth befriending. "Don't rush. After all, we're from the same academy, and I have your personal contact information. There's no shortage of opportunities to get to know you better," Su Wan thought to herself, a determined look appearing on her face. Seeing Su Wan sit further away, Mo Chang stopped releasing his ice elemental ability. He had only wanted to remind her not to get too close and had no intention of making things awkward between them. After all, in a month's time, they would both be students of Mingzhu Academy and would have plenty of opportunities to assist one another in the future. Wang Shui sat to the side, naturally noticing the interaction between Mo Chang and Su Wan, but for a moment, she didn't know how to get close to Mo Chang. If she approached, Mo Chang would definitely unleash his ice abilities. If she didn't, and her best friend beat her to it, she would be at a major disadvantage. This dilemma made Wang Shui almost have a headache. After eating the grilled fish, Mo Chang walked away alone, leapt onto a tree by himself, closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually steadied as source energy began to surge into his body. Tonight, I might just break through. To mid-level stage 1, he murmured to himself in his mind. The soft moonlight spilled over him, as if draping him in a silver veil, making him appear like an otherworldly celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. Su Wan's group and Lu Qi, not far away, saw this scene, and their gazes were instantly drawn, each showing a mesmerized expression, captivated by Mo Chang's aura. Lu. Qi shook his head, trying to clear his mind, silently remarking to himself, no wonder it's Brother Chung, this kind of presence deserves full marks. Even I'm drawn in. Seeing the expressions on Su Wan and Wang Shui's faces, Lu Qi was startled, nearly jumping up in shock. The two beauties looked like love-struck girls, their eyes brimming with yearning, and the drool at the corners of their mouths made them appear like infatuated fools. As for the other guys, were they perhaps into men? If that were the case, Brother Chang's chastity and dignity might really be in jeopardy. Mo Chang naturally didn't notice the way everyone was looking at him. He was entirely focused on absorbing source energy to prepare for a breakthrough. Gazing inwardly at the vortex of abilities within his body, the ice-blue vortex clearly grew larger and brighter as the source energy continued to flow in. Mo Chang opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and clenched his fist. The power gathering in his arm was noticeably stronger than it had been the day before. Successfully broke through to intermediate Tier 1. This speed isn't bad, and I might reach advanced Tier 1 before entering the academy. Mo Chang thought to himself with secret delight. This way, even in Mingzhu Academy, he would rank among the top students, which would greatly benefit him in acquiring more resources. When Su Wan and the others noticed Mo Chang had opened his eyes, they quickly turned their heads to avoid revealing their awkward expressions. Mo Chang jumped down from the tree and landed steadily in front of everyone. Seeing their somewhat evasive glances, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" No, nothing. It's getting late, we should all rest early," everyone hastily replied. Yeah, they echoed in agreement. Mo Chang noticed the awkward expressions on their faces and refrained from asking further. Since they didn't want to speak, there was no answer to be gained by pressing them. After assigning the shifts for the night watch, Mo Chang lay down directly to sleep. He slept with ease, unlike Lu Qi, who slept like a dead pig. His hand rested on the short blade between his legs, ready to deal with any attacker immediately should someone make a move. It wasn't that he didn't trust this group, but it was essential to stay vigilant in the wild. After all, life is precious, and he had to tread carefully. 4. The past few days, he had felt uneasy, yet he couldn't pinpoint anything unusual. At first, he thought it was just exhaustion and worry from the past few days, but ever since he broke through not long ago, the sense of unease had intensified. This was his instinct sensing danger, though he couldn't figure out why he felt this way. Nonetheless, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, he decided to double down on caution during the return journey. The figure on the waterfall stared at Mo Chang, eyes filled with hatred, hands clenched tight enough to crack. The moonlight cast a shadow on his face, revealing a sinister and twisted expression. It was Lin Zifeng. What? Thinking of revenge? There's a dead end ahead, and there are 9 people on the other side, a black-clad figure standing behind him remarked, their tone full of mockery. I know they will eventually separate, and that will be my chance to strike, Lin Zifeng said coldly. I didn't expect him to break through, truly annoying. But with him around, Ron won't be able to stir up much trouble. He took out a small bottle from his pocket, which contained a black-purple liquid. Don't worry, the things developed by our Blood Fiend Society are even more effective than advertised. There was one thing the man in black didn't say aloud, the side effects are even more terrifying. As for the specifics, you'll know once you try. That night, everything was calm and peaceful. In the early morning, Mo Chang rubbed his eyes, sat up from the ground, and walked to the riverside to splash water on his face, trying to wake himself up. He had slept soundly last night, stretched lazily, and felt full of energy. Since he was only responsible for the first half of the night watch, he had kept a good distance from Lu Qi and wasn't disturbed by his snoring. After his mind gradually cleared, Mo Chang began organizing the equipment and supplies for himself and Lu Qi. Although the rest conditions here were excellent, the scenery beautiful, and the air fresh, Mo Chang had not forgotten his original purpose for coming. He wanted to hone his skills and make money. Now that his strength had improved and hunting beasts had become easier, he needed to spend the remaining time fully focused on finding beasts to achieve his dream of earning money. After packing up, Mo Chang tiptoed over to Lu Qi, not wanting to wake anyone else. Since he wasn't very familiar with the others, waking them abruptly seemed inappropriate. Moreover, if Su Wan and Wang Shui found out he was sneaking away, they might do something unexpected to try and persuade him to stay. Since he could leave quietly, why bother complicating things? As the saying goes, better less trouble than more. Mo Chang gently patted Lu Qi's arm. Seeing no response, he grasped his wrist and gave it a shake. Stop it, it tickles, Lu Qi mumbled with his eyes closed, feeling uncomfortable as he turned over. Hearing this, Mo Chang instinctively felt disgusted, shook off his hand, and took a few steps back. If that's how it is and you won't wake up, then let's try something harsher. With a strange expression on his face, he walked toward the river, bent down, and scooped up a handful of water with his hand. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up, and a dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. Holding the water, he returned to Lu Chi's side, confirmed the position, and decisively spread his hands apart. Splash! Refreshing to the core, the spirit soared. The icy river water instantly splashed onto Lu Chi's face. Like a shot of adrenaline, he jumped up from the ground, mouth open, but before he could utter a word, a hand quickly covered his mouth. Lu Chi's eyes widened in despair, his face full of resignation as muffled whimpers escaped his mouth. Mo Chang held him in a chokehold with one hand while covering his mouth with the other. He whispered softly, "Don't make a sound, understand? We'll sneak away quietly. Nod, and I'll let you go." Seeing Lu Chi nod repeatedly, Mo Chang finally released him and wiped his hands on the tree. Lu Chi suddenly thought of something, opened his mouth to speak but then closed it again, deciding to ask later. Mo Chang picked up a backpack from the ground, made a gesture toward Lu Chi, and the two sneaked away quietly. Not long after, Suwan and Wang Shui, who were lying on the ground, gradually opened their eyes and looked at each other, a sly and intriguing glint flashing in their eyes. Walking along the road, Lu Chi asked somewhat puzzled, "Changgu, why didn't we say something to them before leaving? Walking off like this just doesn't feel right." Mo Chang glanced at him and said, "If we really told them, we'd be stuck with them for the next few days. Making money is what matters most, understand? Besides, we saved their lives. Leaving after staying one night isn't a big deal." Hearing this, Lu Chi no longer argued. There really wasn't any need to say more to them. "Stop!" Mo Chang suddenly shouted, halting his steps and cautiously surveying the surroundings. From the beginning until now, he had always felt like he was being watched. It was a very peculiar feeling, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Just now, this feeling had suddenly become exceptionally intense. "Brother Chang, what's wrong? Why did you stop?" Lu Chi asked in confusion, wondering why Mo Chang suddenly halted while walking. "It doesn't feel right. It's too quiet around here, so quiet it's a little unnerving." Mo Chang's expression was grave as his gaze swept over the surroundings. At that moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and an arrow shot swiftly from afar. Mo Chang instinctively dodged to the side, a strand of hair by his ear drifting down. It was clear that if he had reacted just 1 second later, he might have already become a casualty of the arrow. A wave of fear surged in his heart. Who was it that would strike with the intent to kill right from the start? Mo Chang and Lu Chi stood back to back, assuming a combat stance, not daring to expose their backs to the enemy. "Chang, do you know which direction the shot came from?" Lu Chi asked nervously. "Even if I do, it won't help. If their first shot fails, they'll definitely change positions. We can't keep going like this. We need to find a way to break this stalemate." Mo Chang analyzed calmly. Whoosh! Another arrow flew out. Mo Chang aimed carefully and summoned an ice spike to meet it directly. At the same time, he pinpointed the direction from which the arrow was shot. "Found you. Let me see who you really are." He focused all his attention, stomped hard on the ground, and instantly accelerated, like a wild horse breaking free of its reins. Not long after, Mo Chang arrived at the scene. The drifting leaves proved the enemy had just left. He formed several ice spikes in his hand and shot them in all directions. As long as he couldn't locate this enemy, he would face ambushes in the coming days, and he had no intention of staying on the defensive. Bang! Mo Chang charged in the direction of the sound. The ice spike was shattered by someone, clearly a trick of the enemy. Not far away, a figure dressed in black stood silently. Mo Chang stopped about a dozen meters in front of him, his gaze icy. Going further in, if the other party had set a trap, wouldn't it be walking straight into the lion's den? "Don't worry, there are no traps," the man in black said unhurriedly. "I don't understand. I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me and my companions?" Mo Chang was puzzled. Could it be that the other party wanted to kill him just because he was an S-level awakened ability user? The man in black sneered, pointing the long sword in his hand at Mo Chang, and mocked, "You don't need to know so much. Today is the day you die." With that, the man in black tightened his grip on the longsword and charged toward Mo Chang. Seeing this, Mo Chang quickly created some distance between them, gathering ice spikes in his hands and launching them at his opponent. But the opponent wasn't an easy target either. A fireball shot out from his sleeve. The instant the two attacks collided, the resulting explosion sent both of them stumbling back several steps. A fire elemental awakened one, and with considerable strength too. Mo Chang silently assessed in his mind. A glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly pushed off with his legs, propelling himself straight at his opponent. The short blade in his hand gleamed with an icy glint as he aimed for the man's neck. Since the other party intended to kill him, he wouldn't hold back either. Let's see whose blade is sharper. Clang! The short blade and the long sword collided fiercely. Mo Chang exerted force, attempting to break through his opponent's defense directly. The man in black felt the increasing pressure on his sword, barely able to hold on. Shocked internally, he hadn't expected his opponent's strength to be so terrifying, far beyond his expectations. However, he was no pushover either. Quickly gathering strength, he thrust his thigh forward and delivered a sudden kick toward Mo Chang's waist. Mo Chang raised his leg to block the kick, then immediately lunged forward, slamming his head into the man in black's head. Concepts like elegance were irrelevant in a life-and-death duel. The outcome was all that mattered. Thud. A dull sound echoed as his head struck the black-clad man's forehead. The man in black instantly felt dizzy, as if the world were spinning around him. Even his sword hand began to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chang delivered a sharp elbow strike to the man's sword hand, followed by a kick to his abdomen. The man in black was sent flying, his weapon clattering to the ground at Mo Chang's feet due to the force of the elbow strike. He flipped several meters through the air before landing heavily on the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. How could you be so despicable with that move? Struggling to his feet, he fixed his gaze on Mo Chang, his anger practically blazing, his tone thick with resentment. Mo Chang spread his hands dismissively and said, "Despicable? As long as it works. You're seeking death, Fire Fist." Flames ignited in the black-clad man's hands, instantly heating the surrounding air, as fiery fists rushed straight for Mo Chang's face. Mo Chang's heart tightened as he swiftly kicked a nearby rock, which shattered instantly under his strength. Scattered fragments flew toward the black-clad man. Sizzle! The stone fragments melted midair from the intense heat as they neared the black-clad man. Die! The black-clad man roared with manic laughter, as if already envisioning Mo Chang's pitiful fate under his fists. Ha! You? Not qualified. Mo Chang's palm condensed into a layer of ice as he clenched his fist and struck at his opponent. Bang! The black-clad man was slammed into a tree by the force of the explosion, vomiting blood wildly. However, Mo Chang wasn't feeling well either. His body rolled several times on the ground before stabilizing, and his backpack was sent flying. At this moment, a trace of panic surfaced in his heart. With such a loud noise, Lu Qi couldn't possibly have not heard it. It's been so long, and he hasn't come. Could something have happened to him? I need to deal with this enemy quickly and go find him. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mo Chang unleashed his full strength. His figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. The short blade in his hand slashed downward like lightning, aiming for the throat of the man in black. The sharp blade reflected his cold eyes, resembling a venomous snake striking its prey. The man in black scrambled to his feet, raising both hands to block in front of his neck. Injuries to his hands were nothing compared to the fatal risk of having his throat slit. Swish, blood sprayed onto Mo Chang's face instantly. He followed up with a powerful kick to the man's face, using the momentum to land on a tree trunk. Ice burst. Without giving his opponent any chance to react, several sharp ice spikes shot toward the man in black. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. A series of explosions echoed, shrouding the man in a cloud of smoke. Staring at the scene, Mo Chang muttered to himself, if he's not dead, he must be seriously injured. He's also a first-tier ability user like me, there's no way he can withstand this level of power. As the smoke gradually cleared, Mo Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. His face was full of astonishment as he spoke. "It's you, Lin Zifeng. We were only arguing verbally. I didn't expect you'd actually try to kill me." At this moment, Lin Zifeng was covered in blood, which dripped continuously from his body. His flesh was torn apart by the explosions, making him look like a walking bloodied figure. He spoke weakly but hoarsely. "Ha, you didn't expect it to be me, did you?" Seeing Mo Chang's confused expression, Lin Zifeng's eyes pierced him like daggers. His tone was chillingly cold as he enunciated each word. "That day at the awakening ceremony, if it hadn't been for you and Lu Qi, the most outstanding person should have been me. The one the 3 top academies were fighting over should have been me. But because of the 2 of you, I felt like a clown. Adding new grievances to old ones, tell me, shouldn't I seek revenge?" Listening to him, Mo Chang slowly replied, "The first incident was because you provoked us. We never intentionally caused trouble for you, nor did we seek you out afterward. As for the second matter, it's entirely your wounded pride at play. If you're determined to place blame, why bother searching for a reason?" At this moment, Lin Zifeng lost his sanity due to anger, completely refusing to acknowledge any wrongdoing in his previous actions, his face twisted in fury. Seeing that he was beyond saving, Mo Chang decided to wake him up with his fists. He bent his body slightly and launched a swift attack, striking Lin Zifeng's abdomen with a sudden palm while he was momentarily dazed, followed by a sharp knee strike. Lin Zifeng felt his stomach churn violently, and another mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Fortunately, this time Mo Chang had anticipated it and quickly dodged, otherwise, being sprayed twice would have disgusted even himself. Lin Zifeng knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen with both hands, his curled-up body resembling a shrimp. After resolving the situation on this side, Mo Chang was about to head back when another figure appeared before him. The person wore a mask and held the unconscious Lu Qi in his hand, a mocking smile on his face, as if all of this was merely a game. Their eyes met, and a chilling coldness emanated from Mo Chang. In a deep voice, he asked, "What do you want in exchange for letting him go?" Rest assured, I didn't do anything to him. I just took advantage of his unguarded moment and knocked him out, the man sneered. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. I might get angry, and that wouldn't be good. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm a member of the Blood Fiend Society, he said mockingly, casually tossing Lucci a short distance away. His voice reached Mo Chang's ears, causing him to momentarily lose focus. His mind wavered as he tried to regain clarity, his mood sinking to rock bottom. This man was very strong, capable of influencing him with mere words far beyond what he could handle. That was Mo Chang's assessment of the unfamiliar man. Frowning, Mo Chang pondered a way to counteract him, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Of course, he still had the sensor given to him by the officer in charge of security. As long as he could stall until reinforcements arrived, he and Lucci might still have a chance. Moreover, he had yet to deploy his C-grade battle armor, his final lifeline. The C-grade battle armor could rival a fourth-tier expert, and it should be able to effectively resist the influence of the man before him. The other person looked at Mo Chang's contemplative expression and sneered, "Don't even think about opposing me, you don't stand a chance. Someone as insignificant as dust like you, how dare you compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? You might as well think about how to please me, perhaps then, I'll grant you a dignified and comfortable death." Mo Chang looked at the person before him and silently sighed at his arrogance. Although he indeed couldn't defeat him, the idea of bowing his head and surrendering to the enemy was absolutely impossible. Go ahead and use whatever tricks you have, don't waste time here. Mo Chang raised his hands into a combat stance, his gaze as fierce as a tiger's, showing no fear of the other's overwhelming strength. Feeling slightly surprised, he hadn't expected the person before him to be so fearless, daring to provoke him like this. However, recalling his agreement with Lin Zifeng, he withdrew his hand. Since someone else was taking action for him, why bother making an unnecessary move himself? After all, it was no different from crushing an ant. His gaze fell on Lin Zifeng, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His expression remained calm as he slowly said, "How much longer are you going to lie there? Take what I gave you now. If you want revenge, don't hesitate." Something? Mo Chang caught onto this keyword. What exactly had this person given to Lin Zifeng? His words implied that if Lin Zifeng took what he had given, he could defeat him. A wave of unease churned in his heart. It was a bottle of dark purple liquid, and at first glance, Mo Chang instinctively felt a sense of discomfort, as if it were piercing his soul. Lin Zifeng struggled to lift his head, blood streaming from his features, his eyes obscured by the blood and unable to open, his trembling arm opening the vial. Just as he was about to drink it, Mo Chang shouted, "Put down that vial, Lin Zifeng. You can't drink this stuff, something will go wrong." He rushed toward Lin Zifeng, hoping to destroy the vial while the latter was distracted. This obviously isn't anything good, Mo Chang dared to bet. If Lin Zifeng drank it, he might never be Lin Zifeng again. Just as he was about to snatch the potion from Lin Zifeng's hand, a thick vine tightly bound him. A tremendous force surged through, making Mo Chang feel as though his internal organs were about to explode. The dagger in his hand fell to the ground due to his weakness. The mutation ritual has begun, no one is allowed to interfere. Just sit back and enjoy this moment, and witness the perfect creature our Bloodshade cult is about to create. The person standing behind Mo Chang sauntered to the front, their expression seemingly fanatical, sending chills down one's spine. When they completely stood before Mo Chang, he finally noticed a thick vine behind them, as resilient as a great tree, with a bright green glow flowing across its surface. A wood element awakened. Damn it! In this dense, beast-infested mountain range, the other party turned out to be a wood element awakened. The synergy between the two made their combat power far more than a simple sum, but rather a qualitative leap. Defeating him became even more difficult, akin to stepping on one's own left foot with the right, and the right foot with the left, wobbling as if trying to fly into the sky. Kala, kala. Mo Chang was drawn by the sudden sound, his gaze returning to Lin Zifeng. He saw the dark purple liquid completely flowing into Lin Zifeng's body. Lin Zifeng's body began to twist in an eerie manner, the sound of bones dislocating echoing repeatedly. Suddenly, his head shook violently, his fingers twisted irregularly, and his body began to convulse continuously. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Lin Zifeng opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly. After a few minutes, he gradually calmed down, slumping weakly onto the ground, his hands hanging limply, showing no signs of life. Mo Chang initially thought he was dead and breathed a slight sigh of relief, feeling he had overthought it. But in the next second, under his shocked gaze, Lin Zifeng's limbs and torso kept swelling, and his head lifted once again. The black and white pupils in his eye sockets turned bright blood red, and purple-black patterns spread all over his body. He controlled his legs to stand up, his hands pounding the ground repeatedly, as if venting the anger within him. "You lunatic, what exactly did you make him eat to turn him into this neither human nor ghost state?" Mo Chang shouted angrily. His gaze was icy, and he forcefully tugged at the vines wrapped around him, yet not even a scratch was left behind. "Don't waste your energy. As long as I don't wish it, you can't break free of my bindings. Up next is a fight between you and him. Give it your all to survive, or else you'll be devoured without a trace left. If, in the end, you manage to beat him alive, I might consider sparing you both." The person in front spoke calmly, waved an arm, and the vines seemed to merge with him, flinging out as if throwing trash. Boom! Mo Chang was slammed heavily by the vines against a tree trunk not far away and slowly slid down. He only felt as if his body was about to explode, with intense pain radiating through his limbs and bones, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mo Chang steadied himself against a nearby tree, forced himself to stand, and the fighting spirit in his eyes did not wane despite the pain. "You're quite tenacious. Let me see where your limits truly lie." After saying this, he summoned more vines, encircling a radius of 100 meters to serve as their fighting platform. "Alright, next, the game is about to begin." As his voice fell, Lin Zifeng lunged forward like a bloodthirsty beast. Mo Chang stared at the fist in front of him, roughly the size of his own head, and felt a chill in his heart. The energy vortex within his body began to spin at full force. If he didn't give it his all now, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight later. He let out a furious roar and swung his fist with all his might. At the moment of impact, Mo Chang staggered back several steps, while Lin Zifeng remained as steady as a mountain, completely unmoved. Mo Chang felt an excruciating pain in his hand. There wasn't a patch of intact flesh on it, and blood was flowing profusely. He was well aware of the power behind his punch, but he hadn't expected that in the clash. Not only would he fail to send the opponent flying, but he would also end up in such a sorry state himself. He had a rough estimation of Lin Zifeng's strength after his transformation. At most, the opponent was at the early stage of the second tier, and even that was highly unstable, making him essentially a pseudo-second tier ability user. Roar! Seeing the opponent pounce toward him again, Mo Chang exerted all his strength to avoid his punch, stepping on his shoulder and falling backward. His mind was highly concentrated. This was an unprecedented crisis for him, and the slightest distraction would undoubtedly lead to a tragic death. He dared not lose focus. Mo Chang condensed ice spikes and shot them toward his opponent, attempting to delay the attack. Unfortunately, while the idea was good, reality was cruel. The ice spikes only left a few blood marks on Lin Zifeng's body before shattering upon impact. His physical body now possessed the strength of a pseudo-second-tier ability user. For Mo Chang, with first-tier strength, breaking through his defenses was truly too difficult. Mo Chang initially thought he could block the opponent's attack, but he hadn't expected himself to be so vulnerable. Unable to dodge in time, he hurriedly conjured several layers of ice shields, hoping to slow down the opponent's offensive. Bang! The first layer of ice shield shattered instantly upon contact with the opponent's fist. Bang! 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 Layer after layer of ice shields broke apart one after another. The fifth layer of ice shield was Mo Chang's last line of defense. If it failed, he would likely have no choice but to take the blow with his body. Fortunately, the final ice shield proved tougher than the preceding ones, successfully slowing down Lin Zifeng's punch and granting Mo Chang enough time to shield his chest with his hands. Thud! Mo Chang staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance, his arms trembling uncontrollably, and crimson liquid oozing from his pores. Lin Zifeng gave him no time to catch his breath, launching his fist once again in a fierce strike. Mo Chang's gaze turned steely, his hands enveloped in ice as he engaged in a ferocious confrontation with the opponent. Amid the relentless exchanges, he finally spotted an opening, condensing an ice spike to pierce Lin Zifeng's shoulder, leaving behind a small, bleeding wound. "Since your defense is so solid, let's see how long you can hold out." Mo Chang sidestepped to avoid the opponent's punch, clenched his fist, and repeatedly struck Lin Zifeng's shoulder. Bang, 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 bang. Roar! Lin Zifeng cried out in pain, his aura suddenly surging. Flames began to engulf his entire body, turning him into what seemed like a fiery giant. His fists, wrapped in terrifying flames, lunged fiercely at Mo Chang. Damn! Can't play fair, huh? Using supernatural powers as a Tier 2 against a Tier 1, Mo Chang thought angrily, grumbling under his breath. However, the other party couldn't hear a word he said. The flaming fist barely grazed Mo Chang's body, but the intense heat left him drenched in sweat. The solid ice in his hand melted into a puddle and dripped onto the ground. "Interesting, I didn't expect you to force him to use his powers," a voice remarked from atop a tree, overlooking Mo Chang with an air of condescension, as if bestowing charity. It seemed only natural to him that Mo Chang would willingly join. While dodging, Mo Chang retorted, "Heh, you want me to join an organization of worms who only dare to hide in the shadows? Take a good look at yourself first and see if you're even worthy." "Good. Very good. Since you're so eager to die, I won't stop you," he replied with an angry laugh, his fingers clawing at the nearby tree bark, shredding it into pieces. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this before. Those who had dared to offend him were long reduced to ashes. Roar! Upon hearing the command, Lin Zifeng went berserk, launching a frenzied attack at Mo Chang. Mo Chang dodged repeatedly but was eventually struck with a powerful punch. "Yes. So tired, is this what it feels like to die? Is this the feeling before death?" He seemed about to fall into a deep sleep, unable to struggle any longer. Yet, the thought of Lu Qi still being in the hands of the enemy, his parents waiting for him, the fact that he had not yet entered the Mingzhu Academy, experienced academy life, or formed his own squad of supernatural hunters, it all weighed on him. There was still so much unfinished, a future so brilliant awaiting him. He absolutely could not fall here. That's right, I can't die. There are so many things left to experience. How could it just end like this? He silently encouraged himself and decided to take one more gamble. Mo Chang's eyes abruptly snapped open. He rolled his body away to a distance, planted his hands on the ground, and, enduring the pain that seemed to shatter his body apart, struggled to stand. His gaze was like a sword, exuding an unyielding and unstoppable resolve. Mo Chang raised his hand, gathering the ice element within his body into his palm. Facing Lin Zifeng's burning flame-infused fist, he charged forward decisively. Absolute ice palm. Bang! Palm and fist collided. The flames on Lin Zifeng's hand extinguished instantly, as an icy blue energy silently entered his body. After delivering the blow, Mo Chang quickly retreated. Lin Zifeng was about to pursue but suddenly realized his body had become cold and sluggish. He tried to activate his fire abilities to dispel the cold, but it was futile. This cold was indelible, extreme, and unstoppable. An S-grade ice ability is no joke, a mere A-grade fire ability is simply not in the same league. The more Lin Zifeng tried to dispel the chill within his body, the faster the ice element spread. Before long, ice crystals began to form on the surface of his skin. Ever since Mo Chang learned Absolute Ice Palm, he had never successfully executed it. Yet now, in a life-and-death situation, he poured all his strength into it and unexpectedly pulled off a gamble that paid off. Absolute Ice Palm is far from as simple as Wind Shadow Step. Among Shin-tier techniques, Absolute Ice Palm is ranked among the best, whereas Wind Shadow Step is at the very bottom. The disparity in their strengths is crystal clear. Lin Zifeng's arms began to be covered with ice crystals, and in the blink of an eye, his arms were encased in ice, with his entire body gradually becoming frozen. He pounded the ground with his fists, but to no avail. The ice on his arms was remarkably tough and only caused him pain from the impact. Roar, roar, roar. Lin Zifeng roared furiously as more and more of his body was overtaken by the ice. Before long, the humanoid beast that Lin Zifeng once was had transformed into a crystal-clear ice statue, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Mo Chang let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He was utterly exhausted, as the battle had been perilously dangerous. After exerting all his strength, he had finally secured a slim chance of survival for both himself and Lu Qi, a glimmer of hope to keep on living. He raised his hands, his arms covered in bloody marks, and his fingernails were long gone. His combat uniform was charred and filthy, smeared with blood in several places, and even his legs trembled. Mo Chang took a deep breath, staring coldly at the person in the tree, and said, "I've defeated him. You should keep your promise and release me and my friends." His heart was uneasy. He couldn't be sure whether the other party would keep their word, but he had no other choice at this moment. The person in front of him stared at Mo Chang for a long while, then burst out laughing. He leaped down, landing amidst a cloud of dust, his tone laced with mockery. "You're truly surprising. With just a first-tier strength, you managed to defeat Lin Zifeng, who had pseudo-second-tier strength after mutation. But honestly, he's just trash and A-ranked fire ability is utterly useless in his hands." He extended his hands, gently caressing the ice sculpture, the greed in his eyes growing more apparent. Then, he turned around, his gaze locking onto Mo Chang, and continued, "Keeping promises? No problem. But I'll need to amend the terms slightly by adding the element of our blood fiend society. Then, I'll let you and your companions go. I really admire you. This is your last chance. Don't throw your life away because of your own stupidity. As long as you agree, everything from before can be written off. We will give you everything you desire, the power to control the world. We will become one of the masters of the new world." Mo Chang watched him waving his hands incessantly, labeling this desire-filled man as a lunatic in his mind. He quietly moved toward his backpack, which had accidentally fallen far away during the earlier battle. He had to retrieve the backpack. Inside were the sensor and the battle armor. If he couldn't get it back, both he and Lu Qi would be in danger. At that moment, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed in his mind. The corner of his mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a seemingly friendly smile. Looking at the lunatic in front of him, he said, "If you want me to join your blood fiend society, fine. I can bring my companions along to join as well, but you have to let us run a certain distance first. If you can catch us, I'll agree to your request." After hearing Mo Chang's words, he slightly furrowed his brows, his expression becoming restrained as he contemplated Mo Chang's proposal. A moment later, it seemed he had made up his mind. His gaze turned fierce, but his tone remained calm. "If an ordinary person said that to me, they would have died long ago. But you have the value to make such a request. I agree, but before that..." He manipulated a thin vine, as lithe as a venomous snake, probing into Mo Chang's backpack, seemingly searching for something. A device with a button was ensnared by the vine and delivered to his hand. It was none other than the sensor the officer had given to Mo Chang. Seeing the sensor fall into the opponent's hands, Mo Chang's heart sank instantly. This was his only tool to contact the outside world, and now it had been easily discovered. "You're quite clever. If I hadn't known you were hiding this, I might have fallen for your trick. But from the moment you decided to come here, every move you made has been under my surveillance. The battle armor is yours to keep. Without it, you probably wouldn't last even a minute. That would be far too boring. Put on the battle armor, carry your companion, and I'll give you 30 seconds to escape. If I catch you, submission or death, there's no other option. His tone was full of mockery. To him, Mo Chang was merely a slightly smarter monkey. Since the monkey wanted to play, he was happy to oblige, knowing it wouldn't escape the palm of his hand. As Mo Chang donned his battle armor, a few pairs of eyes quietly observed from the distant bushes. Yes, it was none other than Su Wan, Wang Shui, and their small team. The reason they were able to locate Mo Chang was entirely due to them slipping a miniature tracker into his and Lu Chi's backpacks last night while they weren't paying attention. This miniature tracker is a newly developed product, undetectable to anyone below the 6th tier of skill. It boasts excellent protection, barring a violent attack. Destroying it is almost impossible. Thanks to this miniature tracker, they were able to follow Mo Chang and Lu Chi's trail all the way. However, upon arriving here, they were utterly shocked. As soon as they arrived, they saw Mo Chang fighting with the mutated Lin Zifeng. The scene almost made their hearts stop. Judging from the combat situation, Mo Chang was clearly at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat repeatedly under the opponent's attacks, spending most of the time dodging. At one point, a punch nearly cost him his life on the spot. They initially planned to rush out and engage the opponent in a decisive battle, but then they realized that if someone as strong as Mo Chang couldn't defeat the other side, wouldn't going in themselves just be courting death? Just as they were about to take out the censor to seek help, Mo Chang unexpectedly stood up again and resolved the opponent with a single strike. This nearly made them jump with excitement, but before they could celebrate for long, they saw the person who had been standing on the tree jump down. He snatched the censor from Mo Chang's backpack, seemingly unwilling to let Mo Chang and Lu Chi off the hook. The censor they had just retrieved was taken out again, and this time, without hesitation, they pressed it directly. They worried that if they delayed any longer, Mo Chang and Lu Chi would face danger. If it weren't for Mo Chang and Lu Chi, their small team would have likely been torn apart and devoured by the pack of demon wolves, leaving not even a shred of bone. At the time, they wanted to activate the censor to seek assistance, but their backpack had been thrown off during the fight, leaving them unable to do anything despite their intentions. Now that the other party has saved their lives before, they absolutely cannot sit idly by at this moment. Sigh, I miss my wife so much. I wonder if she's missing me too. I've been staying here every day recently. Counting the days, I'll be able to go home in just 4 days. That little rascal. Running off to such dangerous places for training has left me unable to enjoy some couple's time with my wife. Mo Jung was squatted on the ground, a blade of grass in his mouth, absent-mindedly talking to himself. He stared at the water in the cup. Gradually, his wife's image surfaced in the water, and his face showed a look of blissful intoxication. In the water, the reflection of a beauty appears, but alas, the beauty is not by my side. Unable to stay together every day, truly lamentable, truly lamentable. If Mo Chang knew he was teetering on the edge of life and death, while his father was leisurely squatting here, daydreaming about his mother, he would probably suffocate in frustration. Beep 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 beep. The sound of the censor rang out, and Mo Zhongguo's heart skipped a beat. Damn, could something have happened? He immediately ran toward the source of the sound, fearing that even a second's delay might increase the danger to his son. If anything happened to his son, if he got hurt, how would he face his wife? How could he explain it? Given his wife's level of affection for their son, the consequences would truly be worrying. Mo Chang was his hope. As the son of an S-Class Ice ability user, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass anything Mo Zhongguo could ever accomplish. What he could do was to do his utmost to shield his son from the wind and rain, keeping all dangers outside the door. He was willing to touch the darkness, to face the darkness, even if it meant being swallowed by it, so long as his child could grow up safely under his protection. Thinking of this, Mo Zhongguo quickened his pace and reached the edge of the censor within seconds. By now, a considerable number of people had already gathered there. He saw the bodyguards and military officers arranged by Lu Yingtian, as well as some unfamiliar faces. The crowd appeared somewhat uneasy. The officer who had distributed the censors earlier glanced at the device in his hand and said to everyone, Miss Su and Miss Wang's censors have sent out a distress signal. As soon as the words were spoken, those unfamiliar faces immediately became flustered. The leader of the group slammed his hands on the table, his heart filled with tension. If anything happened to the young ladies, how would he explain it to his superiors? Although the young ladies were wearing battle armor and had strictly ordered them to stay behind, the superiors wouldn't care about such details. He turned to the officer, his voice trembling and urgent as he shouted, "Where is the location transmitted by the sensors? We must go to their rescue immediately." The distress signal from the sensors indicates a location directly in front of the entrance. The signal shows it should be between the outer and middle circles of the Beast Mountain range. The officer in charge of monitoring said gravely, "Rest assured, we will also arrange a squad to accompany you." Upon hearing that the distress signal did not come from his son, Mo Zhongguo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, the anxiety and unease in his heart did not diminish. Instead, it grew even stronger, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. People often say there is a special bond between father and son. Could this be the case for him as well? What if his son was truly in danger, but due to some unforeseen circumstance, the sensor failed to send out a distress signal in time? What would he do then? Although the likelihood of this was extremely slim, now that the thought had crossed his mind, he couldn't ignore it. He had to see with his own eyes whether his son was safe before he could truly be at ease. Imo Jongwa stepped forward, looked at everyone, and said, "Friends, let me go with you. The more people, the more strength. What do you think? Besides, I also want to check on my son inside and see if he's in any danger." The person walking at the front thought for a moment and then nodded. Having another person was always a good thing. In case of any situation, everyone could help each other. The bodyguards sent by Lu Yingtian exchanged glances, then stepped forward, expressing their willingness to act together. Their thoughts were no different from Imo Zhonggua's. They all hoped to find their people in check on their training situation inside. Thus, the group set off with the strength in numbers principle, heading toward the same goal. Imo Chang was already dressed in battle armor, carrying a backpack, with Lu Qi on his back. He asked coldly, "When do we start?" He didn't want to say anything more. For someone with this kind of mental illness, saying more was just a waste of time. It was better to save his energy for escaping. "Alright, run. Remember to use all your strength. Don't let me catch you, little mouse." As soon as the words were spoken, Imo Chang dashed forward with long strides, leaping 30 meters in an instant and swiftly weaving through the forest. Originally, the maximum he could leap was 10 meters, but with the battle armor's enhancement, the figure tripled. Truly worthy of a C-grade battle armor, extraordinarily powerful. Imo Chang kept maneuvering through the forest, trying to disrupt his pursuer's tracking. 28, 29, 30, he muttered to himself. "Little mouse, have you hidden well? Here I come." As soon as his voice fell, a massive vine abruptly rose from the ground, the hard soil breaking apart like fragile paper before it. Stepping onto the vine, he scanned his surroundings, his gaze narrowing slightly before locking onto a direction. He strode swiftly toward that spot. Imo Chang sped through the forest, unaware of anyone approaching for a while. Just as his heartbeat began to ease slightly, suddenly, thick vines emerged from the ground. Unlike ordinary vines, they were covered with sharp thorns as sharp as daggers. The vine suddenly lashed forward, and the surrounding trees that came into contact with it instantly snapped with a loud crack. Bang! The ground cracked, fissures spreading outward, symbolizing terrifying destructive power. Imo Chang dodged the strike in time, his legs exerting force once again as he sprinted forward during the opponent's moment of unpreparedness. He tried to run toward areas with more trees, as the cover provided by the trees could limit the opponent's vision, greatly increasing his chances of escape. Imo Chang moved silently through the forest, his gaze resolute, his heart as calm as still water, without a trace of disturbance. By a concealed patch of grass, Imo Chang carefully placed Lu Qi down from his back, setting the backpack aside as well. Looking at the sleeping Lu Qi, he said reluctantly, "This time, I might really fall here. Since I proposed this trial, it's my duty to protect you. Rest assured, I won't let you get hurt. I'll make sure you come here intact and return intact. You must carry on my unfinished dreams. If you get the chance, remember to avenge me and take down a few more members of the Blood Fiend Society." He took a deep breath. "I'm entrusting my parents to you as well. Please take good care of them. Goodbye." Imo Chang settled Lu Qi down, his eyes already reddened. Turning around, he ran back in the direction he had come from. He hadn't gone far before he saw a figure charging toward him at incredible speed, and in less than 10 breaths, he would be caught. Simultaneously, another giant spike came hurtling from behind. Imo Chang reacted swiftly, sidestepping to dodge, his feet planting firmly on the vines. With a sudden exertion of force, he launched himself backward. While flying back, he formed an ice spike and hurled it toward his opponent, courting death. Seeing the monkey he had been toying with daring to fight back, fury surged within him. With a powerful stomp on the vines underfoot, he soared into the air, landing on a nearby tree trunk. The massive tree couldn't withstand the force and snapped instantly. Bounding from tree to tree, he closed in on Imo Chang with lightning speed. Imo Chang dashed forward at full speed, silver light flickering. Suddenly, several vines shot up from the ground, sealing off his escape route. His icy gaze scanned his surroundings, vines ahead, a pursuer behind. He was utterly trapped with no way out. With nowhere to flee, he stomped down forcefully, the energy beneath his feet erupting like an explosion, propelling him forward in an instant. Murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Even if he couldn't escape, he would do everything in his power to leave a lasting impression on his opponent. Bang! His fist collided heavily with the enemy's, his arm numbed from the impact. If not for wearing a Class C battlesuit, this blow might have rendered his arm useless. The opponent's fist was like a mountain, completely unshakable. Although clad in the Class C battlesuit, which gave him strength comparable to a 4th-level Esper, he couldn't gain any advantage against this opponent. It was clear the enemy was at least a 5th-level Esper. Imo Chang quickly seized the opportunity and delivered a knife hand strike toward the enemy's neck, his speed as swift as lightning. The opponent reacted quickly, catching Mo Chang's knife hand with one hand. The defense was like an iron fortress, leaving no openings for him. Just as the enemy was about to mock his overconfidence, Mo Chang realized an ice spike had already been aimed at the enemy's face, forcing him to block it swiftly. Taking advantage of the distraction, Mo Chang delivered a powerful kick to the enemy's abdomen, using the momentum to flip backward and escape. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly. The enemy was sent flying several meters from the kick, only slowing down after crashing into a tree. Mo Chang didn't give him a chance to react. He swiftly grabbed his opponent's arm, and in the moment of the enemy's daze, he delivered a fierce knee strike to his stomach. A dull bang echoed as Mo Chang finished the strike, unsatisfied, immediately following up with a few consecutive hits. "Punk, you're dead today," the enemy roared, fury blazing in his heart. He hadn't expected Mo Chang to seize an opening so easily, and the chain of attacks had nearly left him half paralyzed. Luckily, he was already a 5th-tier ability user, with both his strength and physical body greatly enhanced. If he were still a 4th-tier ability user, he might already have fallen here. Without hesitation, as soon as Mo Chang heard the enraged shout, he dived to the side. A wooden spike suddenly shot up from the ground. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been skewered like a kebab. Not good. His instincts screamed of imminent danger. Mo Chang's body swayed as his legs exploded with power, propelling him back repeatedly. Another wooden spike emerged from the ground. If this continued, he would eventually tire to the point where he couldn't dodge anymore. He had to strike first to regain the advantage. Mo Chang condensed an ice blade half as tall as a person in his hand and quickly approached the enemy, controlling the vines in the distance, moving so fast that faint afterimages seemed to appear. His eyes narrowed slightly, pupils constricting as he fixed his gaze on the enemy ahead. Suddenly, he swung the blade and turned sharply, slashing in one swift motion. The sharp edge of the blade directly split the wooden spike that had just emerged into two. The smooth surface of the blade reflected Mo Chang's blood-red pupils, resembling an avenging bloody warrior, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. "Die!" he roared furiously, holding his breath and focusing entirely, veins bulging on his hands as the blade shimmered coldly and chopped downward. The vines in front of him split apart into halves one after another. Crack! The ice blade shattered upon contact with the vine-wrapped giant hand opposite him, lasting no more than 3 breaths before breaking apart with a crisp sound. Sparkling ice fragments danced in the air. Momentarily dazed, Mo Chang immediately reacted, planting his palm on the ground, gripping the opponent's arm tightly with his legs, and twisting forcefully. With the enhancement of his battle armor, he couldn't crush the enemy's arm bones, but he could definitely make the enemy fall. Not good. A sudden realization struck him. At the moment when the ice blade shattered, he foolishly believed the enemy had lost their means of attack, overlooking the fact that Mo Chang's combat instincts were equally seasoned and formidable. The body lost its balance, the enemy staggered and fell, and a leg clad in metallic armor suddenly kicked toward his face. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by a dull thud, it was as if a train had run over him. He could almost hear the sound of bones shattering, and his entire face was in excruciating pain. Touching his face, he found that a large area had already caved in. Without needing to think, he knew he was definitely disfigured. First came a wave of despair, followed by burning rage. He thought to himself that he would sever Mo Chang's limbs, cut off his tongue, gouge out his eyes and store them in a jar, and even use drugs to keep him alive, preventing him from dying, all to exact his revenge. Climbing up dejectedly, he was just about to counterattack when he saw a fist the size of a sandbag appear before him. Mo Chang would never give him a chance, swinging his arms and unleashing a completely chaotic barrage of attacks. As long as he hit his face, that was all that mattered. Just as he was getting carried away, a hand tightly gripped his arm, as unyielding as an iron clamp. The opponent exerted force with one hand, the knuckles firmly clutching Mo Chang's arm, even causing the armor to dent slightly under the pressure. "I want you dead," he roared, standing up, his face swollen like a pig's head, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Mo Chang. The strength in his opponent's hand continued to increase, crushing Mo Chang's arm. A sharp pain radiated from his palm. The enemy's arm strength was terrifyingly immense, effortlessly lifting Mo Chang into the air. With a sudden surge of power, the enemy's fist drove directly into Mo Chang's abdomen, striking a vital spot. Bang! Mo Chang felt a burning pain erupting in his stomach. He had no idea how many ribs had been broken. Warm liquid gushed out of his mouth, splattering inside his battle armor. His fingers loosened as his strength dissipated, and Mo Chang collapsed onto his knees on the ground. A leg shot out like an arrow, the force so overwhelming that it sent Mo Chang rolling across the ground countless times before coming to a stop. Hearing the approaching footsteps growing louder, Mo Chang's palm, pressed against the ground, began to emit faint traces of blue light, his final counterattack. It was a do-or-die moment. The enemy approached Mo Chang cautiously, unsure if he was already dead. He had witnessed countless scenarios where the dying delivered a lethal counterstrike, so he treaded with extra care. Despite clearly being far weaker than him, Mo Chang had landed enough blows to leave a shadow of unease in his heart. After all, the experience of being beaten senseless was far from pleasant. Hearing the footsteps stop beside him, Mo Chang's heart stirred. It was time. He raised his palm and struck out at the enemy. Boom! Ice elements burst out in all directions, yet the enemy was not touched by him. Vines coiled in front of the enemy like a flexible giant serpent. Mo Chang's ice elements erupted fully but were blocked by the vines. It's over, he thought, despair filling his heart. The vines wrapped around Mo Chang once more, force radiating from them. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to be crushed, the pressure making it hard for him to breathe. His face turned deep red from the strain. Mo Chang remained silent, his teeth biting into his lower lip. Blood quietly seeped out. Shout. If you can't hold it in, just scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Ha 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 ha. The vine, like a giant hand, squeezed Mo Chang's body so tightly that his bones creaked audibly. Yet he kept his lips tightly sealed. Even when his mouth bled from biting down so hard, not a single sound escaped him. Perhaps Mo Chang's resilience infuriated him. He controlled a sharp wooden spike and drove it into Mo Chang's arm. Aga! The excruciating pain made Mo Chang's face instantly pale, his mouth loosened, and a hysterical scream erupted from his throat. Ha ha, that's it. Only by tormenting you to death can I alleviate the resentment in my heart, he laughed wildly, completely indifferent to how disgusting he looked in that moment. A crazed smile appeared on his uneven face, so unsettling that it would make anyone's heart race with fear. Just as he was speaking, several more wooden spikes pierced Mo Chang's limbs. Unable to endure the pain, his head finally drooped, and he passed out. Just as he was about to plant the seed in Mo Chang, a rush of hurried footsteps faintly approached, drawing closer and closer. No time left, then I must ask you to die. He suddenly controlled a wooden spike and thrust it toward Mo Chang, his eyes glinting with madness. Squelch! A wooden spike pierced through Mo Chang's body, emerging from his back. He did not retract it but left it there, allowing those behind to fully admire his handiwork. He moved his figure, concealed himself behind the bushes, glided silently, his steps making no sound, and then disappeared into the forest. However, what he failed to notice was that the pendant on Mo Chang's chest was slowly injecting strands of energy into his body. The heart that was supposed to have stopped beating began to tremble slowly once again at this moment. A few minutes earlier, Mo Zhonghua and his group had already found Su Wan, Wang Shui, and the others in the woods. Miss Su, Miss Wang, are you okay? Are you hurt? The newcomer asked gently, their gaze sweeping from head to toe. Fortunately, the two only had some dust on them without any signs of injury. Su Wan looked at everyone anxiously and hurriedly said, this is not the time to discuss this. Quickly, go save Mo Chang and the others. They're being chased. Mo Zhonghua originally wanted to ask the other party if they had seen his son and inquire about their direction of travel. Upon hearing that his son was being hunted, he quickly grabbed the other party's arm, his expression panicked, and urgently spoke, do you know which direction Mo Chang fled? He is my son, please tell me. The bodyguards also came over, and upon hearing that their boss's son was the one being hunted, they were so frightened they could hardly catch their breath. I installed a tracker on their backpack. Su Wan raised the detection device in her hand, where the location of the miniature tracker was clearly displayed. Mo Zhonghua snatched it up, pinpointed the location, and rushed off quickly, with the bodyguards and squad soldiers following closely behind. You guys should hurry as well. They are our lifesavers. Take Wang Shui and me along too. The two of us are light element and water element ability users. If injured, we can provide aid. Su Wan said urgently, stomping her foot repeatedly on the ground, her mood extremely agitated. Wang Shui echoed her sentiments beside her. Miss Su, Miss Wang, we are only responsible for your safety. If that's the case. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Su Wan and Wang Shui glaring at him with eyes full of killing intent. His heart trembled, and he realized that if he said the word no again, he was surely doomed upon their return. To save his life, he helplessly nodded, waved his hand as a signal, and the team behind him stepped out in unison, leading Su Wan and the others toward Mo Zhonghua and his group's direction. Mo Zhonghua and the others, with the weakest among them being at Tier 3, reached the location of the signal device in just 1 minute at full speed. There are no traces of a fight here, so why is the miniature tracker showing this area? Mo Zhonghua felt anxious, a faint sense of unease creeping over him as his heart raced faster than before, as if it was about to burst out of his chest. This unsettling feeling left him flustered and alarmed. Found him, there's someone lying in the grass over here. A soldier from the rescue team shouted loudly. Everyone rushed over upon hearing this, including Mo Zhonghua. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was there only one person? Didn't they say Mo Chang and Lu Qi were together? When he finally saw the person lying on the ground clearly, his heart sank, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Qi. Lu Qi lay on the ground alone. Where is Mo Chang? The group of bodyguards sighed in relief, grateful that their boss's son was unharmed, otherwise, they would have been in big trouble. Then where is my son Mo Chang? Why isn't he here? Mo Zhonghua asked with some disappointment. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Just as one person was about to speak to console him, a painful cry suddenly came from the distance. That's my son's voice. Mo Zhonghua, upon hearing it, dashed straight toward the source of the sound. The trees in his path were snapped in half as he collided with them. He had no time to stop. The only thought in his mind was to find his son as quickly as possible. The others, seeing this, left a few people behind to protect Lu Qi, while the rest swiftly followed, moving at an incredible speed. However, when they found Mo Chang, the scene before them left everyone stunned. Mo Zhonghua collapsed to the ground, as if all the strength in his body had been drained in an instant. At this moment, Mo Chang's limbs were pinned down by underground vines, and a wooden spike the size of a baby's head had pierced through the center of his body. Blood flowed along the spike, filling the nearby small dirt pit. Quick, save him. Is there anyone in the team with light-based or water-based abilities? Hurry and provide treatment. Those who reacted first shouted to the people around them. I'll do it. Wang Shui and I can provide treatment. Su Wan and Wang Shui, who rushed over, were terrified and shocked by the scene in front of them. One hand covered their mouths, their eyes full of disbelief. Just yesterday, Mo Chang had been full of spirit, like an otherworldly celestial being, but now he was a blood-soaked figure, completely lifeless. However, they immediately sprang into action, hastily beginning treatment. Delaying even a second could bring Mo Chang closer to death. They could not afford to wait any longer. Standing in front of Mo Chang, Su Wan and Wang Shui fully activated the light and water elements within their bodies to begin treating Mo Chang's injuries. Realizing that Mo Chang still had a heartbeat, Su Wan and Wang Shui excitedly said to Mo Zhonghua, Uncle Mo Chang is fine, he's still alive. Hearing these words, Mo Zhonghua immediately collapsed to the ground in shock. He then quickly got up, rushed to the two of them, his eyes swollen and red, his face streaked with tears, and his breath trembling. With sobs. Please save my son, I'll do anything you ask. His face was filled with despair, his voice quavering and hoarse, and his legs uncontrollably buckled as he went to kneel before Su Wan and Wang Shui. Fortunately, Wang Shui reacted swiftly and managed to support Mo Zhonghua in time, preventing him from actually kneeling. After all, he was the father of their life-saving benefactor. How could they allow him to kneel before them? Don't worry, Uncle Mo Chang still has a heartbeat. Once we stabilize his injuries, we'll immediately take him to the best hospital in Lanhai City for treatment, Su Wan said. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her breathing grew rapid, clear evidence that she was exerting her powers to the fullest. Does anyone have source energy crystals? They don't have enough internal energy to sustain long-term treatment, and I promise I'll compensate you once. This is over. Mo Zhonghua anxiously scanned the people around him, instantly noticing the unusual state of the two women, his worry intensifying further. One of the bodyguards unhesitatingly took out 3 pieces of D-level energy source crystals from his pocket, handed them to Mo Zhonghua, and stated that they were voluntarily gifted and need not be returned. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Mo Zhonghua was deeply grateful, took the energy source crystals, placed them beside Su Wan and Wang Shui, and directed the energy within the crystals to flow into their bodies. With the replenishment of energy, Su Wan and Wang Shui immediately felt a sense of relief in their bodies, with a steady stream of power surging into them. The whirlpools of their abilities, which were on the verge of depletion, were once again revitalized. Light elements and water elements continuously gathered from both of them, gently channeling toward Mo Chang's wounds. Most of the wounds had successfully stopped bleeding and even showed signs of healing. Only the injuries to the limbs and those penetrating through the body continued to bleed, albeit in lesser amounts, but complete recovery remained beyond their current capabilities. Not long after, the rescue team from the Blue Ocean City Central Hospital quickly arrived at Mo Chang's location. Give him a bottle of D-level energy healing potion first. It will help most of the wounds to stop bleeding and heal quickly. As for the gaping hole through the chest, as long as his heart hasn't stopped beating, there's hope to save him. Hearing this, Mo Zhonghua gently lifted Mo Chang and carried him into the hovering ambulance from Blue Ocean City Central Hospital, delicately placing him on the stretcher inside. The pendant on Mo Chang's neck emitted a faint glow before disappearing completely, as though it had never existed. Whoosh! The hovering ambulance vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. If it had been an ordinary ambulance, attempting to traverse the dense forest of the beast-infested mountain would have been almost impossible, but for the hovering ambulance, it was a breeze. The hover ambulance has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Unless it encounters a full-force attack from a Tier 5 or higher powerhouse, it is virtually indestructible. At this moment, Mo Chang's consciousness floated in a void space, surrounded by darkness, devoid of any light. Suddenly, threads of transparent energy penetrated this darkness, flowing gently around him like a mother's tender caress of her newborn child. Mo Chang felt an incomparable warmth in his body, and the injuries to his internal organs gradually healed under the influence of this energy, while his limbs and bones were once again filled with strength. Deep within his body, beyond his awareness, next to the vortex of his ice-based abilities, several transparent ability vortices suddenly appeared, only to fall silent and vanish after a short while. Outside the hospital room, Zhao Yunrong sat on a bench, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, evidently having just cried. Mo Zhonghua sat beside her, gently patting her back and speaking in a low voice to comfort her. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhao. If it hadn't been for saving me, Brother Chang would never have been so gravely injured. It's all my fault, Lucci said, kneeling before them, his bloodshot eyes filled with tears that flowed uncontrollably. His entire body trembled incessantly. He had woken up on the way to the hospital and learned that Brother Chang had nearly lost his life saving him, leaving him overwhelmed with guilt. If Brother Chang had fled on his own, he would surely have escaped, but in order to save him, Mo Chang had drawn the individual's attention, allowing him to narrowly escape. Xiao Qi, this isn't your fault. This is Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang has always been like this. He's willing to do anything for his friends. Though his words may sometimes be harsh, his heart is considerate of everyone, Mo Zhenghua said as he helped Lucci up, patting him on the shoulder and looking at him with unwavering eyes. Stop crying like that. Get up quickly and stop sobbing. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and 3 middle-aged men walked over together. One of them was Lucci's father, Luing Tian, who had encountered the group on the way and came along. Following them were 2 unfamiliar faces and 2 women, whom Lucci immediately recognized as Su Wan and Wang Shui. Naturally, the identities of the 2 middle-aged men leading the group were also self-evident. They walked up to Zhao Yunrong and Mo Zhenghua, bowed deeply, and solemnly said, Young Mo has saved our daughter's life. If there's anything you need, we will do our utmost to assist you. Please don't hesitate to let us know. So will I. Su Wan and Wang Shui stepped forward, their lips curling into a somewhat bitter smile. And Zhao, we're sorry. When Mo Chang was in danger, we didn't rush to help. We feel truly apologetic. Afterward, the 2 also bowed their heads in apology. It's not your fault. The situation was critical at the time, you must have been very frightened as well. Moreover, thanks to your call for help, Xiao Chang could be located and rescued in time. Zhao Yunrong held each of their hands, comforting them. Bang! The door of the emergency room swung open, and a doctor stepped out, addressing the crowd. The patient is out of danger and is expected to regain consciousness within a day. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Given the severity of the injuries, it was remarkable that the patient had managed to hold on until help arrived. For an ordinary Tier 1 awakened individual, there wouldn't have been any possibility of rescue. Moreover, the puncture wounds on the patient's body healed remarkably fast. Typically, a combination of light element and water element abilities would take at least a full day to close such wounds, yet this person had recovered 70 to 80% within just half a day. It was unbelievably unusual. These words were only mused within his heart, the occasion was inappropriate, and a prudent person wouldn't voice them in front of everyone. The doctor's words were like a calming pill, bringing a collective sigh of relief from those present and alleviating the tension in their hearts. Can we go in and see? We won't make noise or cause any trouble, Zhao Yunrong asked eagerly. You can, but it's best if no more than 5 people enter at a time, the doctor nodded in agreement. Upon receiving confirmation, Mo Zhenghua and Zhao Yunrong could no longer hold back and eagerly walked into the ward. Lucci looked expectantly at Luing Tian, who understood his wish and nodded in agreement. The 2 middle-aged men, feeling the fervent gazes from the side, couldn't help but sigh and said, If you want to go, go ahead, but remember not to disturb young friend Mo Chang. Before their words had fully settled, the 2 young women vanished before their eyes like smoke. Luing Tian and his 3 companions exchanged glances and all shook their heads helplessly. In the hospital room, Zhao Yunrong sat by the bedside, gently stroking Mo Chang's pale cheek. The tears she had just managed to hold back broke through once again. What mother wouldn't feel heartache seeing her child gravely injured, nearly losing their life? For the soft-hearted Zhao Yunrong, this was even more so. If she could, she would rather endure the pain in Mo Chang's place. Lucci and Su Wan stood quietly to the side, like statues, their gaze fixed on Mo Chang. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in Zhao Yunrong's eyes. She seemed to feel Mo Chang's fingers move slightly. Xiao Cheng's fingers seemed to have moved, she exclaimed in surprise, gripping Mo Chang's hand a little tighter. Upon hearing this, Mo Zhenghua and Lucci immediately gathered around, surrounding Mo Chang, their eyes fixed on him from every angle. Mo Chang's eyelids fluttered continuously, and the glaring light from the fluorescent lamp pierced through the shadows of the people around him, shining directly onto his face. His confused eyes slowly opened, his gaze falling back onto himself. He noticed the white walls around him, and the pungent smell of disinfectant invaded his respiratory tract. Finally, Mo Chang fully opened his eyes, rubbing his half-asleep eyes in an attempt to wake himself up. Xiao Chang, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable? Anywhere? A familiar voice reached him. Mo Chang propped himself up on the bed frame, trying to sit up and look around. The sight nearly made him faint again. Tears and snot mixed together on Lucci's face, making him look a bit disgusting. Mo Chang, who had just woken up, could hardly withstand such a shock. Fortunately, his mental resilience was strong, otherwise, this psychological blow would have been too much. Su Wan and Wang Shui's eyes also glistened faintly with tears, looking pitifully heartbreaking. Mo Chang couldn't help but wonder, why was there such a big difference in the way Su Wan, Wang Shui, and Lucci cried? Xiao Chang, can you hear me talking? Zhao Yunrong, noticing Mo Chang's lack of response, became somewhat flustered and was about to head out to find a doctor. Mom, I hear you. I was just thinking about something else and didn't respond. Mo Chang quickly grabbed his mother's hand and said, "Oh, Mom and Dad, I'm really hungry right now. Could you go buy me something to eat?" "Oh, my poor memory. Wait here, Mom will go get you something to eat right away." Zhao Yunrong immediately agreed. "You come with me," she said, pulling Mo Zhonghua along as they left the hospital room. The room instantly felt colder with the two adults gone, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward as the four of them exchanged uneasy glances, with no one speaking first. After a few seconds, Lucci finally couldn't hold back and said, "Brother Chang, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been knocked unconscious by that man in black, this would never have happened. Say whatever you want, just don't ignore me." Seeing Lucci looking as if he was about to cry, Mo Chang pressed his hand downward gently and said in a calm tone, "Relax, I'm not blaming you." "Shoo, someone's coming." Lucci was just about to ask something when he heard knocking on the door from outside. "Come in," Mo Chang called out toward the door. Two people in military uniforms walked in, one of them holding a notebook, evidently ready to record something. "Hello, student Mo Chang. Sorry to disturb you, but we have a few questions we'd like to ask. Do you mind?" The leading officer glanced at Lucci and the others, then asked in a serious tone. Mo Chang understood what he meant but still shook his head, as it wasn't a big deal to him after all, they were witnesses, and there was no need to shy away from it. He responded indifferently, "No problem. I'll answer truthfully anything I know." "May I ask, who attacked you that day?" the officer continued to ask. "Lin Zifeng, and someone from the Blood Demon Society," Mo Chang replied. The moment they heard the name Blood Demon Society, both the questioner and the recorder immediately showed an expression of disbelief, which was quickly replaced by extreme seriousness. Lucci and the others were also momentarily stunned. They all knew what the name Blood Demon Society implied. When someone had tried to hunt down Mo Chang earlier, Suwan and her group didn't know who it was. Now, upon hearing this name, they immediately understood. This was an unredeemable organization infamous for destruction and slaughter. Each of their large-scale operations left a trail of corpses and rivers of blood, making them a veritable anti-humanity organization. "Can you still remember his main characteristics?" the officer pressed. "An awakened wood-type ability user, with a strength of level 5 or above. I'm not entirely sure about the exact level of awakening. That person wore a mask, so the face was unclear, but he was a bit perverted, seemingly mentally unstable," Mo Chang replied. Okay. The officer was somewhat incredulous. "Perverted? Mentally unstable?" He reconfirmed, "Are you sure about this, Mo Chang?" Mo Chang thought for a moment about the person's way of speaking, then nodded solemnly, even clenching his right fist and tapping it against his left palm. "Yes, I'm sure." The officer looked at his determined attitude and decided not to say more. "By the way, did you find Lin Zifeng's body?" "The one that turned into an ice sculpture," Mo Chang asked again. "Ice sculpture? A body? We didn't find it at the scene," the officer shook his head. After they found Mo Chang, they conducted a thorough search at the original site, but they indeed didn't find any corpse resembling an ice sculpture. "Not found? Then it's possible that the person from the Blood Fiend Society took it away. I don't know exactly what they plan to do, so please stay vigilant," Mo Chang reminded. "In addition, please inform the heads of the 3 academies in Blue Sea City about this matter," Mo Chang said after pondering for a moment to the two people in front of him. "All right, we will convey the message and pay attention. Thank you for your help this time. We won't disturb your rest any longer. Goodbye." The two nodded to Mo Chang and quickly left the ward. The matter of the Blood Fiend Society is too important. They must report to their superiors as soon as possible. Perhaps, hidden in the unnoticed corners of Blue Ocean City, a member of the Blood Fiend Society is lurking. This attack against Mo Chang clearly reflects the undercurrents stirring in Blue Ocean City, with numerous dangers lying in wait. These rats must be captured quickly, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the very least, people's lives would be at stake, and at worst, Blue Ocean City could face destruction. Members of the Blood Fiend Society possess the capacity to annihilate an entire city, armed with various strange potions in their hands. Mo Chang's gaze gradually became vacant, with various thoughts swirling in his mind. Lucci and the others exchanged glances, none daring to break the silence. Dong dong dong. The prolonged and forceful knocking on the door sounded again, pulling Mo Chang back to reality. He had just been pondering whether Lin Zifeng's corpse had been utilized by the other party. Although this idea was bold, it wasn't entirely impossible. The principle of being cautious to ensure safety always applied. "Come in," Mo Chang repeated the words he had said earlier. The door to the hospital room slowly opened, and 3 middle-aged men walked in. They were Lu Yingtian and Su Wan's fathers. Unfortunately, the recently awakened Mo Chang didn't recognize the 2 men behind him and was confused about their purpose. "Hello, I am Su Wan's father, Su Wanshan. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. I am Wang Shui's father, Wang Dachui. Like brother Su, I have come specifically to thank young friend Mo Chang." Upon hearing their explanation, Mo Chang felt as if a weight had been lifted and finally understood the reason for their visit. It turned out that these 3 had come to express their gratitude. At the same time, he was astonished by their identities. Mo Chang was about to refuse, explaining that it wasn't necessary. After all, they were all citizens of Daxia, and helping each other was only natural. Living under the same sun, they should support one another, progress together, and advance hand in hand. In the future, they ought to defend their homeland together, united in times of national crisis, to protect the lights of thousands of homes. He did not regret it. By sacrificing his own life, he had saved Lu Qi, Su Wan, Wang Shui, and others. He felt it was worth it, and even if given the chance, he would make the same choice. Again. However, the enthusiastic applause around him interrupted his thoughts. He saw 3 tall men in black uniforms walk up to him, each holding an exquisite box in their hands. The 4 corners of the boxes were actually adorned with gold trim, leaving Mo Chang stunned. Such extravagance, who would use gold to decorate a box? How wealthy must they be to do so? What was even more surprising was the fingertip-sized ice blue crystal embedded in the center of the box. The chilling aura it emitted caused the temperature in the room to drop noticeably. Young friend Mo Chang, this is our token of gratitude prepared for you. Thanks to you, my daughter was able to emerge unscathed, Su Wanshan said to Mo Chang, his gaze sincere yet carrying a hint of cunning. Wang Dazue, on the other hand, simply glanced at him silently without saying a word. Well, actually it's nothing, no need for this. Mo Chang's words were abruptly cut off. No one interrupted him, he was shaken by the sight before him. The contents of the box could only be described as priceless, leaving even Lu Qi and Lu Yingtian dumbfounded. Young friend Mo Chang, the first box contains 3 pieces of A-grade ability crystals and 3 C-grade energy injection healing solutions. As long as the injury isn't fatal, they can heal quickly in a short amount of time. The second box contains a space ring made from a spatial crystal stone. The interior space is about 1 cubic meter. It was a rare find from my acquisitions outside and is specially prepared this time to express gratitude for young friend Mo Chang's kindness. The third box is a shopping card recognized by all the stores under our group. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount when shopping in our stores. Additionally, when stock is running low, you'll be given priority purchasing rights. This box is also given to you. It contains ice crystal stones, which will be more beneficial for the cultivation of ice ability users. Mo Chang originally intended to refuse, yet the more the other party spoke, the weaker the voice of rejection in his heart became. By the end, his refusal had turned into silent acquiescence. There was no way around it, the other party's offerings were simply too generous. Not to mention the source energy crystals and source energy healing liquid. From earlier, even the space ring, which already looked incredibly expensive, or just that shopping cart alone, those were things he had long yearned for. If this followed the plot of novels Mo Chang had read in the past, he should first refuse, then be moved by the other party's persistence, and finally accept reluctantly. He'd always scoffed at such situations. If someone is giving you something, refusing it and forcing them to insist, doesn't that disrespect the other person's goodwill? Since the other party is sincere, it's best to accept it with peace of mind. After all, having helped someone, taking it doesn't feel like a loss, and it puts the other party at ease. This way, everyone is happy. Besides, not taking advantage of an opportunity is foolish, and Mo Chang is not the kind of person to let resources slip by without trying to seize them. Although 100 years have passed since that apocalyptic catastrophe, no one can predict whether the enemy will make a comeback, and now the Blood Fiend Society is secretly stirring. Only by obtaining resources can one become stronger and protect those around them. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. The fact that he almost lost his life this time serves as a warning, further solidifying his determination to grow stronger. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you both, Mo Chang said after thinking for a moment, a warm and sunny smile appearing on his face. Then I'll take the space. Su Wanshan stopped halfway through his sentence. He had initially thought Mo Chang might refuse, providing the perfect excuse to take back the spatial ring. You must know that he himself didn't have many spatial crystals. This time, he had taken out one merely to show his sincerity. If an ordinary person heard their names, they probably wouldn't even be able to stand upright. The gift he offered would undoubtedly be declined by Mo Chang. He would then take the opportunity to retrieve the most valuable item, forcing the rest on the other party. In this way, he could showcase his generosity while ensuring no one would blame him for taking back part of the gift. After all, it was the other party who first refused, and he merely reclaimed one thing while still giving the remainder. But unexpectedly, the situation with Mo Chang took an unforeseen turn. Su Wanshan inwardly regretted, this method, which he had used countless times before, had always been successful. Boss Su, is there something you need? Mo Chang's voice slowly echoed. No, nothing. Su Wanshan, whose heart was bleeding, maintained an air of calm and composure on the surface. Words, once spoken, are like water spilled out. Someone in his position must exercise extreme caution. Wang Dachui, witnessing this scene, secretly rejoiced in his heart. So even you have a moment like this, old fox Su. Who would have thought you'd stumble this time at the hands of a young fellow? Su Wanshan knew well that the two had extensive business interactions, with mutual understanding of each other's backgrounds. Originally, the gifts consisted Of only 2 items, the space ring in the middle was something Su Wanshan added secretly, and Wang Dachui had long been aware of it but chose to remain silent. Before this, Su Wanshan had already succeeded countless times, so he had nothing much to say. Moreover, speaking up in front of everyone would undoubtedly put the other party in an awkward position. He was clear-headed and knew what to say in different situations. In private, he could joke around with others, but in public, he always adhered to the principle of speaking less to avoid causing trouble for himself. Mo Chang naturally guessed what he was thinking and couldn't help but curse inwardly. What an old fox. Most of the people present could discern Su Wanshan's careful scheming, and their expressions were all tense. Among the small minority who couldn't figure it out was, of course, Lu Qi, who didn't understand why everyone suddenly went silent. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward for a moment. Suddenly, Wang Dachui turned to Mo Chang and spoke, simultaneously pulling out a bank card from his pocket. Young friend Mo Chang, I've looked at the materials in your backpack. They're worth about 80,000. I'll buy them at a private price, not looking to profit off you, for 100,000. What do you think? Mo Chang pondered for a moment, took the bank card, and smiled at Wang Dachui, saying, Thank you, Boss Wang. If I get more materials in the future, I'll come to you. No problem. As long as you come to me, I'll buy them back at a private rate. Wang Dachui felt a surge of joy as he saw Mo Chang accept his bank card. This money meant little to him. The key was earning goodwill from the other party. The favor of an S-level ability user might not be useful at the moment, but who can predict the future? If the other party grows stronger, this goodwill ensures that they would lend a hand as long as the favor requested isn't excessive. With this thought in mind, Wang Dachui proactively extended his hand and shook Missouri Chang's firmly, like they were old friends reunited after more than a decade. Don't call me Boss Wang, just call me Uncle Wang from now on. In Blue Sea City, if you need anything, you can come to me. I still carry some weight here. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Mo Chang understood his intention well. Since the other party was willing to give him face, there was no reason for him to refuse. As long as he could establish a relationship with these two people, the safety of his parents would be assured. At least in Blue Sea City, no one would dare to make a move against them recklessly. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Wanshan and Wang Dachui found an excuse to leave. There were other people here, including the younger generation, so they couldn't keep chatting with Mo Chang endlessly. Besides, they had other matters to attend to and couldn't stay here for long. After the two left, Luing Tian slowly walked over to Mo Chang. Although he owned his own publicly listed company, he still seemed too young compared to Su Wanshan and Wang Dachui. During their conversation, he acted as a proper listener and never interrupted. Only after they left did he finally speak. Xiao Chang, if it weren't for you, Lu Qi might not have made it back alive this time. He's my only child, and I sincerely thank you. This card has 5 million in it, please accept it. Seeing the solemn expression on his face, Mo Chang nodded slowly, knowing well that given Uncle Lu's personality, if he refused it, Lu would surely feel guilty. Alright, now that the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave. The rest is up to you young folks. Bang dong, the ward was now left with only the 4 of them. Mo Chang asked them, how many days are left until Cheng Shue's registration? Lu Qi raised the communicator on his wrist, glanced at the time, and said earnestly, about half a month. Changgu, why are you asking this? Beside him, Suwan and Wang Shui also scooted closer, each bringing a small stool to sit down, curious to hear why Mo Chang was asking. I estimate I'll need to stay another week in the hospital. When the day comes for registration at Mingzhu Academy, come find me, alright? I have no problem with it. I'll follow whatever Brother Chang says, Lu Qi said earnestly. Right now, he was Mo Chang's top protector and would absolutely obey Brother Chang's words without question. After all, Brother Chang had never harmed him, he even risked his life to save him. Lu Qi felt that such a debt of gratitude was impossible to repay. If Brother Chang were a woman, he would have long since offered himself in marriage. We should probably head to Mingzhu Academy a few days early. The earlier we go, the sooner we'll get assigned dorms. If we arrive late, there might be no place left to stay. A lot of people apply to Mingzhu Academy every year. It's said that in past years, due to overcrowding, some students had to live in the residential area near the academy. But the academy does reimburse the accommodation fees, so you don't need to worry. This kind of situation is quite rare. It only happens a few times each year. How could it possibly happen to you? Don't worry, Suwan and Wang Shui said to Mo Chang, their beautiful eyes blinking adorably, making them incredibly charming. Mo Chang's expression remained calm as he leaned against the hospital bed, pondering the matters they had mentioned. Having been so unlucky this time, nearly losing his life, there shouldn't be any more misfortunes in the near future. Yes, it must be like this. Mingzhu City, Mingzhu Academy. A lady sat in the office with several documents spread out in front of her, holding the profiles and admission applications of 2 individuals in her hands. Bai Jiao, S-level fire ability, Su Ling, A-level light ability. Their ability levels are very high, but this year's student enrollment is already full. How should I arrange this? She had a bit of a headache. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and she thought of a solution, though she wasn't sure if it would work. Picking up the communicator on the table, she pondered for a moment before finally making up her mind to dial a number. "Hello, Xiaozhang, is there something you need?" A deep and powerful voice resounded through the office. "Dean, it's like this. Today, 2 girls applied to our Mingzhu Academy. One has an S-level fire ability, and the other has an A-level light ability. But this year, we already have a few extra students. My thought is to arrange for the last person who arrives on registration day to live in the same villa area as these 2 girls. Each villa has no fewer than 5 rooms, which should be more than enough. What do you think?" The woman's voice sounded slightly tense, and her body involuntarily tensed up as well. "You handle this matter, I trust you. After the freshman orientation training ends this year, there's another major task I need to take care of. I'm very busy here. Talk later." "Alright, I will definitely handle this matter well." Beep beep beep. As the communicator disconnected, the woman's breathing gradually steadied. She raised her hand and noticed that her palm had unknowingly become drenched with sweat. Mingzhu City, Commercial District. Baijiu and Su Ling walked along the street, their stunning beauty drawing the attention of passers-by who turned to steal glances. "Boss, look, these 2 girls are absolutely gorgeous. This is the first time in my life I've seen such beautiful women. How about we go ask for their contact information?" Not far from the 2 women, a shifty-eyed man spoke to the person beside him, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. The person referred to as the boss glanced over and couldn't look away. So beautiful, this was his assessment of the 2 women, as if they had stepped out of a painting, utterly untouched by the mortal world. Those lively eyes seemed to speak, leaving a deep impression on his heart with just a glance. "What do you think of my outfit today? Am I handsome or not?" Although he was asking his subordinate, his gaze never strayed from the 2 women. "Handsome, so handsome, boss, you'll definitely win the beauty over like this." The flattery skills of the lackey were fully displayed at this moment, and the boss listened with great satisfaction. "Let's go, watch how I win over these 2 beauties." With that, he strode forward, disregarding the gazes of people around him, putting on what he thought was an elegant smile, and extended his hand in front of the 2 women. "Hi, hello there, ladies. The moment I saw you for the first time, I was completely captivated. Everything around me seemed to lose its luster, and my eyes could only see your figures. I wonder if I may invite you 2 lovely ladies to a meal. I do have some savings, after all, and as a freshman at Mingzhu Academy, I believe I am worthy of you." The passers-by, upon hearing that he was a freshman at Mingzhu Academy, had their initial disdain instantly turn into admiration, casting envious glances his way. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention, couldn't help but lift his head slightly, and his smile became even more devilishly charming. Baijiu and Su Ling looked at the black lump of flesh near his nose, feeling a wave of nausea that made them almost want to vomit the meal they had just eaten. Although this behavior was quite inappropriate, his smile, which was uglier than crying, combined with that lump of flesh, indeed made it hard for anyone to endure. "Big sister Baijiu, what should we do? Should we give him a good beating? Judging from the aura emanating from him, he's just a first level beginner esper, while we're advanced ones. Beating him would be like adults bullying elementary school kids, no pressure at all. That's not a good idea, Linger. We shouldn't think about fighting outside. We need to be gentler, crippling one of his hands should be enough." Baijiu and Su Ling had their backs to him, whispering softly to each other. The smile on his face froze instantly, and the hand he had extended remained suspended in the air, without receiving any response. Ordinarily, when people learned he was a student of Mingzhu Academy, they would scramble to establish a connection with him. Yet, the other party whispered in front of him, completely ignoring him, making him feel like a clown. He was burning with anger, his gaze fixed firmly on the 2 women in front of him, while the hand at his side clutched the hem of his garment tightly. "Looks like you 2 don't plan on giving me any respect," he said coldly. "Our boss is talking to you, pretending to be deaf and dumb, huh?" The henchman beside him chimed in, trying to grab the 2 by their hands. Boom! Just as he was about to touch Baijiu's hand, a surge of intense flames arose from her palm, causing the temperature to suddenly soar. The surrounding pedestrians were frightened and scattered, with a few taking out communicators to call the police. He hurriedly stepped back, his eyes filled with fear, fully aware that the opponent's powerful fire element was absolutely untouchable for him. "Speak, which hand do you want? If you don't answer, I'll randomly pick one." Baijiu's icy voice rang out, her irritation at being hit on growing even stronger, especially since he even tried to forcibly touch her hand. He was merely a D-level ability user, completely powerless in front of her. Watching her slowly approach, the panic in his heart became unbearable. He pleaded for help from his boss. "Boss, save me. This woman really wants to cripple my hand. Sorry, ladies, we were the ones who were rude. Could you let this matter go for the sake of me being a student of Mingzhu Academy?" He quickly walked to his subordinate's side and said to Baijiu in a trembling voice. The opponent's strength far exceeded his own. If this continued, the one at a disadvantage would only be himself. He could only cling to a shred of hope, wishing that his identity as a new student of Mingzhu Academy would make the other party hesitate to act against him. Baijiu looked at the 2 people before her, unwilling to waste words. She formed a fireball in her hand and hurled it toward them. Suddenly, a massive water bubble enveloped the fireball thrown by Baijiu. The fireball visibly shrank until it completely disappeared. I am an enforcer. I received a report about someone causing trouble here. That would be you, wouldn't it? An enforcer wearing a silver mask walked to the middle of the two sides, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke calmly. There are surveillance cameras around here. Whoever started the trouble, the footage will make it crystal clear, Baijio said nonchalantly, hands in his pockets. Enforcer uncle, they were the ones who bullied us first. You have to stand up for us, Su Ling said softly to the enforcer. She blinked her big eyes, tears welling up at the corners, her nose slightly twitching, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who saw her, making it impossible to bear letting her suffer even the slightest harm. The enforcer, seeing Su Ling's aggrieved expression, felt a stir in his heart. Although enforcers were supposed to be impartial and unyielding, how could such an adorable and well-behaved girl possibly do anything wrong? In contrast, the two people on the other side looked nothing like good people, and it was certain that they must have done something bad to these two girls first. With this thought in mind, the enforcer's expression grew increasingly stern. Without a trace of emotion, he said to them, I will retrieve the surveillance footage to determine who initiated the trouble. For now, please remain here and wait for a moment. Turning around, he softly said to Su Ling, little sister, rest assured, I will give you an explanation. Thank you, uncle, you're so kind. Su Ling smiled brightly at the enforcer, her eyes as clear as water, her voice as light and pure as birdsong in the mountains. The enforcer was deeply moved by Su Ling's smile, his heart trembling involuntarily, and he resolved secretly to seek justice for these two girls. Ding dong. Before long, the enforcer's communicator buzzed, and a video was transmitted over. Upon opening it, the screen displayed the entire process of the two men harassing the young woman. As expected, it was these two who had instigated the trouble. After watching the video, the enforcer spoke to the two men in a deep voice. I've understood the course of events. Please come with me. The two men exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware that there was no way to escape the situation. Following the enforcer was at least not a threat to their lives. After a brief moment of hesitation, they finally took heavy steps and climbed into the enforcer's hovering patrol car. Once the patrol vehicle had flown away, Su Ling puffed her cheeks indignantly and said, that enforcer sure arrived just in time. If he had been a minute later, I would have taught those two a lesson myself. Let it go. I really need to work on controlling my temper. This isn't the imperial capital, a lot of things can't be handled the way they used to, Baijio sighed helplessly, slowly unclenching her fists. By the way, Linger, after moving from the imperial capital to Mingzhu, how much is your monthly living expense? Baijio suddenly asked. My monthly living expense is 1 million. What about you, sister Baijio? Su Ling replied. My monthly expense is just 3 million, and I still can't afford even the cheapest flying car, Baijio said helplessly. The two looked at each other and let out a deep sigh. Passers-by overheard their conversation and cast incredulous glances, secretly thinking, is this the infamous Versailles talk? 3 million? Miss, do you realize how discouraging this sounds? 4. Us ordinary workers without special powers, it takes decades of hard work to save up 3 million. Hearing you say 3 million is just your monthly living expense is truly difficult to accept. Paying no attention to the looks from strangers, Su Ling proposed to Baijio, sister Baijio, how about this, we pool our living expenses together, sell some stuff, and buy a flying car first. What do you think? If we had a flying car, this wouldn't have happened today. Baijio thought about it for a moment and found the idea feasible. She immediately decided to exchange some money and then buy the car. The two completely forgot that this sum of money was actually their living expenses for the first month after the new school term started. Only by making it through this month would they receive the next month's allowance. Their decision was bound to place them in a rather awkward predicament during the first month. 1 week later, Mo Chang was successfully discharged from the hospital. During his stay, after absorbing the last remaining piece of D-grade source energy crystal, he began learning how to cook online. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, boiled fish, he studied every dish he could find. As the saying goes, a man who can cook brings more romance to life. With his commitment to being a good man, Mo Chang was particularly fond of this pursuit. After all, it was something he truly wanted to do, and he found great joy in it. Zhao Yunrong and Mo Zhonghua had once suspected that their son's brain might not be functioning properly, as he was so passionate about cooking. Xiao Chang, you've already cooked several dishes today. If you keep cooking, we won't be able to finish it all. Zhao Yunrong, seated at the dining table, said with a slightly bitter tone, you should take a break. Come and eat with us. All right, Mom. Mo Chang came over with one hand carrying a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes and the other holding stir-fried eggs with tomatoes. He slowly placed the dishes on the table and let out a sigh of relief. The dining table was piled high with food. The three of them had to hold their bowls with one hand and use chopsticks with the other while eating. Anyone unaware might think they were expecting guests. The braised pork is a bit too salty, and the shredded potatoes are a bit too sour. I'll need to improve them tomorrow. Mo Chang said as he ate his own cooking, giving his critique. Zhao Yunrong and Mo Zhonghua, who were next to him, were astonished, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg, an expression that was utterly amusing. Seeing the funny expressions on his parents' faces, Mo Chang realized that the situation seemed a bit off. He looked at them with determination and assured them, "Dad, Mom, I'll cook fewer dishes tomorrow." Xiao Chang, you really don't have to do this. If you cook, then what would I do? Zhao Yunrong said with a wry smile. That's right, son. If you take away your mom's job, she'll be bored to death. Mo Zhonghua chimed in at the right moment. After thinking it over, Mo Chang realized the problem. He pondered to himself that if things continued like this, he'd probably be kicked out of the house and left to wander in a few days. So, he nodded and decided that starting today, he wouldn't cook any meals for the next week. As for after the week, he would be heading to Mingzhu Academy, and even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the time or energy. After finishing his meal, Mo Chang returned to his room, turned on his computer, and logged into a program called War Preparedness Home to start searching for equipment. His short blade had been lost during his fight with Lin Zifeng, and his combat suit had been burned black by the opponent, rendering it unusable. Thinking of Lin Zifeng made Mo Chang seethe with anger. That combat suit and short blade were money, items worth hundreds of thousands gone just like that. The distress was so severe it made even breathing painful for him. After adjusting his mindset, Mo Chang chose Blue Sea City as his destination and began his shopping journey. Now, I have 5 million in hand, along with some shopping carts for stores in Blue Sea City. Just pick something, and suddenly, there's a whole pile. The source energy crystals I have are sufficient too. I'll directly look for combat suits and weapons. I won't even consider anything below tier 5. We're wealthy now. If anyone disagrees, we'll deal with it directly. Mo Chang muttered to himself, his eyes drawn to the various combat suits displayed on the screen. His mouth even began to water slightly as he gazed on in delight. Fortunately, no one came in at this time, otherwise Mo Chang's image as a cold and handsome guy would have collapsed, even though such a collapse had already happened several times before. Combat attire made from 5th-tier black feather snake scales, with excellent defensive effects, outstanding flexibility, and incredibly lightweight. This is exactly what I want. The shop is run by one of Wang Shui's father's subordinates. If I don't take advantage of this convenient opportunity, I'd be a fool. A sly grin appeared on his face as a good plan formed in his mind. The rest of the equipment would all be purchased under Wang Shui's father's network. After all, he had paid a heavy price for it. Surely Wang Dachui wouldn't have anything to say about that. Mo Chang controlled the mouse, scrolling down continuously, selecting equipment that suited him and was relatively expensive. After careful selection, 3 items appeared on the computer screen, with the additional 2 being a short blade and a long knife. The price of the 5th-tier combat suit is 2 million, and the long knife and short blade are 1 million each. With a 30% discount, I actually saved a total of 1.2 million. This is simply wonderful. Mo Chang blinked his shining eyes, marveling at the beauty of life in his heart. After negotiating the price with the shop owner, Mo Chang provided the shopping card number and successfully purchased the 3 pieces of equipment for 2.8 million. After leaving his address, Mo Chang sat cross-legged on the bed and picked up a piece of B-grade source energy crystal to begin absorbing it. Source energy seeped out of the crystal like threads, merging into the vortex of his abilities within his body. Although the absorption speed was relatively fast, Mo Chang was still only a first-tier ability user, so the amount absorbed remained minimal. The entire night, Mo Chang focused on absorbing the B-grade source energy crystal. Although the crystal became slightly dimmer, it still contained a large amount of energy that had yet to be absorbed. Sigh, my strength is too weak. This B-grade source energy crystal took me so long to cultivate with. If it were A-grade, I can't even imagine how long it would take to absorb completely. Mo Chang stretched lazily, retrieved the nearby B-grade source energy crystal using his spatial ring, got out of bed, and prepared to see how long he could endure in the 8-fold gravity chamber after his breakthrough. Walking into the gravity chamber, Mo Chang set the gravity to 8-fold. As the button was pressed, an overwhelming pressure instantly flooded the space. Each increase in gravity by 1-fold does not merely require enduring additive force, it is a qualitative leap. Upon reaching 10-fold gravity, this becomes even more evident, with every additional increment demanding extensive training and effort accumulated over time. The household gravity equipment in Mo Chang's home can only be set up to 10 times gravity. To go higher, professional equipment is required, and relevant documentation is needed for purchase. A mountain-like force pressed down on Mo Chang's shoulders, forcing him to kneel, but he was no longer the same person he was a few days ago. The increase in his level and relentless training had made his physical body even more resilient. Under this pressure, Mo Chang slowly straightened his body, resisting the force on his shoulders. After 20 minutes, Mo Chang's legs began to tremble slightly, sweat from his forehead trickled down his cheeks into his clothes, and his palms unconsciously clenched tighter. By the 30th minute, Mo Chang's entire body emitted crackling sounds, resembling a human firework. He secretly swallowed his saliva, trying to stand upright again. However, his foot slipped, and as his body lost balance and fell downward, Mo Chang thought to himself, "It's over." With a loud bang, Mo Chang fell face first to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. He struggled to move his body, crawling like a caterpillar, slowly inching toward the button and reaching out to turn off the 8-fold gravity. The pressure on his back disappeared, and Mo Chang lifted his head, a streak of blood running from his lips and dripping onto the ground. Miscalculation, I never expected to actually slip and fall. Mo Chang wiped his nose with his hand, looked at the blood on his palm, and said bitterly. After taking a shower, Mo Chang was just about to return to his room to continue watching cooking videos when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Glancing at the time, it was only 9 in the morning. The equipment he ordered couldn't have arrived so quickly. He was puzzled but went to open the door anyway. Hello, this is the equipment you purchased from our shop yesterday. Please sign for it. As soon as he opened the door, Mo Chang was greeted by the other person's voice. But I only bought it yesterday. Logically, it shouldn't have been delivered so quickly, Mo Chang said somewhat uncertainly. The young man smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting. That's because the total value of the items you purchased from our shop yesterday exceeded $1 million, and you used an exclusive shopping card. So we made it a point to deliver them early this morning. Is that so? Then thank you very much, Mo Chang said with sudden realization, expressing gratitude to the delivery guy. No problem, this is our basic service for valued guests. Come rain or shine, we deliver on time. Please remember to give us a good review. Originally delighted, Mo Chang's smile stiffened, and his face froze upon hearing this line. It felt strangely familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Alright, I'll leave a good review for you later. After dealing with the delivery guy, Mo Chang carried the box into his room. Opening the box, what came into view was a jet black combat suit. Mo Chang quickly tried it on, eager to see if it was truly as excellent as the description claimed. He took off his jacket and carefully put on the combat suit. His first impression was one of refreshing comfort, with an impeccable snugness. Mo Chang formed an ice spike and stabbed it toward his own shoulder. However, the combat suit remained completely undamaged, and the sensation felt no more painful than a gentle flick from a finger. As expected of a combat suit made from Tier 5 black feather snakescale leather, its defensive capability is truly remarkable, Mo Chang marveled inwardly. With this, the risks of hunting beasts will be greatly reduced. Admiring himself in the mirror for quite a while, Mo Chang finally took out the remaining 2 pieces of equipment. Holding the long blade, its edge glinting with a cold light, Mo Chang swung it a few times, the sound of it slicing through the air ringing in his ears. Taking out a dim-looking source energy crystal from the spatial ring, Mo Chang tossed it into the air, twisted his wrist, and slashed down with the long blade. Whoosh! The source energy crystal instantly split into 2 halves without any resistance, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, clean and sharp. The long blade made of 5th-tier material is indeed sharp. It can easily cut through such a hard source energy crystal, so there's no need to test the short blade. They're both made of 5th-tier material, so it definitely won't be inferior. Mo Chang muttered to himself, his eyes full of excitement, gazing at the long blade in his hand with great fondness. As for why he bought a long blade and then purchased a short blade, it was naturally to give his opponents an unexpected surprise in future battles. Imagine this, you're in the middle of a fight with an enemy, and while you're caught off guard, the enemy suddenly pulls out a dagger to stab you sneakily. The result would truly be a devastating sight. In a life-and-death situation, the usefulness of a dagger becomes even more apparent. When the enemy lets their guard down and approaches, you can deliver a fatal blow with the dagger. If they don't die, they definitely lose at least one hand. Thinking about this, Mo Chang instinctively revealed a smile, though the smile seemed a bit horrifying, as his hands unconsciously rubbed together. Taking off his combat uniform, Mo Chang put on his own clothes and stored the 3 items together in his spatial ring. It has to be said, the spatial ring is indeed convenient. It can be used anytime and anywhere by simply injecting a small amount of source energy into it. During the remaining time, Mo Chang's life consisted mostly of cultivation, training in the gravity room, and watching some cooking videos, with hardly any other new activities. Fortunately, this boring and monotonous routine lasted only a week before coming to an end. August 1st, 12 noon. Mo Chang reluctantly crawled out of bed. He couldn't be blamed. After finishing his cultivation session last night, he got so bored that he ended up watching videos until 5 in the morning. Today was the registration day for Mingzhu Academy. Logically, everyone would get up early to report in, but Mo Chang was in no rush. After all, there was no rule that required them to arrive in the morning. Going in the afternoon would be fine too. Zhao Yunrong and Mo Zhonghua originally planned to urge their son to head to the academy early, but upon opening the door, they found him still sound asleep. Quietly, they closed the door again. They thought to themselves that their son must have been cultivating so diligently that he was utterly exhausted. As parents, they felt they should let him rest well. Luckily, they didn't know that Mo Chang had been watching videos all night, otherwise, they would surely prepare him a sumptuous breakfast. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Mo Chang slowly straightened his body and put on the new clothes his parents had bought for him. His parents had said that he should dress properly when reporting to Mingzhu Academy to attract the attention of the opposite sex and get them to approach him. He scoffed at this idea. With his looks, even if he dressed in a sack, his natural charm would still shine through. He was wearing a white long-sleeved t-shirt with a thin black trench coat over it, paired with black casual pants below. Standing in front of the mirror and admiring himself. For quite a while, Mo Chang revealed a faint smile and muttered to himself, "This look immediately gives off the right vibe. As expected, I'm still the best looking." Picking up the communicator on the table, Mo Chang noticed a row of missed calls. Scrolling down, he saw the earliest one had been made slightly after 5 in the morning. Glancing at the caller ID, Mo Chang's smile froze. Instantly. He muttered helplessly to himself, I only went to bed at 5, and Lucci called me just after 5, and not just once but multiple times. He must have been asking what time I'd head to Mingju Academy. There was no need for him to guess, he already knew the purpose of Lucci's calls. Today was the registration day, so it was undoubtedly about asking when he would leave. Sighing deeply, Mo Chang called Lucci back. The communicator barely rang once before it was answered, and a familiar voice came through his ears. Hey, Chang, when are we going to Mingju Academy to register? I called you around 5, and I've been waiting until now for you to call me back. I was so anxious I almost died waiting. Lucci's voice was so loud it nearly shattered Mo Chang's eardrums. Mo Chang rubbed his ear and stammered, well, actually, we don't need to go so early. On the first day, apart from registration, there's nothing else to do. Going that early doesn't really have any benefits, don't you think? Alright then, Chang, just make sure to let me know what time we're leaving. Don't leave me behind here all by myself, Lucci said gloomily. Don't worry, I wouldn't lie to you. Stop stressing about it. Mo Chang gave Lucci his word and hung up the phone. Now it was time to pack up and bring along some essentials. After all, saving a bit of money is always a good thing. Just as Mo Chang put down the communicator and was about to start packing, another call came in. He was a bit puzzled, he had already reassured Lucci, so who could this be? It wasn't until he saw the caller's name that Mo Chang understood it was teacher Wang Ping. Mo Chang, when are you and Lucci planning to leave? I'll personally escort you to Mingju Academy. Wang Ping's voice came through the communicator. Mo Chang didn't understand why teacher Wang Ping would personally escort them. After all, they were just ordinary freshmen. Feeling a bit puzzled, he asked, Teacher Wang Ping, why are you personally escorting us? I am the person in charge of this year's admissions in Blue Ocean City, and both of you are high-level awakened ability users, Wang Ping explained, then continued, besides, the incident where you were attacked is a ready-made example. I can't afford to overlook your safety. I hadn't paid attention to this matter either. Over the past few years, the Blood Fiend Society has been inactive, and I subconsciously assumed there was no longer any danger. That was my negligence, Wang Ping said with a hint of self-reproach in his tone. There may still be quite a few pests in Blue Ocean City. This incident has served as a reminder, and I must eliminate all potential dangers in their infancy. That's why I've decided to personally escort you to Mingju Academy. As for the other students, whether the Blood Fiend Society will target them or not, their favorite targets are geniuses like you. Wang Ping finished speaking in one breath. Mo Chang wanted to interject but couldn't find the chance until now. You should already know about Lin Zifeng's situation, Teacher Wang Ping. As for Lin Zifeng, I feel regretful, but since he chose to stand on the side of the Blood Fiend Society, he is destined to be our enemy. Although I don't know the full story, the outcome is as it is. Wang Ping's voice grew a bit heavier. Clearly, he felt some reluctance over the death of an A-level student, but the matter had already occurred, and the result could not be changed. Alright, thank you, Teacher Wang Ping. I'll notify you after I finish packing up. After Mo Chang finished speaking and was about to hang up, his finger just touched the button when Wang Ping interrupted him again. You'd better set off early. I heard the students are packed today, and a few more have shown up, Wang Ping advised. Wang Ping's Mingju Academy has a dedicated faculty chat group, allowing him to be informed of school happenings at the earliest moment. It's fine. At worst, we'll just stay outside. Lucci and I don't mind these things, Mo Chang said nonchalantly. Whether staying outside or on campus made no difference to them, as the school reimbursed the expenses, so it was all the same. Wang Ping wanted to say something more but suddenly stopped, remaining silent. Seeing Wang Ping's delayed response, Mo Chang said goodbye and ended the call. He, you little fox, still thinking about staying outside? Watch me give you a surprise and let you have a taste of something new. Wang Ping stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing in a certain direction. The smile on his face gradually turned sinister, and a peculiar gleam appeared in his eyes. He silently vowed in his heart that even if Mo Chang and the others arrived earlier, he would drive at the slowest speed possible on the way to Mingju Academy. Mo Chang packed all his clothes, towels, and other daily necessities into his suitcase. He gently touched the pendant around his neck, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. This pendant was something he had picked up by the lakeside in Blue Sea City Park during middle school. At the time, he was strolling aimlessly in the park and happened to walk to the lake, where he suddenly noticed a shiny, round bead. Instinctively, he picked it up and later turned it into a pendant to wear around his neck, believing it was fate that brought him and the bead together. Since then, the bead had always been with him, and except for bathing, he wore it almost all the time. Surviving such a severe injury this time, you're now my lucky charm. Mo Chang placed the pendant in his palm, gently stroking it, his face full of smiles. At the moment he tucked the pendant back under his clothes, the bead emitted a faint glow before quickly dimming again, a phenomenon Mo Chang failed to notice. In a cold and deep ice cave within the Antarctic glaciers, 5 dark figures stood, with 4 of them simultaneously turning their gaze toward the one standing on the steps. The egg formed after the master was sealed has flickered so many times in just this 1 month, the figure on the steps said in a chilling tone. At first, I thought it was due to the seal loosening, but now I believe it might be something else. 2 of the figures exclaimed in shock, "Boss, are you saying, could it be that?" "You guessed right. It's the aura of the sacred artifact that has stirred the master, causing the egg to react," the figure said coldly. "Then let's go seize the sacred artifact right now. That way, the master's speed in breaking the seal will greatly accelerate, and devouring this world will be a piece of cake," one of the figures said excitedly. "The master is a legendary 11th tier powerhouse, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. His abilities are beyond our comprehension," another figure chimed in. With the sacred artifact, that plan will no longer be an issue. The 4 figures continued their discussion, one after another, until the figure on the steps angrily interrupted them. "Silence. The exact location of the sacred artifact has not yet been fully determined. It might be in human hands. Among the 7 existing 10th tier powerhouses, the ones in Dacia are particularly troublesome, with 3 of them." He continued, "We 5 are also 10th tier, and with our allies, we make 7. Evenly matched. However, those lunatic humans dare to burn their life force in battle. Would you dare to do the same? Only by staying alive can we ensure the master's grand plan is realized. Do you understand?" The 4 figures immediately fell silent. Upon hearing the boss's words, afraid to say anything further that might anger him. "We'll take it one step at a time. There's no rush for this matter. First, inform them and have them search for clues in secret." With that, he vanished from the spot. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after bidding farewell to their parents, Mo Chang and Lu Qi arrived at the entrance of Blue Ocean First High School. Looking at the familiar school gate before them, a wave of nostalgia surged in their hearts. Mo Chang chose a well-known meeting spot, and while waiting for Wang Ping, he and Lu Qi started chatting. "In past years, we were still at home enjoying our holidays, but this year, we're truly heading to the academy. Time flies so fast," Mo Chang remarked with emotion. "Yeah, Brother Chang, I heard that Ningzhu Academy has very loose management over its students. It's basically a free-range system. Apart from the mandatory courses, you can do whatever you want with your time, and no one will interfere," Lu Qi responded. "However, the academy organizes a major assessment every academic year, with the specific content decided by the academy's higher-ups. If you fail the assessment, you'll be forcibly expelled," he continued. "Although very few people fail, it still happens occasionally. This shows that as long as you don't slack off in the academy, you can generally pass the assessment." Suddenly, with a whoosh sound, a pink hover car slowly descended beside them. The car window rolled down, revealing Wang Ping, dressed in a white suit and wearing purple sunglasses. One hand rested on the window frame while the other gripped the steering wheel, and he even whistled at them. "WW Wang Ping, Teacher Wang Ping?" Mo Chang's eyes widened in shock as he asked, unable to believe. This was the Wang Ping he remembered. The stark contrast left him momentarily stunned. Lu Qi was equally dumbfounded, accidentally dropping the bag in his hand. "What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Or don't believe it?" Wang Ping understood their surprise, as anyone would be shocked by such a drastic transformation. "And nothing, it's just that my understanding of Teacher Wang Ping seems to have deepened a bit," Mo Chang stammered, his gaze wandering. "Anyway, we should get going." He didn't want to dwell on the matter too much, lest he uncover more of Wang Ping's hidden quirks. Wang Ping, unhurried, gestured behind him, signaling them to get in the car. Once Mo Chang and Lu Qi were seated, Wang Ping started his pink hover car and headed toward Ningzhu Academy, albeit at a somewhat slow pace. While driving, Wang Ping asked, "How much do you two know about our academy? I heard that Ningzhu Academy has very loose management, and there's a major assessment every academic year." "Other than that, I don't know much," Lu Qi replied excitedly. "That's correct. Our academy does have loose management to cultivate students' self-discipline." Wang Ping nodded in agreement with Lu Qi's statement. "Forced restrictions can't truly help a person grow, which is why the academy adopts a free-range policy," he continued. "The major assessment is also meant to weed out students who don't put in the effort. The academy isn't a charity, it won't support those who are useless. It's a battlefield of competition, where you have to fight for more resources with your own strength." Mo Chang nodded slightly, deeply agreeing with Wang Ping's reasoning. To gain more resources, one must strive for them with their own hands. Those in high positions or with great power, who among them hasn't been stained with blood? There are also some other things you don't know, and for now, I don't plan to tell you. Surprised? Unexpected? Wang Ping's words made Mo Chang and Lu Qi so angry that their faces turned red, their expressions resembling pig liver, and their eyes fixed tightly on him as their hands gripped the chair, making creaking sounds. Feeling the intense killing intent emanating from behind him, Wang Ping quickly spoke up, secretly thinking that these two better not take the opportunity to attack him. Ah, ha ha ha, why are you so worked up? I was just joking to lighten the mood. You really have no sense of humor. The journey is long, and I just wanted to make it less boring for you. Listening to Wang Ping's carefree tone, Mo Chang helplessly added another label to him in his mind, particularly mischievous. Most of the rules at the academy are actually quite interesting. Once you get there and learn a bit, you'll understand. If I tell you now, wouldn't that take away the fun of exploration? But there's one thing I can tell you, the dean of our academy is one of the 7 great 10th level powerhouses of the current era. Even the assistant instructors at Mingzhu Academy have a minimum requirement of 5th level strength. Wang Ping spoke confidently, his nose seemingly pointing to the sky. This was the confidence instilled by a powerful academy, allowing him to stand tall anywhere without fear of others. Tier 10, Tier 10. That's a level where just a casual wave of the hand can destroy an entire city. To think that the dean of our academy is such a powerful figure, Lu Qi exclaimed in shock. The news was so explosive that it left his mind reeling. After all, any Tier 10 powerhouse is considered the ultimate combat strength of their nation. Even someone as composed as Mo Chang couldn't help but lose focus for a moment. This kind of information isn't something you'd find on the news, you know. I'm sharing this insider scoop with you guys, pretty generous of me, right? Wang Ping thoroughly enjoyed their stunned reactions, which gave him a nostalgic thrill, as if he were 18 again. Back in the day, when he first entered the academy, a senior had told him the exact same thing. At the time, his expression had been identical to the ones Mo Chang and the others were wearing now. By the way, Mr. Wang Ping, is your hover flying car broken? Why is it flying so slowly? Mo Chang glanced out the window and noticed they had just left Blue Sea City. Logically speaking, even the cheapest hover flying car shouldn't be this slow. At this speed, the sun might set before they reached the academy. Wang Ping listened, his face calm and unflustered as he continued driving. He replied calmly, Mo Chang, I think you really don't understand. This car's power system is quite an old model, and after so many years of use, it's naturally sustained some damage. It's inevitable for it to be slow. Besides, driving slower lets us enjoy the scenery along the way, doesn't it? After listening to Wang Ping's words, Mo Chang no longer hesitated and simply relaxed, as the scenery outside the window was indeed beautiful. In front of him was a dense jungle, with no visible boundary in the distance. This was the place where they had trained before. The vast forest stretched endlessly, with ancient trees towering into the sky, surrounded by a sea of green. Every blade of grass and every tree exuded vibrant life. If not for the presence of the demonic beasts, this place would undoubtedly be one of the most popular attractions in Lanhai City. Each city is surrounded by walls, and outside the walls are layers of battle lines used to fend off the attacks of demonic beasts. Beyond the battle lines lies an endless mountain range of demonic beasts. Only by crossing this mountain range can one reach another city. Some have proposed completely eradicating the mountain range of demonic beasts, but the idea was rejected by the majority for 4 reasons. First, the cost would be astronomical, requiring an unimaginable amount of funding to restore the former glory, and the supply of materials would also pose a significant challenge. 2. The population has decreased by 2/3, and the areas currently inhabited by humans are sufficient to support everyone's livelihood, with some places even having surplus. 3. The Beast Mountain Range can also serve as a training ground for academy students, honing their individual combat skills and enhancing their strength. 4. The Beast Mountain Range occasionally forms special treasure lands, where herbs and crystals infused with the energy of heaven and earth are nurtured, benefiting ability users at all stages. This is the fundamental reason why the Beast Mountain Range still exists today. Apart from those unimaginably terrifying forbidden zones, the vast majority of the Beast Mountain Range could be destroyed if humans so desired. Mo Chang leaned against the window, the evening sunlight spilling onto his face, making his already handsome features even more captivating. Yawn. Why do I feel a bit sleepy? I just woke up not too long ago. Oh well, there's still some distance to Mingzhu Academy. A nap won't hurt. Li Qi, remember to call me when we arrive. After greeting Li Qi, Mo Chang promptly fell into a deep sleep. Wang Ping glanced at the 2 people behind him and thought to himself, under normal circumstances, it takes just an hour to reach Mingzhu Academy, and speeding up a bit can make it even faster. Since you've fallen into my hands, of course, I'll arrange a 3-hour deluxe package for you. Your first lesson upon entering school will be taught by me. Don't trust strangers so easily. A triumphant smile appeared on his face, which he quickly concealed. At 5 in the afternoon, the hovering flying car steadily stopped at the academy's entrance. Lu Qi lightly patted Mo Chang a few times, and the latter quickly woke up. We've arrived, Brother Chang, we're here. Mingzhu Academy is truly spectacular. Lu Qi blinked his starry eyes, looking at the buildings outside the car window, his expression filled with excitement. Of course, this is Mingzhu Academy, one of the 3 top academies in Daxia. It has to be grand enough to match its reputation. Wang Ping's voice came from the driver's seat, and with a light press, the car door opened in response. The moment Mo Chang stepped out of the car, his eyes were drawn to 4 bold and dynamic characters, Mingzhu Academy. The school gate was wide and towering, capable of accommodating over a dozen vehicles entering and exiting simultaneously. A banner was still hanging at the school gate, with the large words "Welcome New Students" written on it. Mo Chang and Lu Qi stood at the gate, rendered speechless by the scene before them. It was truly magnificent, and a heartfelt sentiment arose within them. It was like a child who had never seen the ocean approaching it for the first time. The joy was incomparable, fleeting yet lifelong, forever buried deep in their hearts. Whenever they recalled that moment, the emotions that surfaced were the most natural and pure. "Aren't you going in yet? I guess you two might be the last students of this batch to check in." An untimely voice sounded from behind the two. Realizing the situation, the two quickly pulled out their admission notices, dragged their suitcases, and jogged to the security booth. They handed their notices to the security officer in charge of verification, and underwent an iris scan. After their biometric information was confirmed, they finally gained entry to the campus. This was a mandatory checkpoint every new student had to pass before enrollment. Dong dong dong. As soon as they stepped through the gate, the sound of their suitcases immediately drew the attention of everyone in the square. The students who had been laughing and chatting moments ago all turned their gazes toward Mo Chang and Lu Qi. A group of people stared at the two walking in from the academy's entrance, puzzled as to why the new students were arriving so late. "Why are these two new students so late?" A faint voice emerged from the crowd. Could it be that they wanted to make a grand entrance and show off? Who knows which remote backwater they came from? Judging by their appearance, they're probably just sea-level ability awakeners. How could they possibly compare to Brother Yifeng? Brother Yifeng is an A-level wood-type ability user and a genius student of this class. The people around chimed in, their flattery making the leader beam with joy. He had just taken in a few new underlings today, and since he found their words pleasing, he decided to keep them close. Yifeng stared intently at Mo Chang and Lu Qi, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He then turned to his underlings behind him and said, "Come on, let's give our new classmates a welcome gift." A group of people strode toward Mo Chang and Lu Qi. Seeing them approach, the students quickly stepped aside, afraid of getting into trouble. Yi Feng, who had just arrived at the school, flaunted his A-level wood-type ability, leaving ordinary students powerless to oppose him. This made his reputation among the freshmen grow rapidly. As for the more exceptional students, Yifeng had mostly done his homework on them and would never act recklessly, fearing he might provoke a formidable enemy. He focused solely on targeting students below A-level, aiming for a safe and secure approach. The two people in front of him were completely unfamiliar to him, likely just ordinary C-level ability awakeners. As an A-level ability user, dealing with two C-levels was effortless for him, not to mention his current strength had already reached intermediate level of the first tier. "Hey, you two classmates, need me to show you the way?" Yifeng approached them, his smile carrying a hint of insincerity. "Call me Big Brother, and if you have any issues at Mingzhu Academy, you can come to me. I'll take care of you." Mo Chang heard the voice and turned his head to see a burly man standing nearby, looking fierce and intimidating. With just one glance, Mo Chang could tell the other party had ill intentions. He frowned slightly and said calmly, "No need to trouble you, we can ask for directions ourselves. Kid, don't be ungrateful. My big brother recognizing you as his little brother is your good fortune." The other party was clearly unwilling to let it go. "I think these clueless freshmen need to be taught a lesson. Enough with the nonsense." Lu Qi immediately became displeased upon hearing this. Rolling up his sleeves, he stared at the group, crossed his arms over his chest, and said fearlessly, "I suggest you get lost while I'm still not angry. Don't get in the way of me and my brother Chang." Yifeng furrowed his brows tightly, surprised that the two in front of him dared to speak to him like this. Anger ignited in his eyes, clearly showing he was truly upset. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and as both sides seemed on the verge of clashing, some students quietly picked up their wristbands to send messages to the senior responsible for welcoming the freshmen. "Ah, I'm so exhausted. Finally got the students settled. At this hour, all the freshmen should have arrived by now." In a corner of the Academy Square, a man with a shiny forehead and thick eyebrows spoke to the air. Suddenly, the wristband on his arm emitted a sound. "What the heck?" he exclaimed as he looked at the incoming message. "Two freshmen are only arriving now? Are they turtles or something? And that little punk Yifeng is bullying the new students again. This time, I have to teach him a proper lesson." He ran while complaining, kicking up a large cloud of dust under his feet, moving so fast that even after images appeared behind him. Everyone must take responsibility for the words they say. Yifeng clapped his hands, and several of his underlings surrounded the two, each gathering different elements in their hands. "I used to think it was better to keep a low profile, but now I understand that being overly low-key only makes others think you're easy to bully," Mo Chang said coldly. "I'll leave these trash to you." "Got it." As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong wind element erupted from Lu Qi's hands, his palms slowly rising. Boom! Before the people surrounding Lu Qi could react, they were suddenly sent flying, their faces meeting the ground intimately as they fainted on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng's heart trembled sharply, his pupils contracted, and he retreated 2 or 3 steps. Intermediate level 1. This was the aura he sensed from the other party. Like him, the other was also an intermediate level 1 ability user. Yet his subordinates couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent, which clearly showed that this person's strength was extraordinary. Yifeng realized he had encountered a tough opponent, and his tone when speaking to the two was no longer arrogant. This matter is my fault. Could you do me, Yifeng, a favor? I do have some reputation among the freshmen. Mo Chang stared at him for a few moments and suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Yifeng felt his dignity was being challenged, and anger surged within him. How dare he mock him in public? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Mo Chang said coldly, I'm laughing at you for pretending to be strong when you lack the ability. Is the reputation you speak of built on bullying others? With that, do you think you're qualified to talk about reputation with me? I'm laughing at you for being a frog in a well, thinking you're superior just because you have some strength, looking down on others. Little do you know, in front of someone stronger, your actions are nothing but those of a clown, Mo Chang said disdainfully. Everyone here is at the intermediate level of the first tier. Saying something like that is overly arrogant, don't you think? Yi Feng gritted his teeth as he spoke, feeling an intense anger. The other party's words were like sharp needles piercing his heart. Oh? Then just watch closely and see for yourself whether I'm arrogant or not. Mo Chang exuded a terrifying aura, his icy presence causing those around him to shiver uncontrollably, their legs trembling involuntarily. Behind him, Lu Qi was shielded by Mo Chang and felt no pressure at all. However, Yi Feng was in a completely different situation. Standing just 1 or 2 meters away from Mo Chang, he bore the brunt of the intense ice elemental energy. Strands of ice crystals had already begun to form on his hair, and his hands were frozen red, showing faint signs of cracking. You forced me to do this, Yi Feng said in a trembling voice as several wooden spikes emerged from behind him, thrusting straight toward Mo Chang in front of him. Mo Chang's gaze sharpened, and the wooden spikes froze abruptly just before reaching him. Unable to bear the weight of the solid ice, they fell to the ground, shattering into pieces of ice debris. Is that all you've got? If this is your best, then it's far too weak, Mo Chang said nonchalantly, curling his lips in disdain. This was nothing compared to the person who had hunted him down before. If Yi Feng knew that Mo Chang was comparing him to a 5th-tier ability user in his mind, he would probably be so furious he'd spit blood. At this moment, Yi Feng was in utter disbelief at what he was witnessing. His wooden spikes were shattered as easily as toys in the opponent's hands, and a wave of despair surged through his heart like a tide. The gap between their levels was a small tier, but Mo Chang, as an S-class ice ability awakener, was far superior to Yi Feng. Crushing him was an inevitable outcome. Who are you? Someone like you can't possibly be unknown. His pupils dilated, his trembling finger pointed at Mo Chang, and his legs gave out as he collapsed to the ground. New student Mo Chang. Mo Chang replied calmly, you're right, everyone must take responsibility for their words. Immediately, he conjured an ice spike in his hand and thrust it toward Yi Feng's leg. Junior, stop right now. At that moment, an urgent voice came from the distance. Mo Chang turned toward the sound and saw a bald boy running toward them, waving his hand frantically in the air. Lu Qi was amused by the peculiar sight before him, and even the corners of Mo Chang's mouth twitched involuntarily. Excuse me, who are you? Mo Chang sized up the other person and asked about his identity. My name is Lu Taichung, a second-year student. I'm specifically responsible for escorting new students like you to collect your basic enrollment equipment. He glanced at Yi Feng, who was slumped on the ground, and explained to Mo Chang in a calm tone. So it was senior. Let me handle this matter first. Mo Chang raised the ice spike in his hand, ready to strike, but Lu Taichung firmly gripped his hand, preventing him from moving no matter how hard he tried. The force was as heavy as a mountain, rendering him immobile. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to distort the truth and shield him? Mo Chang said discontentedly, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Lu Taichung, realizing his junior had misunderstood his intentions, quickly withdrew his hand and apologized. Junior, you've misunderstood me. The teachers have seen everything clearly. Someone will deal with Yi Feng in due time. Fearing that Mo Chang might still be upset, he leaned close to Mo Chang's ear and whispered, in a few days, there will be a freshman assessment. By then, you can take your revenge however you like. For now, just give me some face, alright? Mo Chang pondered for a moment and nodded. The other party made sense, revenge shouldn't be rushed. During the freshman assessment, he could find a place where no one was watching and teach Yi Feng a proper lesson. Moreover, with the teachers present, he didn't believe they would allow Yi Feng to bully the freshmen at will. Seeing that Mo Chang had no intention of intervening, Lu Taichung excitedly grabbed their hands and led them forward, while the crowd watching made way for them. Mo Chang was unaware that the scene of his earlier action had already been recorded and uploaded to the Ningzhu Academy forum, causing a huge stir. As the number of viewers increased, Mo Chang's reputation quickly spread among the first and second-year students, while the third and fourth-year students were either in secluded training or out on missions, with few paying attention to the forum. Yi Feng sat on the ground, watching the three figures disappear into the distance, his fingers cracking loudly as he clenched them, his furious eyes seemingly capable of burning everything to ashes. Beep beep beep, his wristband delivered a message. Student Yi Feng, you have violated the Mingzhu Academy student code. Considering this as your first offense, 5 contribution points have been deducted. Your current total contribution points are -5. Please make an effort to replenish them within 1 academic year, or you will be expelled. Damn it! Yifeng shouted angrily, punching the ground hard, causing bright red liquid to flow out. Under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, he struggled to get up, completely ignoring his underlings still lying on the ground, and walked alone toward the dormitory area. At the same time, he swore in his heart that he would find an opportunity to make Mo Chang and Lu Qi pay. What are your names, junior brothers? Lu Taichang asked while leading the way. Mo Chang. My name is Lu Qi, she is in to start. Student Mo Chang, student Lu Qi, trust me, Mingzhu Academy is definitely an interesting place. Don't let those pests like Yifeng, who mix into the academy, affect your mood and make you think poorly of the academy. Lu Taichung shrugged and introduced Mingzhu Academy to the two. Senior Lu, why did you take on the job of picking up new students? Is there some kind of benefit? Lu Qi poked Lu Taichung with his hand and asked the question he'd been curious about. Actually, this is a task for us second-year students. I stared at the task board for a long time before snatching it. For every new student we pick up, we earn 0.1 contribution points. What are the contribution points used for? Contribution points can be used to raise student levels, which are divided into S level, A level, B level, C level, and D level. New students are all uniformly D level when they first enroll. Only by earning contribution points can they advance to C level, and the same applies for advancing from C level to B level. Lu Taichung patiently explained, while Mo Chang listened with great interest, finding this ranking system quite fascinating. Senior, what level are you at now? I estimate that after the contribution points for this mission are settled, I'll be a C-level trainee. Lu Qi was like a chatty child, constantly asking questions, and Lu Taichung thoroughly enjoyed it. In his eyes, Lu Qi was the most talkative freshman he had encountered today. The other freshmen, knowing he was a senior, followed behind him silently, making him so bored he almost wanted to yawn. Along the way, they talked about many things, and eventually Mo Chang joined in. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the Freshman Basic Equipment Supply Center. Alright, my task is complete. Go ahead and collect your items. I've already given you my wristband account. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I'll respond promptly. Mo Chang and Lu Qi thanked Lu Taichung, and the three parted ways. At the Basic Equipment Supply Center, the teacher who was about to close the door noticed 2 more people dragging suitcases over. He couldn't help but think to himself, another overtime shift, and no extra pay for it. When will this ever end? Hello, teacher. We are new students and arrived a bit late. We're here to collect the basic equipment for new students, Mo Chang said politely, his gaze exceptionally sincere. You two are the latest to arrive today. There are no rooms left in the regular dormitory area, the teacher said without looking up, rummaging through some items. Mo Chang touched his nose and said nonchalantly, it's fine. My friend and I can stay outside. When I came to the school, I noticed there were many residential areas nearby. We should be able to find a vacant place to rent. As expected, his luck was truly bad. This time, he even encountered a situation where there were no rooms available. Logically speaking, with a campus as large as Mingzhu Academy, how could there possibly be no place to stay? On the way, Mo Chang once asked Lu Taichung this question. Lu Taichung explained that when Mingzhu Academy was first established, the number of students was very small, similar to an ordinary academy, and there were always extra spaces in the student dormitories. It wasn't until the current principal, the third-generation principal, advanced to a Tier 10 powerhouse that Mingzhu Academy's reputation quickly rose, and the number of applicants each year multiplied. However, Mingzhu Academy only admits about 1,500 students at most, mainly because the dormitory space for freshmen can only accommodate this many people. As for the occasional few extra students, they can only be arranged to live off campus. Fortunately, he had prepared for the worst before coming and had discussed it with Lu Qi. Both of them felt that it didn't matter where they lived as long as the expenses were reimbursed. Off-campus? What off-campus? You actually want to live off-campus? The teacher looked at the two of them with an expression as if they were fools, seemingly never having encountered students so eager to live off-campus. I heard from others that the number of new students this year exceeded the limit again. Since we were the last to register, shouldn't we be assigned to live off-campus? Mo Chang scratched his head, speaking with a face full of confusion. Don't worry, the academy has prepared other accommodations for you this year, and it's a great place. The teacher smiled slightly, handed over a key, and continued, this is the key to villa number 64 in the villa district. Why rent a place outside when you can live in a villa? In his palm was a set of exquisite keys, the handles wrapped in gold. Under the slanting rays of the sunset, the intricate patterns shimmered with brilliance. Lu Qi and Mo Chang were stunned, staring intently at the key in the teacher's hand, lost in thought. Hurry up and take it, I still need to get off work early. The teacher, seeing the two of them frozen, raised his voice slightly and urged. Mo Chang snapped out of it, quickly took the key, and thanked the teacher. Don't thank me, this is a decision from the higher-ups, I have no authority over it. He then took 2 wristbands from the box beside him and handed them to the 2. These are mandatory for every new student. Once you input your information, you can log in. They have plenty of functions for you to explore at your own pace. Alright, everything is arranged, I can finally get off work. With that, the teacher slipped away like lightning. Mo Chang and Lu Qi entered their identity information into the wristbands, instantly projecting a miniature map of Mingzhu Academy. From the projection on the wristbands, it was clear that the academy was divided into 4 major areas: the residential and living area, the teaching and experimental area, the battle and trial area, and the comprehensive management area. Following the map's guidance, the 2 dragged their suitcases toward the residential area. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the accommodation area. Brother Chang, this Pearl Academy is really huge. Luckily, we're not staying off campus. Without hoverboards, we'd definitely be late for class, Lu Qi remarked, glancing around. Mo Chang nodded slightly, agreeing with his point. It seemed ordinary when viewed on the wristband, but walking through it in person made them realize just how vast Pearl Academy truly was. If living outside, the daily hustle with Lu Qi would be utterly exhausting. The student apartments in the residential area are spaced far apart, with small parks in between, creating a beautiful environment. The apartments are spacious, and even with 4 people per unit, each person still has plenty of room. The only drawback is that the privacy in the apartment area is worse than in the villa area, where each person has their own room. After walking for a while, the 2 finally left the apartment area and arrived at the villa district behind it. Brother Chang, there are so many villas here, and each one looks so big. Will we be living here in the future? Lu Qi asked excitedly. Although the apartment area was nice, it couldn't compare to the comfort of the villas. Yes, as long as we work hard, this will be our new home for the next 4 years. Mo Chang secretly felt relieved. He had originally thought they would have to rent a place off campus, but unexpectedly, the academy had directly arranged a villa for them. The 2 walked and observed as they went. Each villa was surrounded by walls, standing independently, and the environment was quiet. After some searching, Mo Chang and Lu Qi found the number 64 on the door of a villa. After confirming it was correct, they dragged their suitcases inside. As soon as they entered, the warm yellow light poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the courtyard outside, where a small fountain looked particularly beautiful. Mo Chang walked to the door, inserted the key, and gently turned it. The door opened smoothly. Looking up, he saw 2 pairs of eyes staring straight at him. Upon closer inspection, one of them had snow-white long hair and fiery red eyes, while the other had jet-black hair and adorably large, watery eyes. Bang! Mo Chang immediately shut the door, his pupils contracting sharply, and his face displaying an incredibly rich array of expressions. Brother Chang, what's wrong? Why did you close the door? Lu Qi stood behind Mo Chang, asking in confusion. Mo Chang took a few deep breaths, fixed his gaze on Lu Qi, and said seriously, I suspect we've been brought into an unfamiliar space by a powerful spatial ability user. Before stepping into this villa, I was still in the first space, and the interior of this villa should be the second space. That strong individual must be watching us from the third space. Lu Qi was stunned by Mo Chang's words, gripping his suitcase tightly, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Suddenly, with a bang, the closed door was opened from the inside. A girl wearing a hoodie stepped out, her sharp gaze fixed on Mo Chang and Lu Qi as she asked in a hostile tone, What are you 2 muttering about out here? Also, how do you have the key to open the door of this villa? Speak honestly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Exactly. Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face strict punishment. Be careful, or Sister Baijio will beat you up. Another girl in a hoodie stepped out, revealing 2 small tiger teeth as she flashed a mischievous smile at the 2 of them. Mo Chang was slightly stunned, while Lu Qi was utterly dumbfounded. The 2 girls before them were breathtakingly beautiful. Their features were cold yet delicate, with high-bridged noses and soft lips that made one irresistibly tempted to take a bite. They had seen many beautiful women, and both Su Wan and Wang Shui were very attractive, but compared to these 2, there was simply no comparison. One was stunningly aloof, while the other was adorable, 2 completely different styles. Have you seen enough? Baijio noticed the 2 staring blankly at her in linger, and her tone turned cold. Mo Chang was startled, biting the tip of his tongue sharply to force himself to wake up, while also patting Lu Qi beside him. He clasped his hands in front of the white-haired beauty and apologized, I'm sorry, classmate. The key was given to us by the teacher at the new student equipment supply office. You can check it out yourself. Baijio took the key and examined it carefully, discovering that it was identical to her own set. Clearly, they were also residents of Villa number 64. Wait here for a moment. I'll discuss this with my friend. After speaking, Baijio took Su Ling's hand and walked to the side. Linger, what do you think? If you don't like it, I'll report the situation to the teacher. At worst, we can rent a place outside. But Sister Baijio, we haven't eaten all day, how can we have money to rent a place? We've sold everything we could, and what's left are all essentials for cultivation. If we sell the hover car, it would be such a loss. The resale value of a second-hand hover car is really low. I'd rather stay here than sell the car. Besides, these 2 guys are quite good-looking and very polite when they speak. Although their eyes wander a bit, you can't really blame them. After all, Sister Baijio and I are stunningly beautiful. Su Ling sneaked a glance at Mo Chang and the others, then turned to Baijio and whispered, "So, should I go and tell them we'll share the place?" Baijio nodded, pulled her hand, and walked back. Seeing the two standing so straight, she couldn't help but laugh softly and said, "No need to be so nervous. After discussing with Sister Baijio, we've decided that the four of us will share villa number 64. Don't stand outside the door. Bring your suitcases and come in quickly," Baijio said calmly. Mo Chang and Lucci exchanged a glance and let out a sigh of relief. They had been really worried earlier, wondering what they would do if the others disagreed. After all, the girls also had the villa keys and had arrived before them. Fortunately, these two girls weren't the type to make things difficult. Otherwise, they might have ended up sleeping in the yard tonight. After entering the villa, the four introduced themselves and then sat face to face on the sofas in the hall. Baijio looked at the two and said, "Since we're sharing the place, rules must be established. You agree with this, right?" Mo Chang and Lucci nodded frantically, like pile drivers. "First, Linger and I have rooms on the second floor, with wooden plaques engraved with our names hanging at the doors. Without the owner's authorization, entry is strictly prohibited. Second, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we are responsible for cleaning the villa, while on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, you will clean. On weekends, whoever is available will do the cleaning. Third, if someone is using the gravity chamber, the other person must wait until their training is finished before entering. Do you have any objections to these points I've mentioned? If not, these will be the current villa rules. We can add more later if anything else comes to mind." Baijio finished listing the 3 rules in one breath, then picked up the water cup on the coffee table and took a big gulp. A few drops of water trickled down the corner of her mouth and slid down her neck. Mo Chang accidentally glanced over, his face slightly flushed, and his expression appeared somewhat uneasy. "Cheng Ji, why is your face red?" Lucci's voice came at a critical moment, and the already embarrassed Mo Chang wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Feeling the gaze of the 3 focused on him, Mo Chang grabbed Lucci by the hand, stood up with him, and said to the 2 women with a wandering look, "My friend and I haven't eaten all day, so we're heading to the cafeteria to grab something to eat." Mo Chang kept giving Lucci meaningful looks, and with his intelligence instantly restored, he understood his elder brother's intention. He greeted Baijio and Su Ling before heading out. The cafeteria is located in the residential area, with a total of 10 cafeterias set up specifically to prevent late-arriving students from missing meals due to overcrowding. Mo Chang and Lucci went to the number 8 cafeteria, the one closest to the villa area, and each packed 2 meals to take back. Why pack 2 meals? It wasn't because they had big appetites, but rather based on the principle of building good relationships with their roommates. They brought meals for Baijio and Su Ling. "Chang, do you think they'll eat something this plain?" Lucci asked nervously, looking at the lunchbox in his hand with a face full of disdain. "Don't worry, girls usually don't like greasy meat. They'll definitely like stir-fried cabbage and pan-seared broccoli." Mo Chang confidently patted Lucci's shoulder, full of certainty about his assumption. Yet, Lucci couldn't shake off a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. Though subtle, the feeling was undeniably real. Mo Chang and Lucci returned to the villa carrying lunchboxes. Under the eager gazes of Baijio and Su Ling, they placed the extra portion in front of the 2 women. "Is this for me? You guys are just too nice." Su Ling stared at the lunchbox in front of her, her eyes wide open, and drool uncontrollably slid down the corner of her mouth. A sweet smile also appeared on Baijio's face. "You must know, their last meal was yesterday morning, and by now, the food in their stomachs has long been fully digested." The boxed meals delivered by the 2 now were like a spring in the desert, timely and full of hope. With great anticipation, they opened the lunchboxes, only to be greeted by a sight of lush green vegetables, without a trace of oil or grease. Baijio and Su Ling's smiles instantly froze. With trembling hands, they poked through the rice, trying to find the long-awaited meat. After searching for a long time, there was nothing but plain rice, cabbage, and broccoli. Baijio picked up a leaf of vegetable, put it in her mouth to taste, and her red eyes seemed to dim slightly in that instant, with a faint mist of tears welling up. Why is it all vegetables? Baijio and I haven't had meat for almost half a month. We've almost forgotten what meat tastes like. Su Ling sobbed pitifully, burying her head between her knees, as tears dripped down her thighs onto the bench. Mo Chang noticed Lucci's gaze fixed on him, seemingly implying, "Chengji, is this what you meant by girls liking light vegetables? And not greasy meat?" He felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, as if the air had slapped him hard, the heat quickly spreading. Lucci opened his lunchbox and transferred most of the braised pork into Su Ling's bowl. Using clean chopsticks, he gently poked her thigh and, seeing her tear-streaked red eyes, said softly, "I'll give you my braised pork, so stop crying." Su Ling immediately stopped sobbing, looked up at the shiny, glistening braised pork in her bowl, and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. She stammered, Really, I can eat it?" Seeing her almost drooling, Lucci couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine, eat more. If it's not enough, I still have more here." Mo Chang stared at Lucci for a moment, then turned to find Baijio also looking at him. Her longing little eyes, paired with her pouting lips, left him somewhat helpless. He swapped his lunchbox with hers, handing the portion with meat to Bai Jiao. Without hesitation, Bai Jiao picked up the braised pork from the bowl and began eating heartily, completely unconcerned about her rough eating manners. After half a month, she finally tasted meat again, filling her heart with hope for life and a sense that the future still held promise. The four of them ate quietly, without disturbing one another. However, due to the food sharing and lunchbox exchange, none of them ate to their fill. Gurgle gurgle, Su Ling clutched her stomach, her face flushed red as it protested loudly. It was clear she hadn't eaten enough. Bai Jiao's gaze occasionally drifted toward him as well, as if silently saying, I'm still hungry too, my stomach is growling for food. Mo Chang sighed helplessly, stood up, and said, on my way back from the cafeteria, I noticed a large supermarket. I'll go there to buy some ingredients and cook something myself. Bang! After the door closed, Su Ling propped her hands on the table and looked at Lu Qi, asking in confusion, Mo Chang can cook? Is he any good? Are we in for a treat tonight? I'm not too sure about Brother Chang's cooking skills, but he did watch some cooking videos for a while, so he should be able to manage. When Mo Chang returned to the villa after buying groceries from the supermarket, it was already close to 9 p.m. As soon as he entered, he walked into the kitchen under the expectant gazes of the three and began showcasing his culinary skills. He blanched the chicken legs to remove any odor, scored them with a knife, and marinated them in a bowl. At the same time, he minced another piece of pork to prepare a pot of meatball soup. After spending more than half an hour in the kitchen, he brought out a plate of braised chicken legs and a pot of meatball soup. The chicken legs were tender and flavorful, melting on the tongue with every bite, making it impossible to resist. The pork meatballs were cooked to a perfect springy texture, and the moment they were bitten into, it felt as if the soul had been elevated. Bai Jiao excitedly slapped the table and mumbled, I didn't expect you to cook so well. From now on, you'll be in charge of cooking. Next month, I'll pay you a salary. Pay me a salary? You guys can't even afford to eat, and you're talking about paying me? Mo Chang teased. We just spent all our money on buying a car. We'll have money next month, Su Ling interjected, her puffed-up cheeks looking especially adorable. So, you spent all your food money to buy a car? You guys are really smart, Mo Chang said mercilessly. Bai Jiao and Su Ling's necks instantly turned red upon hearing this, their faces flushed, and even their eating posture lowered a bit. As they stubbornly replied, who could have known this would happen? If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have bought the car. Yeah, food is the most important thing. If Linger doesn't eat for a day, her stomach feels uncomfortable. By the way, what kind of car did you buy? Just the cheapest hover-flying car. Thud. The chicken leg in Lu Qi's mouth dropped onto the table. Mo Chang locked eyes with him, both staring in disbelief at the two women. What car did you just say? A hover-flying car, what's the matter? The cheapest hover-flying car costs at least 5 million per unit. You're saying you spent your monthly living expenses to buy a hover-flying car. So, I want to ask, how much is your monthly living expense? Su Ling swallowed the meat in her mouth, clenched her fists, and said gloomily, I only get $1 million a month, and Sister Bai Jiao only gets $3 million a month. This amount of money is simply not enough to spend. Exactly, just buying a car would use it all up. It's really not enough. Bai Jiao propped her chin on her hand and sighed a few times. Mo Chang sighed inwardly. His monthly living expenses were only 10,000, yet the two people in front of him had allowances hundreds of times his own. He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness about the disparity between people. After a while, Bai Jiao snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes sparkling as she gently asked Mo Chang, from now on, you'll be in charge of the meals for this villa. I'll give you 500,000 a month. How does that sound? If that's not enough, I can increase it. The main reason is that the dishes you make are just too delicious. Especially tonight's chicken leg, it's absolutely amazing. Mo Chang looked at her bright, sparkling eyes. Her red pupils appeared both alluring and adorable, and her aggrieved expression seemed capable of melting anyone's heart. Su Ling half knelt on the chair, holding a chicken leg in one hand and tugging at Mo Chang's sleeve with the other. Her voice was soft and melodious, please, brother. Mo Chang, what would we do without you? As she spoke, tears slid down the corner of her eyes, and her pitiful appearance instantly shattered Mo Chang's defenses. Before him was the alluring and adorable Bai Jiao, and to his left was the radiant and captivating Su Ling. Faced with this dual offensive, he truly had no way to resist. Suddenly, Lu Qi, with a chicken leg in his mouth, reached out both hands toward Mo Chang, mumbling something indistinctly. Mo Chang quickly stepped back, pointed at him, and said calmly, stop mumbling. Whatever it is, finish the chicken leg in your mouth before speaking. Lu Qi chewed forcefully a few times, spat the bone into the trash can, and pleaded with Mo Chang, Brother Chang, you have to take charge of the meals. I've already fallen in love with your cooking. Mo Chang rubbed his forehead, tapped the table, and said calmly, I'll take care of dinner from now on. As for breakfast and lunch, it depends. If I have enough time, I'll handle those too. That's awesome. Bai Jiao and Su Ling excitedly high-fived in celebration. Though the waves on their chests were not particularly ample, they had begun to take shape. Mo Chang silently tidied up the bowls and chopsticks and headed toward the kitchen. Lu Qi logged into his wristband and started browsing the forum. A video ranked 5th in popularity caught his attention. The title was, "A Freshman Dominates All with Their Aura, This Presence? The Legendary S-Class?" Could it be that Chung Ji-ee's action today was recorded and uploaded to the Academy forum? Lu Chi thought to himself as he clicked on the video. In the video, as Mo Chang made his move, a piercing chill instantly enveloped the surroundings. Anyone whose strength was inferior to his trembled, clutching their chest. Even Yifeng's wooden spikes were useless against Mo Chang's chill, easily crushed by him. The comments below were even more audacious and fearless. "One night 7 times wolf, this guy is definitely S-level. I was there at the scene, and that chill was absolutely beyond what an A-level could produce. Too powerful. Fighting till dawn, here it is, the on-site monster." But the guy in the video is truly impressive. His move was an area attack, covering all angles with no blind spots. "My dad is the mayor, what's the big deal? It's just S-level. A bunch of people who've never seen the world. Little sleepyhead, I've made up my mind. I want to have kids with this handsome guy, and no one can stop me." To show her affirmation, the girl added 3 exclamation marks at the end of her sentence, which was truly over the top. Lu Chi continued scrolling with some trepidation. The further he read the comments, the more bizarre they became, ranging from admiration to slander, along with a whole bunch of flying kids. This left Lu Chi, a young bachelor, utterly astonished. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, thinking that big cities really are different. He had broadened his horizons. "Cheng Ji-ee, you're on the forum," Lu Chi shouted toward the kitchen. However, Mo Chang was washing dishes, and the noise was too loud for him to hear the call. Bai Jiao and Su Ling came over and asked Lu Chi, "What got posted on the forum? Explain it clearly." Lu Chi recounted the incident of them beating someone up and projected the video from his wristband for them to watch. Bai Jiao stared intently at the video, fully focused. After the video ended, she said seriously to Su Ling, "Although I can't feel it directly, I can confirm that Mo Chang is an S-level ice ability awakener." "Oh my god, does that mean there are 2 S-level ability awakeners living in this villa?" Su Ling exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. For an ordinary person, encountering an S-level ability awakener in their lifetime is a 1 in a